Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of Reality Quest right here on GMT Recap. Ed Rothstaler was the rebellious son of a noble family with a high social standing. He sat idly on his bed, lost in thought, reflecting on the storyline of his life, having ruled the academy like a prince. He looked at the information in front of him and said, "So, what you're telling me is they've erased me from the family tree, right? You were expelled for making disrespectful comments in front of the Honorable Princess Phenia. You also illegally interfered with the entrance exam for Holy Sylvania Academy. Your behavior showed blatant disregard for protocol and tarnished the family name. You were blinded by envy, and these are crimes that cannot be ignored." He gave a bitter, self-deprecating smile, feeling as if fate itself was mocking him. Ed Rothstaler, your life. Ed was kicked out of his house with nothing but his luggage. That's everything you have now. Thanks for your efforts up to this point. It's over. At Sylvania Academy, students were whispering about Ed. Hey, isn't that Ed Rothstaler? Shoo. Don't look, he'll notice now. Why bother keeping quiet around him? Looks like his family disowned him, so he's probably cleaning out his dorm room. So, we won't see him next semester, right? He shouldn't have cheated on the entrance exam in the first place. That filthy noble. I knew this would happen. Hearing the gossip, Ed covered his face and silently tried to explain himself. To be honest, it really wasn't fair. Because the arrogant person everyone's talking about? That's not me. It turns out, he had somehow ended up inside a game set in the Sylvania Magic Academy, a game he loved the most, the failed swordsman of Sylvania. Usually, in these kinds of stories, when someone gets transported into a game, they either become the eldest son of a rich family, the troublesome heir of a genius clan, or a level SSS hunter breaking all the rules. But, out of all the possibilities, he ended up in the shoes of a third-rate villain, kicked out of the dormitory right at the start of the game. He was stuck in the worst character at the worst possible time. Ed stood up, tilted his head back, and shouted to the sky, "This isn't fair. Don't tell me this is real. I've always lived a simple and frugal life, I've never been greedy." The students protested, "Look at him. After doing all those things, he says it's unfair. He says he needs to be frugal and simple. That jerk has no shame." Hearing those words, Ed could only bow his head and stay silent. But his bad luck didn't stop there. When he checked his status window, he finally understood why Ed was considered the worst. Gender, male, stamina, 3, intelligence, 4, age, 17, talent, 7, willpower, 7, race, human, luck, 6, achievements, none. He was shocked. Are these stats for real? Even the NPC farmers have a stamina of 5. He's studying magic, but his intelligence is way too low, and his stamina is almost nothing, even if he is a noble. No wonder he started off as a third-rate villain, showing up only in the early scenes. Even in his own memory, he could barely recall him. He didn't even have any memories of what happened to him later on. Suddenly, an image popped into Ed's head. I remember now. In the corner of the endgame credits, he was begging for money, looking like a useless bum. Guess that makes sense. That good-for-nothing had no clue about the world, and was suddenly thrown out onto the streets. Ed sighed, feeling disheartened. So he ended up as a beggar? Honestly, it's a miracle he's even alive. Ed silently thought to himself, why me? Why did I end up in this body? I don't know why, and there's no way for me to figure it out. But I won't let this be the way it ends for me. No matter what, I'll survive. With that strong resolve in mind, Ed grabbed his luggage and set out. This place wasn't like a regular school, it felt more like a city, with the entire Arkan mountain range within its boundaries. He was in the northeast section of the academy, an area where the forest still looked untouched. Ed had been walking for a long time. After such a long journey, he'd finally managed to escape the prying eyes of the other students, and had ended up walking for half the day. That was enough time for him to get a clearer sense of his situation. At that moment, he had just been cut off from his family. That was the brutal beginning of his new reality. I still feel like there's a little hope left for this life. Maybe, even though I've been cut off from his family, he hasn't been expelled from school yet. This is important because, based on what I know, Sylvania Academy is a top-tier institution. As long as you graduate from there, your future is pretty much secure. And as long as the game still takes place at the academy, I can use all the information I've gathered from playing through 5 times to my advantage. In the end, Ed concluded, so, that means all I need to do is graduate quietly, and I can live a much more comfortable and better life than the one I left behind in the old world. So, of course, my goal is to graduate. But the big issue here is the sky-high tuition fees. The fees for this semester are probably already paid, so I just need to find a scholarship for next semester. Looking back at T's stats, I felt discouraged. With his stats, is there any way I could get a scholarship? I don't think so, and I'd be lucky just to manage that. I can figure out how to pay tuition later. But for now, I need to focus on the more urgent problem, the things I need to survive. In other words, food, clothes, and shelter. I'm already thinking about how to avoid becoming a homeless street thug by next week. Ed opened his luggage. Inside, there were brightly colored clothes without any tags, a ceremonial dagger that also had no tag, and a decorative cup with no tag. I have enough clothes already, but what about food and a place to stay? Ed sat down, resting his chin on his hand and thinking. The problem is, I don't have anywhere to stay or any food for tonight. Based on this guy's reputation, it's going to be tough to find a job. I can't go back to the dorm either, since I just got kicked out. Looks like I'm stuck here in this forest for now. He glanced at the cool stream nearby and thought, at least I'm lucky to have water here. There are still 10 days until school starts. I guess I'll have to make sure I'm qualified to be a student by then. Ed stood up, filled with determination. Windblade, Windblade. He kept casting the spell to gather wood. At least he could use magic. Ed was exhausted, sweat pouring down his face, but he found it oddly interesting. I've only chopped down 15 trees, and I'm already this wiped out? Damn it, this is just making me hungrier. It's not very useful. Ed grumbled, before kicking me out, at least you could have fed me. Do you get hungry when you use magic? I'm starving, like, really starving. He glanced at the pile of firewood and suddenly remembered something his grandfather had said. I remember him telling me about this when I was a kid. He said when he was young, there was a drought, and he had to eat tree bark from the mountains. Thinking about it, Ed muttered the fire spell, ignition, ignition. As long as I can eat, that's all that matters. Once the fire was going, he looked at the piece of wood. If you don't look too closely, this kind of looks like chicken breast. With that, Ed dug in and ate it hungrily. 3 days later, the vomiting started. His face grew pale and gaunt, looking completely drained of energy. Ed grumbled, Grandpa, I really hate you right now. After a day of hunger and 2 days of throwing up nonstop, Ed concluded, wood is meant to be used for building houses, not eating. He set to work on building stakes. First, he needed to make a frame to hold the wood in place. He carried a bunch of wood, but it ended up falling on top of him. I only have 2 hands, but I've got 4 posts to deal with. This is harder than it looks. Using all his strength, he hammered in the stakes, tied the wood together, and finally managed to finish the frame. Ed was exhausted, there's still a long way to go. He thought, anyway, I can't just sleep on the bare ground. He took out some clothes and laid them down to sleep. This feels like a waste, but I don't really have any other options. After several days, his tent was finally finished. He sat down to admire the result of all his hard work. Oh, it actually looks pretty impressive. It was tough, but I managed to finish it. Suddenly, a notification appeared, you've completed your creation. Your craftsmanship has improved. Creation complete, basic wooden tent. It's a place where you can rest for a short while. Inside, it's still rough and worn down. If not maintained regularly, it will soon become useless. Difficulty, 0.5 stars. Skill details, apprentice crafter. No specialties, handiwork L4, design Elvone, foraging Elvone. Ed looked up, his eyes heavy with dark circles. He felt somewhat comforted. So the crafting system has been unlocked, huh? Ed had lived a life of nobility, so he probably wasn't familiar with this. But looking at the stats, he thought, even so, my handiwork level is only at 4. Ed realized that his talent lay in his hands, even more so than in magic. And right now, he needed that skill. Using his dexterity, Ed completed his first creation, a simple harpoon. A ritual dagger, attached to a branch, with a sharpened edge. It could be used for hunting or fishing, though it lacked sharpness. Still, the spear was finished and carried a sense of pride. Ed thought to himself, time to go find some real food. It's been 2 days with an empty stomach, and I've worked myself to the bone. I'm pretty sure I can't move much more, but maybe my recklessness will still let me act. Forgetting his exhaustion, Ed rushed to the stream to catch fish. I want meat, he said as he dove into the water. His efforts paid off as he caught some fish. Excited, he quickly cast a spell, ignition, ignition. The fish, fresh and delicious, sizzled and smoked as they cooked. Ed quickly devoured them, savoring each bite. There was still a week until school started. He just had to hang in there. If he could make it until then, he was confident he could get through school without any major issues. Ed was about to eat some fish when a voice suddenly echoed, Ed, you're still here? Ed had been so caught up in surviving that he'd forgotten something important about the main characters. But out of all the people, he never expected to run into her here. It was the same tone, the same expression, the same sharp look in her eyes. You don't seem to feel any remorse. Please, just leave this academy. It was the beautiful girl with long blonde hair, Princess Phinia, the one who had kicked Ed out of the dorm. Ed was a villain who had appeared right at the beginning of the game. Using his family's influence, he'd made trouble for the main character's childhood friends, got beaten up by others, and ultimately met his downfall. But that wasn't the end. With a heart full of hatred and a cunning smile like that of a venomous snake, Ed had maliciously altered the entrance exam results for the Sylvania Academy, only to get caught in the act. While he was secretly tampering with the results, the door suddenly opened. He was discovered by a girl who had come to take the entrance exam. Phinia Elias Klol, the third princess of the Klol Empire, with a look of fury in her eyes. Princess Phinia. She activated her insight and uncovered the lies and schemes of her target. Ed, caught in a pitiful situation, gritted his teeth and tried to defend himself. His face showed panic, and sweat poured down in fear. But everything was exposed under Phinia's sharp perception. The truth came out, and Ed was thrown out with his luggage, then kicked out of the dormitory. Everyone at the academy probably hated him. While sitting and reflecting on the past misdeeds of this body, a voice filled with hatred suddenly spoke up. The girl in the white dress, with long hair and rosy cheeks, crossed her arms and asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" He had just run into the one person he definitely shouldn't have met. Phinia pressed on. "You're telling me the academy didn't expel you?" She crossed her arms, leaned forward, and shot him a harsh glare. He flinched, backing away in fear, stammering, "Well, I'm still a student here. I was just kicked out of the dorm, not expelled from the academy." Phinia's expression slowly darkened, and she scoffed, saying coldly, "I'll make this brief." Then, she shouted angrily, "Get out! I can't stand having someone as shameless as you around this school. I'm going to talk to the principal and demand they expel you from here." She continued shouting loudly, accusing him of disgraceful actions toward one of the academy's students. She claimed he had deliberately harmed a student, sabotaging their future. As she spoke, his mind kept drifting to the fish roasting down below. It's burning. After 3 days of hunger, my precious food. And now this? His face slowly grew more frustrated as he realized his fish was about to be ruined, but she kept on ranting. I thought you were just going to say a few words, but no matter what, it's clear we're both done for now. The Princess of Phenia, her face full of anger, kept shouting at him, spewing hate and resentment. She truly had the power to have him expelled, and if that happened, he'd lose his cool for sure. His gloomy face slowly moved toward her, and he spoke. The sun will set soon. Isn't the royal family always surrounded by guards? He flashed a mysterious smile, his eyes flashing with anger. His face betrayed his emotions as he looked at her and added, I never thought I'd see a princess alone in the woods like this. Phenia wasn't afraid at all. She suddenly unleashed her power and took a fighting stance. Do you think you can threaten me just because I don't have my guards with me? If so, you're mistaken. After hearing Phenia's words, Ed responded with a question. What do you mean by threatening me? It's nothing, Phenia replied. He kneeled on one knee, placing his right hand on his chest and his left hand on the ground, then smiled confidently as if thanking the princess. However, her clairvoyance had been activated. She was both surprised and suspicious of his words, so she used her ability to look deeper. He said thank you? The truth was, there was no deception in Ed's words. Phenia was stunned, her eyes wide open as she stared at him, unable to believe what she was seeing. What? She asked, clearly shocked. He lifted his gaze to meet hers. Deep in his subconscious, he thought about the Ed family he belonged to. This family was well known and powerful, but they had exploited the people and carried out inhumane experiments on humans for a long time. It made him think of someone powerful standing in front of a blood-red castle, in a dark, gloomy place. It was where these brutal experiments took place, with piles of corpses buried deep underground. For the main character, that family was nothing but trash, and their fate would certainly be destroyed. The grim and eerie scene unfolded before me, with the guillotine standing tall like a symbol of merciless punishment. Its blade was still gleaming, reflecting the fiery red light of the sky, like flames from hell itself. Beneath it, a head lay quietly in a pool of blood, its lifeless face showing the marks of its final horror, against the backdrop of a blood-red sky. Dark flocks of crows flew overhead, creating an unsettling atmosphere as if they were signaling that a great crime had been committed, and justice was about to be served. The air was thick with a deadly silence, broken only by the sound of wings flapping and the heavy weight of relentless punishment. This is the place where justice and crime meet, yet it leaves an unsettling feeling. Everyone in the family would either be imprisoned or executed. However, I had been rejected. Burnt fish cannot be eaten. My only meal had been scorched. I would probably have to endure hunger and cold, but that was still better than dying. In the long run, it would actually be much better. He looked ahead with determined eyes, a sly smile curling on his lips. I need to convince Phenia without lying, or I'll get expelled. If I mess this up, it's game over. Everything will end right then and there. No, it'll be worse than that, won't it? As time passed, about a week before the apprenticeship started, Phenia still didn't drop her guard. She was in full battle mode, while Ed knelt before her, still lost in his thoughts. But why was the princess here? Suddenly, he stood up and cautiously approached her. You came here without any guards, wearing simple clothes. That means you're taking the placement test. Professor Glast's placement test, a mysterious man, involved launching magical orbs to test one's ability to find magic seeds in the forest. Ed closed his eyes and said, Professor Glast's test is known to be extremely harsh. Of course, if it's Princess Phoenicia who aims for the best class, she'll choose Class A. She remained in a ready-to-fight stance, staring at him in surprise before questioning, Are you trying to flatter me? You haven't changed at all, have you? As expected, I should ask the Academy to expel you immediately. Before she could finish her sentence, Ed interrupted, saying, But without my help. Phenia's face immediately changed. The calm expression she had earlier was gone, replaced by surprise. Her eyes widened in disbelief. He leaned in closer to her, his face calm and confident, and said, "You'll never make it into Class A if I'm lying even a little." Her expression still showed surprise, and the confusion hadn't faded. She replied, "Well, you can just kick me out then." She stepped through a puddle of water and moved forward. According to Ed, if she went to the southeast lake in the forest, she'd find a small island with a huge tree growing in the middle. Phinia walked toward the tree, the surroundings bright and dazzling. That tree was called the guardian tree of Marilda's. There, beneath the tree, something glimmered in the light. "You'll find the gift I left for you." She picked up the magic seed, examining it with a critical look on her face, recalling the instructions Ed had given her. The name Ed Rothstaler from 3 days ago was definitely a fraud and an incompetent one at that. She could still picture his panicked face when Princess Phinia caught him red-handed. She remembered the situation clearly. However, the image of Ed kneeling and thanking her now came to mind. Ed Rothstaler, as he was now. Under the tree's shade, she held a magical seed in her hand, reflecting on the story she had heard earlier. It left her confused, unable to grasp what was really happening. The placement test had ended. The academy stood before her like a grand, vast castle, its beauty and scale fitting for royalty. The expansive campus felt like it could belong to the nobles of a royal court. Inside one of the classrooms, a professor stood before the students, calling out to them, holding up the magical seeds they had gathered. His serious expression, even a little intimidating, made him look at the students with intensity. He was Professor Glast, the magic instructor. The students below raised the seeds they had collected, gazing at him with eager eyes. He stared at them, silent and unsure of what to say next. Frustrated, he turned and ordered, "Everyone to Class F." The students sighed in disappointment, unsure of what else they could do. What mattered most was understanding the true purpose of the test. This wasn't just about collecting magical seeds. Professor Glast raised 3 glowing gems, which should have been found by the students, and said, "Only those who can find seeds with this kind of magical power will make it into Class A." Only 3 people found them. The first was Zix, his face grim and his eyes like emeralds. The second one is Lortel, with her striking orange-red hair and a proud smile. And finally, the person who found the seed in Marilda's protective tree, which contains unusually high magical power. He declared loudly, pointing to the distance. "Yes, the one who found the seed was the one I had hidden." Phinia stood up at the teacher's call, her face serious. "You will be the leader of the class." On the other side, someone was still feeling down because the only meal they had was a fish that had been burned. A sorrowful voice echoed, "It's all burned. I don't have the strength to use the spear to catch more fish." The new creation needed a rough fishing rod made by cutting a branch with a knife, only using fabric, and replacing the hook with a small nail. It was fragile and very difficult to tell if the fish had bitten the hook. 1 star out of 5. His disappointed face showed as he hooked the worm onto the makeshift hook. He continued to think about her, the third princess of the empire, Phinia Elias Kloll. Since she was young, Princess Phinia had seen through lies and deceit. She sat below, gazing up at those people with sharp, unwavering eyes, seeing right through their trickery. That sharp gaze was the result of an innate skill. Her yellow pupils, when activated with her X-ray vision, could see through any lie. No one could escape her perception. Therefore, there was no choice but to provide her with accurate information. As he thought about it, Ed slowly lowered his fishing rod into the water. But this led to an even bigger problem. The reason Princess Phinia would be known as the Princess of Love was because of her golden hair and her pure white dress, which made her look like an angel. After failing the placement test, she would be placed in Class F. And that's when everything would begin. However, if Phinia, who had influence from the very beginning and an almost unbelieving look in her eyes when she heard Ed's advice about magic seeds, managed to find the hidden seed and get into Class A, the entire original storyline would start to fall apart. The image of her as the innocent, pure princess of love would be shattered. Even if he somehow managed to avoid being expelled, all the information he had would be useless. He'd be finished. Ed held his fishing rod inside, deep in thought. Of course, at that moment, Professor Glast's voice suddenly rang out, class leader, Lucy Merrill. Phinea's face instantly darkened, unable to believe what she had just heard. The class leader was someone who was snoring and completely indifferent to anything that was happening around her. The future probably wouldn't change. Frustrated, she stormed off. Phineas was also deep in thought, seeing the truth clearly. This was definitely a magic seed. Ed Rothstaler hadn't lied, but her hand, holding the magic seed, started to shake. This isn't a gift. Why did Princess Phineas hide her true form from the beginning? She held the seed, standing in front of the giant tree, reflecting on everything. She felt embarrassed by the privileges she would receive if her true identity was revealed. She wanted to prove herself. She knew that this magic seed would yield the best results for her test. The image of the magic seed glimmered beneath the tree. But Phineas didn't take it, because she hadn't found it herself. She left the magic seed where it was and walked away, her face showing clear dissatisfaction. The title of Princess of Love she would eventually receive wasn't a skill or stat boost. While everyone was praising Lucy, Phineas left the classroom with a dark expression. The title she received for following the correct storyline was actually a bait she had cast out for the princess. She remembered the words he had said to her, "You'll never make it into Class A. If I'm lying, you can kick me out." Whether it was a lie or the truth didn't matter. Halfway through, she stopped, reflecting on something. The princess would always care about it. If Ed really lied about the princess failing the test, suddenly, she punched the wall hard. She would confidently finish it and punch him in the face. However, Ed hadn't lied. While she was lost in thought, a fish suddenly tugged at the line, causing the water to stir. Not being able to get into Class A. The princess now. Phineas, her face filled with anger, gritted her teeth and said, "Ed Rothstaler, I'll keep an eye on you. There's nothing more I can do." The fish bit the hook. He pulled up the line, a joyful look on his face as he caught a big one. Got one. The dawn began to break. I've had to live in a place. He quickly ran toward the academy. He had to run like crazy in the early morning to make it to school on time. While running, he was out of breath from exhaustion. After running for a while, he finally arrived, sweat soaking his clothes, still breathing hard. But I'm back. He stood before the academy, its magnificent campus scene making anyone wish they could study there. Sylvania Academy, a voice called out loudly for everyone to hear. The opening ceremony of the academy is about to begin. We're happy to see all the students who've put in effort before the new semester starts. Feel free to enjoy the food while listening. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at Sylvania Academy made it easy to hear the murmurs welcoming me. Oh, look at him. How dare he show up to the opening ceremony? Does he plan to keep studying here? Other students whispered among themselves. He calmly sliced a piece of meat to eat. This is the reward of a winner. Just enjoy it. He put the meat in his mouth, surrounded by plates of meat that he had already finished, piled high like a mountain. This isn't Ed Rothstaler. My goal is to graduate. The gossip about him continued. The second-year upperclassman said the entrance exam was really tough. He looks a little different if you look closely. He eats so politely. I don't have any other purpose. I just want to graduate. The girls who had been talking about him moved on to another topic. I heard the dessert is from the head chef of Ophelis at that table over there. Let's go eat. We can chat during the break. What do you think, Anis? Sounds great, Clara. A soft, unfamiliar voice echoed, "That's strange." Somehow, I wish that. The pink-haired girl turned to look at him. He looks like someone else. Nothing unusual happened. The sky was clear, the air cool. A large, beautiful, yet modern school campus. Today was the opening day at Sylvania's school. In the spacious lecture hall, students had gathered, and the sound of lively chatter filled the room. I am very excited to meet new, talented faces this semester, and to see the accomplishments you'll all contribute to Sylvania. However, in a room labeled Dean's office, Ed walked out, his body stiff, as if turned to stone. A dark cloud seemed to surround him. I was almost expelled. A middle-aged man with slicked-back hair stood there, smiling brightly and warmly. Who would have thought Fenia would tell the principal about me? Ed, feeling helpless, looked at him with suspicion. Seeing the older man smile and speak so cheerfully, he figured that she must have said something good about him after all. Ed parted his lips and sighed, "Anyway, I got really lucky. I barely managed to avoid being expelled." His gaze became determined, resolute. It's best to stay careful and not stray too far from the original storyline. The system interface appeared, with an icon shaped like a bow and arrow at the top. The details read, Combat Class Apprentice Warrior, Specialized Weapon Bow, Proficiency Level 1. I now had survival skills to keep me alive. A pure white rabbit looked around in confusion, practicing magic spells suitable for a magic student. It couldn't even stay still for 3 seconds when an arrow suddenly shot out from somewhere, striking the rabbit's neck and causing it to collapse to the ground. There was no better weapon than a bow, especially when combining it with the use of both. Because once I mastered survival skills better and could craft higher quality bows. He moved toward the rabbit, picking up the arrow still lodged in its body with one hand, while the other gripped a sharp knife. I'll be able to enchant the arrow with spirits and spells, he thought. Although, it's obvious that neither spirits nor spells are actually. Suddenly, something made him freeze in shock. His eyes narrowed. Not far away, just across a river, a young girl with pink hair sat under the shade of an old tree, deeply absorbed in her book. Her name, a natural talent in her own right, was Janica Faylover. She read with such focus that she didn't even glance away from her book. Her hair gently fluttered in the cool breeze. Janica Faylover, a second-year student and the top of her class in the magical arts of elven sorcery, was completely lost in her own world. Suddenly, her gaze shifted, and her cheeks turned slightly pink. She looked toward Ed and asked, "You're the funny person Marilda mentioned, right?" To Ed's surprise, Janica Faylover instantly leaped from beneath the large tree, crossed the river, and appeared right in front of him. She smiled brightly, her voice full of cheer as she spoke. "Ed Rothstaler, right? I'm Janica Faylover. I'm in my second year, just like you. You can call me Janica." Startled and a bit flustered by Janica's sudden appearance, Ed stammered. "Huh? When did she get here?" With a playful look in her clear eyes, Janica teased. "Ah, did I surprise you? You're wondering how I knew it was you, huh?" She happily waved her arms and legs as she spoke. "You see, this forest is the territory of Marilda, a high-level spirit. I spend a lot of time here listening to her tell me all sorts of things in my head." He curiously asked, "The owner of this forest tells you about me?" Janica Faylover cheerfully replied, "Marilda can be a bit nosy sometimes, but everything in this forest is within her sight. How could she not notice an uninvited guest?" Ed paused, staring at the rabbit in his hands, thinking, an uninvited guest? His face darkened slightly, and a hint of worry showed. He had indeed killed quite a few squirrels and chopped down many trees. Janica Faylover, noticing his concern, moved closer to comfort him, causing him to feel awkward. "Don't worry about the little things. Creatures in this forest follow the natural rule of eat or be eaten. Marilda doesn't mind what you've done." Root Taylor blushed a little, glancing away to avoid looking directly at her. "I guess even a giant, terrifying wolf has a kind heart, huh?" Janica Faylover stared at him intently and suddenly realized something. She smiled brightly and said, "Surprised, right? Well, I have something I want to show you." Her eyes widened as she stretched out her hand toward him. In the palm of her hand, a faint glow of light in a soft shade of blue radiated. "Isn't it cute and lovely? I just met it yesterday," and I immediately made a pact with it. Ed stared intently at the thing in her palm, silently thinking, a pact? Is it a spirit? Noticing his reaction, she suggested, would you like to try touching it? Ed Rothstaler hesitated for a moment, his lips slightly moving. I can be friends with Janica anytime. But. He clenched his hand into a fist, a bit of worry showing on his face. I'm not a spirit, so I don't really know what makes it cute or lovely. Actually, I can't even see it. Janica Faylover pretended to be surprised, asking, you can't see the spirit? Ed calmly turned to leave and replied, yeah, well, I came here to get food, so I'm going ahead now. Taylor's face darkened and showed clear dissatisfaction. He knew that only by following the original storyline could he gather useful information for himself. Janica Faylover was incredibly important in the original plot. She had piercing red eyes and an emotionless face, surrounded by a dark, cold aura that he knew he was never allowed to approach. She kept her eyes fixed on his retreating figure. Her gaze gradually darkened, no longer the bright, sparkling look she had when talking to Ed. She remembered Ed's embarrassed, shy face as he had said, I guess even a giant wolf, as scary as it is, still has a kind heart, huh? Janica Faylover was gently stroking something that emitted a soft blue light around it. You were right, Marilda. He really is an interesting person, she said. It turned out that what she was stroking was a stunning wolf, glowing softly. As Janica continued to pet the wolf, she said, come to think of it, maybe he really couldn't see her all this time. Who is he, anyway? Then, she jumped onto the wolf and lay down on its soft fur, sighing. I tried so hard to get close to him, but all he ever says is aha. Aha, what does that even mean? Good grief, you're so gloomy. Well, we'll meet again someday. From above, everything around me is covered in a sea of green from the trees. In the center, there's a small lake. Right in the middle of the lake, there's a little patch of land where a tree is glowing brightly. I guess it's time to start figuring things out, huh? A map appears, showing hills and trees around. My home is really far from where I study. Ed is sweating, out of breath. I have to run like crazy from early in the morning just to get to class on time. Just the trip from home to school is enough to boost my health stats. It's kind of funny. He's serious, focused on his studies. If I want to get a scholarship, I need to work harder. I use a burning stick and some stones to take notes, then borrow books from the library to read more. His face looks worried and anxious while sitting by the river washing clothes. I wonder if they'll dry by tomorrow. On my way home, I take the chance to wash my sweaty clothes so I can wear them again the next day. You might think that washing clothes means my day is over, but nope. He counts everything carefully. Why does this food smell kind of fishy? I also have to check if I have enough dry firewood, drinking water, and food for tomorrow's lunch. Because I have to do all of this, I only get about 4 hours of sleep each night. Ed started to get annoyed, furrowing his brow. But that wasn't what bothered me the most. He shouted over to Janica Faylover, who was hiding. How long are you planning to keep following me? She jumped in surprise. Wait, you knew? Hearing this, he got even angrier and yelled back. If you're hiding like that, then of course I'd notice. Ed's anger flared as he furrowed his brow even deeper. His eyes flashed with a purple light as he growled in frustration. Don't you know who I am? I'm Ed. Ed Rothstaler, the worst guy in the world. Why do you keep hanging around me like this? Janica Faylover simply replied, well, those are just other people's opinions of you, right? Her words took him by surprise. She smiled brightly, her eyes full of light. I don't even know what kind of person you are. He frowned, looking confused. That makes sense. Janica Faylover is exactly the kind of person who would say something like that. Janica Faylover appeared with a soft, friendly, and radiant face. At first glance, she seemed innocent and naive, but in reality, she was a girl with an independent mind. But she was a different version of herself. Her eyes were fiery red, dark and cold to the point where they gave me goosebumps. Since I already knew what awaited me in the future, I couldn't respond to her with a big, cheerful smile. Because Janica Faylover radiated a powerful, overwhelming energy, capable of destroying the world. She was the final boss of Chapter 1. He shut his eyes tightly, grinding his teeth, cursing silently to himself, I'm the bad guy, I'm a jerk, but she's the only one who ever smiles at Rothstaler. I didn't want to go this far, but here we are, this must be fate. So, can you do me a favor? She beamed with excitement, her eyes sparkling as she asked, what is it? Ed Rothstaler's face darkened. Calmly, he said, you see, I'm really in a mess. My family has abandoned me, and I don't have a single penny to my name. He said something that left her frozen, unable to speak. So, could you lend me some money? Her eyes turned empty, as if she could no longer see the future. I mean, I'd borrow it and pay you back, not just take it. Friends help each other out in tough times like this, right? It'll just be for a short time. How much do you have? Janica always received the top scholarship every year, but talent alone wasn't enough for others to notice how extraordinary she truly was. Janica Faylover pretended to study hard, reading every book to gain new knowledge. Her family was so poor that without a scholarship, she wouldn't be able to register for school or continue her studies. Janica came from a farming family, so her weakness was money. The two of them sat in a quiet, still moment. Ugh. She seemed like she wanted to disappear from this world after saying, I'm sorry. He felt a little worried, sweating. Janica Faylover. The weather was beautiful, clear skies, white clouds, and golden sunshine. 3 days later, Ed was still out hunting rabbits. I thought it wasn't the best idea, but I didn't want to get further tangled with the key characters in the story. His gaze turned sharp, full of determination. It was better to be careful not to stray too far from the plot. He then approached a hut made of tree branches. As soon as he peeked inside, he froze, dropping the bundle from his back. He was shocked, sweating profusely. What? What is this? In terms of importance, this character was even more crucial than Janica. Not just classmates, but even professors were in awe of this person, always mentioning them with admiration. This person was a rare genius and the strongest character in the failed swordsman of Sylvania. It was Lucy Merrill. She lay there, sound asleep, completely unaware of the world around her. She woke up, stretching out with a big yawn. How the heck did he end up sleeping here? He panicked and quickly backed away. What is he doing in this valley? The original story. We have to be careful. She sat up, feeling tired and downcast. It's too noisy. I couldn't sleep. He was completely confused. What did I do? Not you. She sleepily pointed behind him. It's that huge wolf over there. He froze, his heart racing in fear, his eyes widening. It's been talking to you this whole time? A wolf's head appeared around the corner, glowing with a blue light. He turned in shock. And it asked you, for when that day comes. A massive wolf stood right in front of him. We have to save Janica at all costs. Ed Rothstaler, holding an axe in one hand and a rope in the other, said, Let's get to work, Lucy's only been in this district for 2 days. Nothing has changed, right? But not long after, I realized that thought was way too complacent. Suddenly, the mission board appeared, joint combat practice. In the center, where the light shone down, was a fighting arena, surrounded by the loud cheers of students. This was a literal simulated battle. A tall, muscular man was attacking his opponent with sheer strength. To minimize casualties, most combat students used fake weapons. A series of characters appeared, Princess Phenia, with her shiny golden hair, Princess Lortel, confidently crossing her arms and staring ahead. Zix, with sharp eyes, Elementalist Janica, smiling brightly. Lucy, lazily lying on the white ground in a tired cloak. Wicked Clebius, with his sword resting on his shoulder and empty eyes. These characters could go on for days, but the most important one, after all, was the main character. Rothstaler, with a determined look in his eyes, held his sword straight ahead. Your sword's a failure, Taylor. Next, was it Taylor's fight? Ed's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the stands, his attention fixed. Someone was using their power to create a large whirlpool not far away, surrounded by thick smoke. On the arena floor, there was definitely a dent. Zix was surrounded by a green aura, which highlighted his confident demeanor. The winner of the battle practice session was a first-year student, along with the main character, Taylor, except for one unexpected incident. Suddenly, Janica appeared out of nowhere, happily saying, "Hey." To his disbelief, despite having asked her for money earlier, she still cheerfully came over to greet him. His expression darkened, and he gave her a disapproving look as she continued to smile and chat. "I've got the list of matches," she said. "If Lucy's like a stray cat, then Janica's like a cute little puppy." He turned his face away, refusing to look. "I'm not interested," he replied curtly. She laughed and asked, "Why? Aren't you curious about who I'll be fighting?" Ed Rothstaler froze, his eyes narrowing in shock and surprise. "Wait, I have to get in the ring too?" He quickly looked at the paper, his face blank and confused. In the original story, Ed Rothstaler was already expelled by this point. So, who was his opponent? This couldn't be right. Taylor clenched his fist, with his other hand on his chest, his voice clear and full of determination. "I'll show them." His eyes were filled with resolve, giving it his all. He smiled, watching closely. "That's right, who I'm fighting doesn't matter now. I have to focus on Taylor. Even though it's just through the screen, I've lived with Taylor's character for so long now." The image of Taylor kneeling, gripping the sword tightly, flashed in his mind. Game over, play again? Yes, no. But the painful ending and the true conclusions were unforgettable. Do you want to go back on that journey? I've been through countless times, among all the paths he could choose. He lowered his head, his eyes distant. There's no easy path. I knew I would live my own life, but... He clenched his fist, his eyes misty with tears, filled with admiration. I'm still rooting for you, Taylor. Suddenly, the loudspeaker crackled, startling him. I'll repeat, first-year academy student, Lucy Merrill. Is there a student named Lucy Merrill here? Ed Rothstaler was so stunned that he broke out in a cold sweat. Please finish preparing and get to the arena. Where did Lucy disappear to? He helplessly stared at a black box where someone was deep asleep. Lucy covered her mouth with her hand, yawning involuntarily, then stepped onto the arena floor. Let me finish my match first, she said. In her first year, at the top of her class, Lucy Merrill was facing off against Taylor McClure. Taylor had been waiting for a while, already in position and ready to fight. He gripped his sword tightly, full of fiery determination. The main character of this world, born with the destiny to become a swordsman, had never even held a sword before. But with just one swing, his first ever sword strike in his life, he put all his strength into it, swinging the blade forward. A bright light surrounded him, and he was able to cut through Lucy's thunder magic with ease. Lucy was stunned, speechless. I can't believe my eyes, she thought. My spell. It didn't work? She had been so sure of her victory, so confident that she would defeat her opponent, but now, nothing had happened. Taylor would definitely take advantage of her moment of weakness. Like a gust of wind, Taylor rushed toward Lucy, closing the distance in no time. Unexpectedly, Lucy cast a lightning-fast mid-tier lightning spell, striking Taylor. Huge, powerful green bolts of lightning surged across the arena, sending dust flying everywhere. Taylor was completely overwhelmed by Lucy's instinctive magic, but since she had used a mid-level spell, Lucy was disqualified. Taylor, covered in injuries but still gripping his sword tightly, was declared the winner. Ed, thinking back to that moment, closed his eyes and cried. It was a legendary scene. When Taylor and Lucy were both on the battlefield, the referee stepped forward and announced loudly. All right, the match begins. The arena became the center of attention. Taylor, with a determined look in his eyes, raised his fist. "I'm here." Lucy calmly created a powerful magic array. The massive energy shot out. In less than 3 seconds, Taylor was blasted straight into the wall, dust flying everywhere. The crowd in the stands was in an uproar, with Ed probably the most shocked of all. She yawned tiredly and scratched the back of her neck. As she watched the scene unfold, the people in the stands began whispering, "It's over. There's no way he can beat the top-ranked academy. It's pretty clear. Charging at a mage like it's a bare-knuckle fight? What did he think would happen?" Taylor McClure's life had always been filled with challenges. His hand twitched slightly. Born as someone who could never seem to fit in, he had always been a failure, never achieving anything significant since entering the academy. His hand trembled, a defeated person who had never been acknowledged by anyone. He moved toward the Sword of the Sun and gripped it tightly. While everyone else thought he had lost, despite all the mockery, he stood up, his body battered and bruised, even in that moment of utter despair. From the stands, he looked down and smiled with hope. Taylor never. Taylor slowly got to his feet, a red aura swirling around him. Gives up hope. His smile grew wide, full of pride and satisfaction. That's it, buddy, you've got this. Keep going. He charged toward Lucy, who was standing still. Her eyes widened in shock. Lucy Merrill. From the stands, his laughter grew louder and louder. At that moment, Lucy was preparing to cast a thunder spell. But unexpectedly, his eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils shrinking in alarm. Just as the sword was about to reach Lucy's face, a blast of green energy shot out, stopping Taylor's sword in midair. A powerful force radiated from it, making Lucy take a quick step back. Taylor, stunned and panicked, couldn't believe his eyes. The magic was like a mighty beast, fierce and regal, roaring with an overwhelming power. It created a huge whirlwind, launching Taylor high into the air. Taylor was thrown, crashing hard into the wall, which was surrounded by thick smoke. His body was slammed against the wall, then slowly slid down to the ground. And the most surprised person was still him, not by the lightning magic or Lucy, with her bright purple glow, devouring everything in her path, but by the wind. The referee's voice rang out, Lucy Merrill wins." Cheers and applause followed immediately. Taylor was knocked out, stunned, his eyes blank, hopeless. Ed was in shock, speechless. "Lost?" Isla Triss said, tears filling her eyes. "Without you, Taylor would have had to go through a really tough time anyway." She rushed out, spreading her arms wide to shield Taylor, stopping Ed from getting any closer. "Don't bother him anymore," Isla Triss yelled at Taylor. Right after that, Taylor slowly stood up. His hand clenched into a fist, hesitating as he asked, "Are you still at the school?" As soon as Taylor appeared, Ed seemed to realize something. His eyes widened, and he thought to himself, "He's recovered. A warrior's spirit never falls, no matter how tough the enemy is." Ed Rothstaler, Taylor called out his name with suspicion, stepping forward to stand protectively in front of Isla Triss. His eyes locked directly onto Ed's. Ed met Taylor's gaze and thought. His eyes are burning with determination. "I get it now." He remembered the moment when Isla Triss ran off and realized that while he was facing the princess, Taylor's closest friend and his greatest source of support had sprinted toward the door without looking back. Ed could almost picture Isla Triss slinging his arm around Taylor's shoulders, his body covered in battle stains, comforting him. "You'll get through this too. It's what you're best at. Don't let this defeat get to you." Taylor's voice brought Ed back to the present, snapping him out of his thoughts. "Why are you here? Do you have a problem with me?" Both Taylor and Isla Triss looked at Ed with suspicion, as though questioning the intentions of someone who had once wronged them. Ed thought to himself, with Isla Triss by his side, Taylor would keep getting back up, over and over again. Ed hesitated for a moment, then found the right words to respond. "Your swordsmanship is amazing. I get to see it again. Taylor, confused and extremely wary, asked, "What are you plotting?" "Yeah, I've been through a lot with Taylor and stayed by his side until the very end." Being honest, Ed casually turned around and answered, "Not at all." In his mind, Ed recalled that he had once thought Taylor would save the world, so all he had to do was figure out how to survive. He had treated him differently because Taylor was the protagonist and would handle all the difficult tasks that Ed couldn't. But now, Ed felt at ease. A small smile tugged at the corner of Ed's mouth, and his face softened. It wasn't because the plot had returned to its original direction, but because Taylor, the one he had fought alongside, was fine. That was enough for him. Looking at Taylor, his hands in his pockets, walking with contentment, both Taylor and Ilatrice were momentarily speechless, completely confused. But then they quickly reacted, still frozen in place, their whole bodies losing color as they simultaneously sneered. "What the hell? Why is he acting so cool?" Well, I guess this was inevitable. Ed knew exactly how the two of them would react. He kept walking without looking back, but maybe he'd still need a few pairs of pants for this awkward situation. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. Ed spun around. A bright red light flared up behind him. A battle was taking place in the building next door. Ed Rothstaler stayed calm, not the least bit surprised. "Guess it's time," he muttered. According to the story, everyone would witness this while sitting in the nail building. He thought to himself, so the light is actually a powerful red dragon spitting fire and attacking. Then, a girl cast a magic circle. She launched an attack, instantly freezing the dragon. The ice quickly covered it, turning into a solid block of ice. But it didn't hold for long. As the ice cracked, another girl leaped straight onto the fierce dragon. She was a pink-haired girl with red eyes, wearing a soft smile. It was Princess Lortel and the elf mage Janica Feylover practicing their combat. Ed thought to himself, even though they're in different forms from their originals, I'm sure Taylor and Ilatrice are watching too. Just as he expected, Taylor and Ilatrice were wide-eyed. They were intently watching the intense battle unfolding before them. Taylor's eyes were filled with admiration and a bit of awe. "Open your eyes wide, Taylor, because one of many challenges is heading your way," he silently thought to himself. At this moment, things seemed to be going badly for the red-haired girl. Her struggle and difficulty were clearly visible on her face. The fire dragon was in a fit of rage, blasting a powerful stream of fire at her from its mouth. But he knew that the final boss of Chapter 1 was Janica Feylover. As she smiled, she made her move. All that could be seen was her beauty shining through the bright red flames. After the fierce battle with the dragon, a crowd gathered around the pretty pink-haired girl, constantly cheering and congratulating her. "Wow, congratulations, Janica. Janica is the only student in the grade to defeat the new students. She's got a great personality and amazing summoning skills. How are you so perfect?" The girl smiled brightly and replied, Thanks." Suddenly, the urgent voices of two men cut through, making her blink and look up in surprise. "The patient is passing through, please clear the way." Janica stood frozen, staring at the red-haired girl, who had fought alongside her just moments ago. Now, she was covered in wounds, lying on a stretcher being hurriedly carried away by the two men. Meanwhile, the other students around her were still focused on Janica, chattering non-stop. "How did your spirit familiar do that? Seriously, congratulations, Janica. You're definitely the pride of the second years." They continued talking without noticing Janica's blank expression and how she had frozen in place. Back to Ed's thoughts. Unlike the original story, Lucy had defeated Taylor. It ended with the main character joining the actual battle. This time, Janica Feylover had become the defender of honor for the second-year students. Outside, more and more people were gathering around Janica. He kept thinking, brushing the dust off his jacket. Janica already had a lot of friends, but this accident would only make everything even crazier for her. Then, he walked away, his back fading into the distance as his footsteps echoed toward the door. Well, it's probably for the best. I won't have to see her around the tent as much anymore. One evening at Ed's place, he was thinking about recent events, especially his involvement with the main character. His mind started to spin in panic. It had been 2 weeks since the last real-life training session, and without the main character around, he could focus on his studies and survive without worrying so much anymore. Ed glanced toward the cage by the creek. Since he had a fishing net, food was temporarily taken care of. He brushed the wet hair off his face, and his blue eyes stared at the stats on the screen in front of him. Rothstahler's body was clearly more muscular than before. His toned muscles were visible under his skin. He quietly thought, is this because my stamina stats are going up? I feel stronger every day. It's still too early to get lazy. As Ed reminded himself to stay focused, he walked around. Unintentionally, Janica was hiding in some nearby bushes, her hand slightly covering her flushed cheeks as she caught sight of his muscular, wet body, wearing nothing but his shorts. She let out a soft gasp. Embarrassed, she asked, Ed, do you like being naked? Ed jumped, startled by Janica's sudden appearance. Flustered, he yelled and pointed at her, what are you doing here, and what the heck are you saying? I just got back from fishing. Both of them turned bright red. Calming herself, Janica walked closer to the fire as Ed spoke up. What's so special about this place that you keep coming back to it? Sitting on a nearby log, she answered, this is my secret spot. It makes me feel like an adventurer, and that's exciting. She glanced at the fire, a little shy, and then added, I wanted to talk to you for a bit. I also need some advice. Really? He raised an eyebrow, putting on his shirt as he thought, why me? She continued, her voice more serious now, you left early last time, so you probably didn't notice, but in the last battle, I injured someone. The image of Lortel, lying on the stretcher, looking so worried and in pain, keeps haunting me. Ed thought for a moment, a hint of judgment in his tone, wasn't her opponent using mid-level magic? That's forbidden magic. Well, I guess that doesn't matter to someone with a kind heart like you. Janica's voice grew quieter, a bit sadder as she went on, I've tried to forget, but maybe I tried too hard. I just can't get those thoughts out of my head. I get it, Ed replied. She looked at him and asked, should I go apologize to her? Even though my friend will stop me and say it's her fault first. Without hesitation, he answered naturally, then go ahead, if you think it's the right thing to do. She was a bit surprised for a moment and looked at him. Looking at Janica, Ed thought to himself, the second-year student, lively and sweet, was a precious gem in so many ways to everyone, with her bright, radiant smile. As she hugged her niece tighter, he continued to think, so if she feels guilty or blames herself, people will come to support her and stand by her. Ed glanced at Janica, it's nice to have someone by your side no matter what happens, but that still doesn't erase what's already happened. I guess that's why you came to me. Just as expected, Janica Failover stretched her arms and smiled contentedly, you never stand by me unconditionally. Ed interlaced his fingers and looked at her, sorry if I offended you. Janica quickly waved her hand, huh? No, you misunderstood, I'm not offended at all. She had a thought in her mind. He was different from last year. Ed, in part, seemed to understand who she was. Janica could be a cheerful, lively girl, but she was also very perceptive. Janica began to think about Ed as well. Even when she asked to borrow money during tough times, he didn't show the desperation that most people did. This guy was indirectly telling her not to get too close. But those sides of him strangely made Janica feel at ease. Smiling, she said, actually, I feel more at ease now. I wish more people in the world were like you. That night was an unusually peaceful evening. The tiny light from the fireflies and the rustling sounds of the trees only made the scene more beautiful. No one knew what was about to happen. The next morning, at Sylvania Academy, Ed quickly walked down the hallway, his face dark and his mood far from calm. He thought, this is bad. The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania is called a masterpiece, but very few people ever get to see the ending. New players will encounter many bad endings in the beginning. For example, if you save a girl from a dung beetle in the bushes during the placement exam, you'll uncover the princess's secret. She'll send people to kidnap Taylor, and that leads to bad ending 3. Taylor gets assassinated. During the monster slaying training, if you ignore your childhood friend Ilatrice and form a relationship with the princess, bad ending 7 will occur. Ilatrice dies from falling off a cliff, and the reason is that Taylor should have saved her before she fell. If you protect the princess from the fire elemental summoned by Jenica, bad ending 3 will happen again. Taylor gets burned to death. I have to run to her right away. Suddenly, a woman's voice interrupted his thoughts. Senpai, can you not hear me? Ed jumped, then said. Why are you following me around like that? The girl replied. I didn't expect you to grit your teeth and ignore me for so long. Ed visibly frowned. Of course, I had to grit my teeth and ignore you. Isn't it obvious? He looked at her and thought to himself. The fourth heroine of the failed swordsman Sylvania, the only daughter of the business tycoon Eltkecheln, also known as the one who crushes new recruits. She, with ribbons wrapped around her body, looked at Ed with a confident gaze. The girl, with red hair and bright blue eyes, smiled and asked, I'd like to buy 2 hours of your time, Senior Ed. As she spoke, Lortel casually slipped the money into the hem of her shirt. Keep it. You know, I think the more people on my side, the better, she added. The 3 coins jingled and landed in Rothstaller's pocket. His gaze became thoughtful, as if he'd figured something out. She sensed, purely by instinct, that she would have to fight Princess Phenia through politics to take control of the academy and that she needed to start gathering allies right now. Along with that came an image of Lortel, eyes gleaming with cunning, standing in Phenia's shadow. The corner of his mouth curled upward, as though he understood exactly what was happening. He extended his hand toward Lortel and said, All right, then, at least let's shake on it. Thinking she had achieved her goal, her eyes revealed a calculating glint. She reached out her hand, her mind drifting to those who had lived their whole lives in luxury. A little bit of poverty was enough to shatter their hearts. The two shook hands, but surprisingly, for people in their situation, even a small amount of money was enough to make them collapse. They would sell everything, their wealth, their dignity, and even themselves, all in the pursuit of money. The metaphor here is violence. The man, with his sunken face in poverty, grabbed the few coins that another had disdainfully thrown his way. It's so easy to lure people like this, which is sadly true. It shouldn't be this way. She stood there, stunned, after he left. The 3 gold coins, which had somehow ended up in her possession, were now back in the hands of Lortel Ketcheln. She knew for sure that Ed had used their handshake as an excuse to return them. She wasn't angry, she just watched Ed Rothstaller's figure disappearing into the distance, thinking to herself, interesting. Meanwhile, as Ed walked away, the tension was unbearable. He clenched his teeth and thought, if I accepted it, I could have lived better. But if I did, it would be so shameful. Ed couldn't even begin to imagine the nightmares he'd have to face if he got caught in the middle of the new recruits being crushed in Janica's schemes. And then, he made a firm decision, no matter what, he had to avoid anything that would divert him from the original path. That night, at the Sylvania Academy dormitory, Lotelkachin didn't feel hurt by the blunt rejection or the insult. She was fully aware of her strengths and weaknesses, the advantages and self-interest she carried. As a perfect entrepreneur, she never let an opportunity slip by when it was within reach. At that moment, Lotelkachin walked out in her pajamas and met Janica Faylover. Oh, I didn't expect to see you here, she said. Janica responded, Oh, it's you, Lortel. You look different with your hair down. The opportunity right in front of her stirred Lotelkachin's unyielding spirit. She was determined to make Janica Faylover pretend to be an ally. Her green eyes gleamed like those of a crafty serpent. Recalling their previous sparring match, Janica began to speak. You know, people have been talking a lot about you for using the banned intermediate level spell in the group battle. It's been a while, but if I get the chance, I just want to apologize. As she listened, Janica nodded, showing sympathy. Meanwhile, Lotel thought to herself, I just wanted to see how the top second-year student would react. Still, I know I'll have to pay a pretty high price for it. Looking at Lortelkichen's arm, wrapped tightly in bandages, Janica asked with genuine concern, "Your injury still isn't healed?" Lade smiled brightly and answered, "It'll probably heal soon. You don't need to worry too much, Senior Janica." The young princess began to think to herself. Janica reminded her of the main characters in fairy tales. Would using her sense of guilt make it easier to control her? However, she was immediately caught off guard by Janica Failover's question. "I assume your conversation with Ed went smoothly, right?" She instinctively asked, "Why do you say that all of a sudden?" Janica leaned slightly to the side, giving her usual harmless smile. She had told them to hold back when it came to personal matters, but the fairies loved gossip. As she spoke, 5 fairies appeared around her, each glowing with the colors representing fire, earth, water, metal, and wood. The power radiating from this woman was enough to make Lortelkicchen cautious. "You know," Janica continued, "I can hear almost every conversation happening around the northern part of the forest." A bit hesitant, Lortel replied, "I mean, even so, I'm still touched that you're willing to invest money for my sake." Janica said this while thinking about the deal Lortel had proposed during their conversation with Ed. Her expression darkened as she approached Lortel. "Don't you know that money can't buy sincerity?" She thought again about Ed's actions, recalling the moment Ed had returned the 3 gold coins to Lortel. She continued, "For me, your choice means even more." After showing such overwhelming confidence earlier, Janica now returned to her innocent, harmless demeanor. The girl blushed slightly, saying, "I guess I've gotten a bit too proud, huh? Since it's my first time being a senior, I might have talked too much. I'm embarrassed." However, Lortelkicchen remained cautious, thinking, "I need to keep an eye on her. I have to go now. It takes a lot of preparation to make a pact with a high-level spirit. Recently, I've received a lot of support, so I have to push myself even harder," Janica said before turning and leaving under the moonlight streaming through the academy's window. Lortelkicchen realized something. Janica Failover had a lot in common with the main character of a fairy tale. I was wrong. A perfect person? Not at all. Janica Failover suddenly stopped in front of the door and said before leaving, "Oh, right, Lortel. I'm sorry about the other day. You got pretty hurt because of me, didn't you? I hope you'll recover soon." She said this with a look and smile full of hidden meaning. Lortel thought for a moment. Even though she fully understood the dark side of this world, Janica still managed to keep up her cheerful personality. Click. The door shut as Janica Failover left, leaving Lortel standing with her arms crossed in the same spot. She tilted her body slightly and whispered, This is going to be tough." Her brows furrowed slightly. But just a moment ago, Janica had looked strangely tense. Now, behind the door of Janica Failover's room, she no longer hid her inner tension. Sitting with her back against the door, she hugged her knees and looked up, speaking softly to herself. "I have to try harder, because it's really nice that people are placing their hopes in me." One morning, the weather was clear, and the sun was high in the sky. The sunlight shone down on Taylor's clothes drying on the line. Nearby, a girl named Lucy looked at the pile of clothes and visibly grimaced, saying, "It smells so bad." Suddenly, a loud bang rang out. Taylor's clothes were struck with force, dust flying as they scattered everywhere. He shouted, "Ugh, I just hung those up." Then, he noticed the presence of a stranger. He looked in their direction, still with a shirt draped over his head, and asked, "Wait, who's that?" It turned out to be Belle Maya, the head maid of the upscale dormitory, Ophelis Hall. The short-haired girl stared at him with piercing golden eyes. Her outfit clearly marked her as a maid, and she carried a basket in her hand. Ed remembered her now. She was the one who had kicked him out of there. Ed Rothstaler gave an awkward smile and said to her, "Oh, you mean this?" Belle Maya looked around at his place. Her voice was cold and serious, almost like a stern authority figure. "I knew you were here. Miss Janica has told me a lot about you." Still, I didn't realize you were living like this. She glanced at him again and added, I'm glad you've noticed the positive changes, and I have to say, I'm impressed. Ed wondered, where? But he could only mumble in response. Belle's words seemed to pass right through one ear and out the other, while his gaze remained firmly fixed on the ground. Inside his head, a whirlwind of thoughts raced. The maids at the Theophilus Hall were a group of elite women, responsible for keeping the living spaces spotless, including cooking meals for the students. His eyes were glued to the basket Belle held, as if it were a treasure. Ed kept thinking to himself that the basket must contain the finest ingredients the maid had gathered from the forest. These were the kinds of high-level details he couldn't learn just by reading books. He examined the basket, trying to figure it out. Belle's involvement was significant to the main story. Meanwhile, she continued speaking, you don't have to be so formal. Her eyes remained cold and distant. Just talk to me like you used to back at Theophilus. Suddenly, Ed replied, never mind. Belle widened her eyes in surprise. After a moment of thought, Ed came to a conclusion. Belle didn't have any direct influence on the main storyline after all. His attitude immediately shifted to one of flattery, and he began trying to win her over. How could I speak so casually to a hard-working maid like you? As for the basket, he spoke with a pleading tone, silently thinking. Well, being friends with her should be fine, right? The system screen displayed the message. You have been given an explanation of the edible mushrooms, herbs, and vegetables from Belle. The basket was filled with edible ingredients that could be found right in the forest, a treasure to Ed. With the creation complete, his craftsmanship skill increased, and the system announced. New item, fishing net. You've woven the net properly, attached it to a branch, and set it up to avoid collapsing when exposed to groundwater. The fish caught in the net will survive for several days. Difficulty, 2 stars. In addition to the fishing net, the place where he stayed now also had drying racks for storing meat. I've gathered so much meat and fish. My food supply should be sorted soon. Placing the gold cup, now filled with water and some ingredients, in the middle of a pile of firewood and stones. He called out loudly. Ignition. A bright red flame immediately flared up beneath the cup. Ed looked at the screen displaying the fire magic, ignition level 10, wind magic, and wind blade level 10. He thought. I still only have 2 basic spells, but I've used them so much that I'm completely fluent in them without even realizing it. The tea was ready. Its fragrance spread through the air. The screen lit up again. New product, herbal tea. Tea made from the herbs Belle showed you. Difficulty, 1.5 stars. Ed continued thinking, using these for chopping wood or cooking has really improved my survival skills. The proof is. As he thought, he lifted his cup of tea. To avoid burning his fingers, he held a small leaf between his hand and the hot cup. The sunset unfolded before him, the sun gradually sinking below the horizon. Ed Rothstaler sat there, satisfied that he had finished his work before nightfall. Honestly, this was kind of fun. The more he thought about it, the more he smiled, completely content like he had achieved exactly what he wanted. Suddenly, he looked up and saw a star shining brighter than any other. It seemed to be heading straight toward him. At that moment, his train of thought ended. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the star shot down like lightning. Both Taylor and his tent were sent flying. Amid the thick cloud of dust and smoke, Ed lay in the flattened remains of his campsite. Stunned, he gasped. What the hell? My tent! Ed looked sadly at the wrecked tent. Where the star had fallen, he could hear the sound of coughing. It seemed lucky for Ed Rothstaler, because the star wasn't a monster, but Lucy. The girl with silver hair and purple eyes was sitting in the crater she had made when she fell from the sky. I almost died, she said, coughing violently from the smoke and dust. She was still wearing her pajamas, and a mystical purple glow surrounded her like a magical aura. Ed Rothstaler stared at the girl in the midst of the smoke, shocked. Lucy! He thought. In the deep crater in the ground, created by her fall, Lucy was sitting, trying to gather herself. Her heart was still racing from the close call, and she muttered, "I almost died." Ed Rothstaler stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes, and looked at Lucy. "Huh? You almost died?" He wondered to himself, who is the most powerful sorceress on the continent talking to right now? She stayed sitting, still shivering, as she called out the maid's name, Belmaya. Even though Ed already knew who it was, he asked anyway, "Who's that? Are they a good person?" Lucy shuddered as she remembered the image of the maid Belle, her eyes bloodshot and filled with murderous intent, fists clenched as she marched toward her. "I was acting normal, but for some reason, she became so sensitive." She came closer, her fists tightening. Lucy lowered her gaze slightly, feeling embarrassed as she continued, "I was so shocked, I just ran." Ed moved closer, concerned. "That must have hurt, huh?" He glanced at Lucy, letting out a sigh as he climbed out of the large hole. She replied, "Of course." Ed gritted his teeth, his face darkening as he muttered to himself, "Oh, Belmaya, what kind of life have you been living?" After causing the earlier trouble, Lucy calmly asked, "Do you have any food left?" Suddenly, a small branch flew from Ed Rothstaler's hand and hit her in the head. Ed shouted angrily, "Are you still asking? You blew everything away already." Lucy let out a soft cry, rubbing her head where the branch had struck. Ed was surprised and muttered, "No magic protection?" She must have sensed his confusion, so she explained, "My magic ran out," still rubbing the spot on her head. "Ha, really?" Ed Rothstaler said, his voice dark. Her eyes widened, filled with tears. Ed's face had never shown such anger before. He raised his hand in front of her forehead, his fingers poised to flick her. He said, "This is the punishment for destroying my home." Then Lucy's scream echoed through the forest. It was clear how furious he was. He continued, "And this is for dear, oh so motherly Miss Belmaya." The scene shifted to the school library. Ed Rothstaler was determined in his thoughts that he needed a stronger house. He muttered to himself, "All right, let's just build a real wooden house. Living a busy life like mine, it's so convenient to get all the information I needed once just by coming to the library." He closed the book he had just been reading and said to himself, "Design data, necessary materials. All that's left is trimming the trees and finishing the roof, right?" A voice made him look up. "It's closing time." The girl with pink hair approached Ed, who was sitting between two stacks of books he had been studying, and said, "You're studying hard, senior." Ed replied, "Oh, is it already closing time? Sorry about that." The girl with ponytails on both sides flashed a cute smile at him. That was Elka Island, a first-year magic student. Smiling warmly, she said, "If I see someone like you, who is so focused on studying, it really motivates me to study too. My name is Elka Island." Her gray eyes sparkled as she stared at him with admiration. He broke into a sweat and thought, "What's going on? That look is so intense. Does she want to know my name?" Ed slightly turned his head, looking away as he answered, "I'm Ed Rothstaler." As soon as Elka heard his response, her face immediately showed a reaction. Rothstaler knew all too well the excitement on her face quickly vanished. Ed thought, "Just as I expected, my reputation isn't going to disappear that easily. A bad reputation is one of the hardest things to shake off in this academy." But compared to the rumors, Elka's attitude was completely different. She continued, "In just a few days, you finished all the books on elemental science that I've always found hard to understand. Even now, you're sitting there reading so diligently, and you've already gone through more than 6 specialized books in one go." As she spoke, her eyes stayed fixed on the stack of books next to him. She continued, "Why is there a rumor that you're someone who doesn't know anything and just pretends to be skilled?" She laughed cheerfully, clearly unable to believe the gossip. The image of Ed Rothstaler walking proudly in his red cloak popped into her mind. "I'm lucky to have the chance to know someone as genuine and talented as you. That's why I'll support you with all my heart." Elka clenched her hands together, her voice even more excited than before. Ed replied, "Thank you." As she prepared to leave, Elka Islan waved goodbye to Ed Rothstaler. "Take care on your way home. I'll clean up here for a bit and then head back to the dorm." Suddenly, there was a loud rumble. The ground started to shake. "What's going on?" Ed Rothstaler widened his eyes, and both of them struggled to stay on their feet amid the unexpected tremors. Elka quickly glanced at the nearby bookshelf, where several books were tumbling toward her. The screen shifted to a mystical purple hue, signaling the system. Chapter 1, Final Section. The Glassen battle begins. A massive magical circle appeared in the sky above the academy. From its center, a powerful beam of light shot straight down, creating an enormous shockwave. It was 11:30 a.m. at the temporary base near the Student Assembly Center. With the active presence of the main character, Taylor's group, many students were probably joining in. At this moment, a dark purple hue had covered the entire academy. 2 hours had passed since the unexpected event occurred. It was something I had read about in the book The Soul of Magic. From inside a building, the sound of lively discussion could be heard. "That's the highest level Dark Soul," one person spoke up. "That's the Glassen summoning circle. The center of the massive circle is emitting a purple aura full of overwhelming energy." Fionia Kloll, who was leading the discussion, crossed her arms and said seriously, "This is bad news. Because only someone with the ability to sense souls at such a high level could summon such a powerful Dark Soul. The most likely person behind this is our enemy, the valedictorian of the second-year class. You've been possessed, Janica Feylover." One could easily imagine Janica radiating an eerie, dark energy. It seemed as though her soul had been taken over by dark magic. The room fell silent in tense shock as everyone processed this information. Until Phonia continued, "Unfortunately, this isn't the right time to do this. But as Isla said, we shouldn't waste any more time." Taylor McClure suddenly spoke up, getting Phonia's attention. "If Glassen is summoned, the casualties will be much higher. We need to get inside the student hall now." He raised his hand firmly. Claire, the captain of the Royal Guard, added her voice with concern. "People outside the barrier will quickly realize what's happening. If the Royal Guard and the professors deal with this situation, it will be over quickly." Alvira Anishchan, a first-year advanced class student known for always getting involved, put her hands on her hips and added, "If this is the barrier created by a high-level shadow spirit within the academy, it will be very strong. Outside help will have a hard time getting through. This needs to be handled internally, and with Principal Abel away, we're on our own." She then spoke directly to Phonia, Taylor, and the others around them. "But if everyone here works together, even a high-level spirit could be defeated, right?" Taylor and Isla seemed to agree. Clebius Nortondale, a first-year combat student, curled up in fear. His face was full of terror. He spoke up. "I oppose it." He explained that they had defeated all the spirit beasts and entered the building to confront Janica. These once gentle spirit beasts were now tainted with dark energy. He continued. "But that's not all. A purple wave of power shot through, and there are high-level elementals inside the tower. I think there are 2 of them." His voice grew more fearful. "The high-level fire elemental, Tarkan, and the high-level dark soul, Philosopher, have taken control inside. The dark soul is taking the form of a humanoid creature with a goat's head, and its wings are like those of a bat. Tarkan, the fire elemental, which used to be bright red, now carries an evil aura, and their eyes burn with hostility." Clebius Nortondale clutched his head and screamed in panic. "Charging in there would be like suicide. I can't go." Lortel Ketchon hesitantly spoke up. "But are you sure that person did all of this alone? Even if they're the top of the second-year class, that kind of magic seems way too powerful. Summoning and maintaining a dark soul. That's not easy at all." Isla Triss rested her hand on her chin and continued, "It's probably mainly due to the power of the dark soul, Philosopher. Senior Janica is just a vessel for him to control. The dark soul, the natural enemy of spiritual believers, is a power that no one can control. In fact, they're demons trying to disrupt the peace of this continent. The high-level dark soul, Vosper, appeared in their minds. A demon was controlling Janica Faylover like a puppet on strings. The dark soul's threads were tightly bound to her, making her act according to his will. This is why all spiritual practitioners keep their minds pure, staying far from the darkness. They don't want to be corrupted by it. Isla continued, however, Senior Janica is more skilled than anyone else in the dark elemental sciences. Along with her words came the image of the demon's blood-red eyes, which looked dangerously intense. She added, no one knows how Vosper managed to use her and control Senior Janica's soul. One of the guys present suddenly interrupted, saying, that's not important anymore. Zix continued, what matters now is deciding our next move. Only one person can make that decision. He looked sharply at her and suggested, Princess Phonia, please tell us what to do. Phonia glanced back, hesitating in silence. All eyes were on her, the one most suited for the leadership role, and everyone was waiting for her decision. Suddenly, the words of the indifferent guy from before flashed through her mind. Phonia pressed her lips together as she recalled the moment she heard Ed Rothstailer's words. No matter what burdens I carry, they can't compare to the weight the princess has to bear right now, right? You're going to have to make a lot of tough decisions, and none of them will be easy. His words rang so true to the situation Phonia Kloll was facing now. She silently wished, I wish I could live as carefree as he does. Finally, like a true leader, Phonia Kloll spoke up, giving her orders, 1 hour from now, we will move in, but... She continued, this includes me and my escort, Claire, as well as the top students from each class and students from Class A. Only those whose skills have been proven will be allowed to enter. So, everyone, get yourselves ready. Everyone listened in silence, and each person wore a different expression. The royal guard looked a bit tense, while Zix remained calm. Alvira Anishjan was excited, showing her sharp teeth in a grin. Lortel just listened quietly, without revealing much emotion. Taylor and Isla were the most determined and passionate. As for Clebius, he still looked scared. Fionia declared firmly, I will take full responsibility for leading this battle. Suddenly, someone stepped forward, kneeling respectfully before the princess and said, Princess, what about the others? Audrey Hall and some of the mages are sitting out, protesting and refusing to participate. It's hard to expect much from them right now. He spoke urgently. The princess replied, her voice heavy with sadness, in truth, we are the only ones who can act in this battle. The male student added, also, not many other students share the same opposing views as they do. Suddenly, a girl appeared, running frantically toward Phonia. She said, actually, there are still people who can help us. When I was at the student library, there was just one trainee librarian and a second-year student left. Phonia asked in surprise, really? What are their names? The girl answered, Elka Iceland. Zix seemed almost agitated by this information. It was clear that Elka Iceland was someone very important to him. He immediately grabbed the girl's shoulders, repeatedly asking as if trying to confirm the truth, Elka, Elka? Really? The girl, taken aback by Zix's reaction, replied, yes, yes. We're studying grimoires management together in the trainee librarian class. Zix's expression showed both urgency and concern for Elka. He quickly turned around, ready to leave, after hearing the girl's confirmation. Damn it, we have to find her right now. Elka can't defend herself. Even Princess Phonia was caught off guard by Zix's intense response. Both Princess Fionia Kloll and Princess Lortel Ketchum quickly stepped forward to stop him. One by one, they tried to calm him down. Lortel spoke first, calm down, Zix. The library is still quite a ways off, there's no rush. Right now, the first thing we need to do is deal with Senior Janica, she's the one who caused all of this. Then it was Fionia's turn, that's right, Zix. Also, there's another second-year student in the student library. Why don't we trust that person for now? Zix, still full of worry, asked, huh? Who is it? Theonia turned to the girl with purple hair and asked again, "Hey, is there still another student in the library?" The girl nodded and answered, "Yes." Before the princess could stop him, Zix charged at the girl, grabbed her by the collar, shook her up and down, and yelled, "Stop hiding it! Tell me, who is it?" Though scared by his temper, the girl replied, Ed Rothstaler. Zix's hands were still gripping the girl's shirt, but his eyes burned with killing intent as soon as he heard the name. The girl, with 2 lines of tears streaming down her face, explained, "I'm sorry, that person sat there until late. I was so frustrated that I gave the task to Elka and just walked away. You all know what kind of person that is, right? Elka doesn't care about rumors like that, so she..." The atmosphere around them shifted slightly. Everyone thought of the terrible reputation that person had, which had already spread to every corner of the academy. The 2 students standing behind added, "Ed Rothstaler, that immoral guy and the librarian, always by himself in the library. Damn it." It seemed they realized they had just provoked the monster in front of them, but it was too late. Phonia spoke up, "Wait." Only Phonia Kloll and Lortel Kachin-chen, the 2 people present, had noticed the positive change in Ed Rothstaler, but they couldn't stop Zix's anger. She stepped forward, spread her arms to block everyone, and said, "Hold on, everyone." Realizing this was really hard to explain, she hesitated, then added, "But should we trust that person, just once?" The intense light from the magical formation above continued to shine down. Claire, Taylor, and Isla stood frozen, stunned by her words, as if they couldn't believe their ears. She looked toward Lortel, but it seemed pointless. Lortel was just as awkward as she was, his face as dark as Zix's. In the blink of an eye, he released the purple-haired girl and soared into the sky. No one could stop him now. The Dark Souls roared viciously when they saw him, but that didn't make him hesitate. Filled with overwhelming rage, he silently warned, "If he dares to touch even a single hair on Elka, I'll make sure he dies in pieces." His fury exploded, crashing into the monsters and causing the head of one to fall from its neck, while another was split in 2. His anger was matched only by his concern for Elk Iceland. He growled and shouted Ed Rothstaler's name, only speaking one phrase, the dragonborn in the miraculous, unexplainable stream of Zix. Zix hid in the grass, waiting for his prey. He crouched low, evaluating the creature, noting its size. It was a full-grown male. Judging by the state of the surrounding plants, it had just passed through here. His gaze shifted, focusing intently on the target ahead. Behind the bushes, a wild animal had fallen within his sights. Quickly, Zix dashed forward, followed by his sharp, pointed dagger, ready to strike the creature. He thought to himself, in the northern plains of the Empire, a savage land where even the power of the royal family cannot reach, it's a strange world. Here, when the day comes to an end. The creature seemed to sense something dangerous. It turned its head, but it was too late. Zix and his dagger were already above its head. In this dangerous land, you had to count yourself lucky if your head wasn't severed from your body. Instantly, blood poured out of the creature. Zix was a descendant of a nomadic people who lived there, but he had been lost during his upbringing. He didn't know when he had been cast into the world of humans. Why had he been lost? He had no idea if he would ever return to the life he once had there. He had learned to slit the throat of a deer before he had learned to read. Instead of buying things at a store, the first thing he had been taught was how to steal goods from the corpses left by the roadside. Hard to believe, right? As these thoughts ran through his mind, he carried his spoils back, still lost in his thoughts. The creature's head had been severed from its body. He dragged the bloody head through a crowded market. People passing by couldn't help but gasp in horror at the sight of the dead animal, its blood-stained body being pulled along the ground. Whispers quickly spread around. Isn't this guy from the northern plains? The descendants of those savages, they say they even eat human flesh. The carcass of the deer continued to be dragged along, leaving behind a trail of blood that hadn't even dried yet. This was the life of a wild beast. Suddenly, a little girl stood in front of him, curiously asking, "What's your name?" Taken by surprise, he froze for a moment, unable to respond. The girl stayed there, her eyes expectant. After a slow pause, he finally answered, "Zix." The girl smiled brightly and said, "Oh, you look just like a wolf walking on two legs." Her voice was cheerful, her expression full of warmth, completely different from the fearful reactions of everyone else. In that beautiful moment, Zix felt like he understood something new. The girl was surprised, her wide eyes never leaving him. He stood there, thinking about himself, a life spent wandering the vast, endless northern plains. He had once used the moon as his roof, slept, and ate the carcasses of animals lying along the road. It was very likely that he had been a wolf cub abandoned by its pack. He dropped his staff, and the girl, worried, asked, "Are you okay, Zix?" At her words, he started crying. He thought about himself again and realized, "I really have lived such a lonely life. The first time I met my companion, I only then understood what loneliness truly felt like. Elka and her father welcomed me like family as I embraced the fast-paced rhythm of human civilization. The wild, savage life had become a distant past. A wolf cub had become a true human, but if it meant protecting her, I would be willing to turn into a monster once more." Scene change, now, at the academy, he was desperately searching for Elka. He rushed to ask someone, and that someone was Ed Rothstaler, him. Ed Rothstaler was a man of vile character, someone who cheated in exams, insulted the princess, and played dirty tricks with younger female students. He ran down the hallway like a gust of wind and finally found Ed Rothstaler. Ed Rothstaler looked up, surprised, as the person charged toward him. "What's going on? Who are you?" Before Zix could even ask, he rushed over and grabbed Ed Rothstaler by the collar, demanding urgently, "Where's Elka? What did you do? Where is she? Tell me now." Ed Rothstaler replied, "She's in room 3 of the library." Without wasting a second, Zix sped off to find Elka. As he ran, he called out her name. When he reached room 3 of the library, Zix quickly opened the door. "Are you okay, Elka?" he asked. But strangely, Elka seemed fine. She was fast asleep, lying peacefully on the bed. Zix stepped closer inside in relief. "Thank goodness," he muttered, rubbing his forehead as he caught his breath. "That's such a relief." Zix furrowed his brow and looked around. Something caught his attention. He wondered, "But now that I think about it, those huge bookshelves, the kind that even a grown man would struggle to lift, are all set up around her, like they're protecting her. And the curtain is positioned to block the view of the rising spirits." Zix's gaze then shifted to the chalkboard. He placed a hand on the letters and read aloud. "When you wake up, don't panic and stay here. Everything will be over by dawn. So, stay calm, block the entry, and don't anger the spirits. Always prioritize your safety and don't move hastily." Zix paused after reading the words on the board. Someone had tried to protect Elka. Suddenly, Zix spotted a red coat. It looked like the academy's uniform, but strangely, it was stained with blood. Blood. "This isn't Elka's blood, this is." He looked toward the bloodstains still on the floor. The stains pointed toward the large door he had just entered. From the blood trail, Zix quickly realized who had tried to protect Elka. Even though he's injured, he didn't take care of himself. This is the blood of the person who protected Elka, Ed Rothstaler. But why? 3 hours ago, while books were falling and bookshelves were being knocked over, Ed Rothstaler had still tried to protect Elka, who was unconscious and draped over his shoulder. One hand carried Elka, while the other supported a collapsing bookshelf. At that point, Ed's head was injured, but he kept pushing forward. As he propped up the bookshelf, Ed said, "Well, I've been working on my muscles a bit, but it's a shame. Things are moving faster than expected." He glanced at the summoning circle. "The Glaskin conquest has begun. Someone will figure it out on their own. I don't need to pay too much attention to a place like that. It's filled with influential people because the future can't be changed, but time is money. I can't just sit around. Ed Rothstaler moved into the study. He took off his uniform jacket and placed it on the table. Alone, he lifted the heavy bookshelves, carrying them while thinking, in a little while, the lower level spirits will scatter and pour out. So, I need to block the entrance so they can't get in. While I'm at it, I'll take the time to rearrange this place to make it safer. Now, while eating some dried beef jerky he had brought with him, he would spend the whole night going over the materials. Then, Ed suddenly remembered something and stopped. He recalled the reason Jenika's skills were so remarkable: it's in her level of mastery and her ability to understand and sense spirits. Those two abilities increase through exposure to spirits. Just meeting and communicating with spirits is already a rare talent in itself. For me, someone who can't even see spirits, raising those stats like she has is almost impossible. Ed Rothstaler opened the door and stepped outside. A horde of monsters rushed at him, ready to attack. As they charged toward him, he thought, are those spirits appearing because Janika summoned them? This sweet event. I'm definitely going to enjoy it. Using his magic, he charged forward and attacked the monsters. His speed was insane. In the end, he triumphed and defeated all of them. Sitting against the wall, he saw his system display his achievements. Fire Elemental Magic, Ignition, reached level 12, Spirit Detection Magic reached level 7, and Spirit Understanding Magic also reached level 7. He was surprised. I've reached level 12 and level 7. But I've heard that if they combine to more than level 15, I could form a contract with a spirit. Leaning his head back against the wall, he sighed and thought, it seems like I've reached the limit of what my body can handle. If I push myself any further, it could be really dangerous. At that moment, Zix happened to be carrying Elka and walked over, asking, "What are you sitting there for?" Ed Rothstaler looked at him with curiosity, wondering, why is he asking that? Does he seriously think I'm just resting here without noticing all my injuries? And why should I give him a long-winded answer? Ed Rothstaler replied briefly, I'm meditating. Hearing this, Zix could only sigh and mutter to himself, even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe that answer. Zix responded, oh, I see. Now I feel like I understand you a little better. You've been like this from the start. Ed Rothstaler stared at Zix in surprise. Zix lowered his head and said, honestly, I owe you a lot, Senior Ed. He continued, I'll pay you back when I get the chance. Ed Rothstaler glanced at both of them, feeling like he had figured something out. Ah, Elka must be Zix's lover. She was mentioned in the guidebook right from the beginning. I completely forgot about that. Seems like Elka is pretty important to Zix. Zix looked up at Ed Rothstaler with an unfriendly expression. Ed Rothstaler continued, looking at the situation, it seems like you've left the student lounge and ended up here. He turned to Zix and reminded him, once you're sure Elka is safe, get back to work. Head back to the student lounge. You're not supposed to be here. Ed Rothstaler added, go help Taylor. If you follow what he says, things will somehow work out. Zix asked, Taylor, you mean Taylor McClure? Ed Rothstaler replied, yes, that guy always manages to avoid failure by the skin of his teeth. Zix skeptically said, I don't understand why Taylor is so highly rated. I've never even talked to that guy. Ed Rothstaler responded, the thing is, the outer shell of a high-level Tarkan demon spirit can only be damaged by his element/attack. Taylor's skill, learned in Act 1, Scene 9, element/ is critical for this fight. The success of this battle depends on that skill. If you can get Taylor to use it, your chances of winning are much higher. Zix replied, thanking him for the advice. Ed Rothstaler answered, no time to waste, so hurry up and go. I'll rest here for a bit. Seeing Zix and Elka walking away, Ed Rothstaler sighed and thought to himself, I've given so much advice, I really hope it works. It has to be this way. Taylor thought back to what Zix had said earlier about not knowing him, which made him curious. But why hadn't Zix become friends with him yet? Ed Rothstaler remembered what had happened during the first scene. Scene 9, the final evaluation of the first semester. In their duel, Taylor had been defeated, but he'd learned how to control elemental magic and disrupt Zix's spells. After seeing Taylor's determination, Zix recognized him, and they eventually became friends. However, the final scene of the first act had come a month earlier than in the original story. As a result, the two of them weren't friends yet. Taylor still hadn't mastered how to sever the elements. No one in the current combat team was capable of inflicting damage on Tarkan. It was hard to accept that the entire storyline had completely fallen apart. In the student square, where the assault force was stationed, Taylor lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry I'm late. I know I'll have to pay for my mistakes." Fonia responded, "Alright, even with 6, it seems like we're still going to be defeated." The attack team failed in the first round. Claire sat tiredly on a chair, his body covered in wounds. He forced himself to speak, "If you plan to attack again, it's best to gather more volunteers. I'll join as soon as the pain in my leg goes away." Fonia spoke up, "Claire, alright, Claire, just rest for now. You can't move around normally at the moment." Claire replied, "Princess Fonia, if you truly care about me, please withdraw your orders." Fonia gritted her teeth and said, "Claire, I also have something called a human heart." Luckily, the retreat was successful, but Claire had completely drained his strength. Clebius, the president of the first-year combat club, was also injured. What exactly happened? Fonia, with a dark expression, said, "First, use whatever strength you have left to destroy me." Claire interrupted and responded, "I don't have the time to take down Tarkan, but..." There was complete silence. The atmosphere grew even heavier after Claire's words. He spoke tensely, looking at the state of the summoning ritual, "It will be completed very soon." His words immediately made Fonia frown in anger. That's the situation I want to avoid the most, but there's nothing I can do about it." Suddenly, Ed Rothstaler appeared. He walked slowly toward the group. "We'll split into 2 fighting teams," he said. His cold gaze and firm expression gave his words an undeniable authority. "I'll lead one team and do things my way. From now on, I'll take charge of this battle." Ed calmly explained, "We need to get past Tarkan's fire spirit, summoned by Jenica, and deal with Jenica, who is being controlled by the dark soul, Philosopher." The terrifying image of the monster flashed in everyone's minds for a moment. But since they had already faced Tarkan before, they knew what it was like. "However, because of its form, we can't use our full strength to fight it. So we won't have to face Tarkan directly," Ed continued, outlining his strategy. "One team will distract Tarkan, while the other moves into the combat training area to subdue Jenica, who is under control. If we ignore Tarkan, we just need to handle Jenica." Lortel Ketchel responded, "That's impossible. It's completely different from what we know about Tarkan's training in combat. The only reason we were able to retreat was pure luck." She explained her point. If the decoy team fails and Tarkan chases down the suppression team, or if the decoy team is completely wiped out, we'd have to deal with both problems at once. The risk would be too high. Ed Rothstaler turned to respond to Lortel Ketchel. "Risk assessment can only be made when there are other options available. At that point, the most important goal is to subdue Jenica. Once that's done, Tarkan will be neutralized." Zix walked up from behind and asked Ed Rothstaler, "The real question is, who's going to be on the decoy team?" Alvira Anishjan added, "Being part of that group is like volunteering for suicide." Suddenly, a hand shot up from the crowd, accompanied by a confident voice. "Oh, it's Taylor Implore." He raised his hand and said, "I volunteer for the decoy team." But Ed Rothstaler spoke up, refusing, "No, don't do that, go inside. No matter what, you're still part of the fighting group." Ed Rothstaler pushed Taylor Implore away. As he walked, Taylor Implore turned his head back, trying to convince him, "I have quick feet. I don't know how long I can run. If I have to sacrifice myself, I'll do it, it's the right thing to do." Ed Rothstaler responded, "You're starting to understand something." He continued, "We don't choose sacrifices. We don't necessarily have to split it up like that. He said calmly, Clebius and Lortel will handle that. The three of us, including me, will lure Tarkan. Clebius and Lortel were both shocked, protesting loudly, why me? I don't want to die. Lortel quickly refused, I'll politely decline this one. Ed Rothstaler responded, trust me. There's a way to trap Tarkan. The more he spoke, the more determined Clebius and Lortel became in their opposition. Clebius spoke first, dealing with Ed Rothstaler and Tarkan? I'm as good as dead already. Lortel continued, no, what do we do now? Ed Rothstaler, feeling impatient, thought to himself, we don't have much time. From a distance, Phonia's voice echoed back, and what she said made sense. She held her head in her hands and continued, I still don't know the purpose, but Phonia said, I am leading everyone in the name of Fionia Elias Klol, the third princess of the Klol Empire. Divide the team into two groups with different tasks. She stood up to take charge, giving orders. I, Taylor, Zix, and Elvira will handle Jenica. Clebius, Lortel, and Ed Rothstaler, you're with me. Before her words were even finished, the faces of the two looked full of helplessness and resignation. We'll be the bait for Tarkan. She quickly added, finally, and most importantly, don't die. I'll keep it brief since time's running out, but that's the main thing. Her instructions were clear, and failure was not an option. As soon as she finished speaking, the two teams split and quickly moved in separate directions to begin their missions. Ed Rothstaler's team was already moving down the hallway. Lortel turned to him and asked, how do we stall the fire lizard? Ed Rothstaler replied, we stick to the plan. Then the three of them charged forward, heading straight toward the dragon. We'll win, no matter what. Ed Rothstaler turned to reassure Clebius. Don't worry, Clebius. Clebius was nervous and didn't feel confident in his abilities. As a first-year student at the Combat Academy, the pressure was overwhelming. Ed Rothstaler continued. We'll make it, trust me. Clebius looked at Ed Rothstaler with a confused expression. How is he so confident? Inside, Clebius felt a mix of emotions. Was there really a way to win this? Due to the loud noise, the dragon named Tarkan seemed to have woken up. It stood up and stared at them. In the training room behind the door, Jenica Faylover only needed to distract the dragon, Tarkan. Clebius glanced toward Princess Phonia. The princess's strong and determined appearance made him admire her, which was why he had followed her here. Clebius smiled to himself, thinking, but I'm not alone. Feeling re-energized, he picked up speed as he ran toward Tarkan. Maybe I can find the courage after all. As soon as Tarkan arrived, he reacted immediately. He was about to unleash magic from his massive mouth. Clebius stood frozen in place, right in front of the dragon. In a panic, he turned to look at his companion and shouted, oh no, it's coming. The fight's starting, how are we going to lure it now? But when he turned around to check, Ed Rothstaler and Lortel had disappeared without a trace. Clebius stood still, drenched in sweat, completely unsure of what to do next. Tarkan closed in from behind, glaring at him, clearly waiting to see what Clebius would do next. In a flash, Clebius turned and began running away from the dragon, his screams echoing through the air, even though the distance between him and the monster wasn't that far. You lied to me. You tricked me. Why are you doing this to me? Clebius kept shouting, his voice carrying all the way to Lortel. Hey, where are those crazy idiots? Come out here. This is so messed up, I hate this whole world. Lortel, not too far away, closed her eyes, recalling the words Ed Rothstaler had just told her earlier when Clebius had been excitedly running toward Tarkan. Let's get outside before we push Clebius into the hallway to lure that creature. Lortel smiled inside, replying to Ed Rothstaler. You mean you'll end up sacrificing Clebius? It might not be so bad if it saves more people, but you can't escape the moral dilemma there. Ed Rothstaler responded. No, it's not about sacrifice. He glanced at Clebius and added. Just looking at him, you can tell he has the presence of a leader. To dodge Tarkan's attack, Clebius was incredibly quick. His physical strength and agility are impressive. Her face barely changed, always keeping that cold, composed look. Besides, in this operation, the most important role will be yours, Lortel. Ed Rothstaler led Lortel to the wall outside the corridor, next to the combat training room. Lortel followed Ed's instructions and cast her spell on the wall in front of her. Ed Rothstaler continued to explain to Lortel. Your job is to secure the entrance for the Janica suppression team. In reality, your role will be crucial in creating a safe passage for the team attacking Tarkan. Lortel laughed as he cast his spell, saying, "Wow, you really can't judge others just based on rumors." At that moment, Ed Rothstaler turned around and said with confidence, "Everyone's hesitating, unsure if they should go for it, but you're great at these kinds of things." Lortel struck the wall, sending chunks flying as they were blasted away effortlessly. The huge explosion shook the entire building, and debris from the wall scattered everywhere. The wall was torn into pieces, with many sections now broken, and a cloud of dust filled the air. Lortel had successfully created a path for Phonia's assault team. Seeing this, Phonia's team was left stunned by the scene in front of them. Everyone stood frozen, almost like statues, unable to hide their surprise. What's going on? Lortel turned around and smiled, saying, "Let's go, time to take control." Lortel fought back to the huge explosion earlier. Reflecting on their training together, he remembered how he had watched me use forbidden mid-level magic to blow apart a nail-tubed ceiling. She smiled with excitement. "So, you've assigned me this role. You're quite an interesting guy, Ed Rothstaler." She watched Phonia's team leave, quietly thinking to herself, "Well, at least the path is secured." Lortel glanced back at the others, focusing on Clebius, who was being chased by Tarkan. Even though he was running for his life, Clebius still had enough energy to shout. "Lortel, Ed, did you really think I was dead? I won't let you off that easy." Lortel quickly used magic to help Clebius, while Ed Rothstaler stood by, frantically saying, "Even if the mission succeeds and the fighting force gets through safely without encountering Tarkan, Clebius and I still have to deal with him." At that moment, Lortel stepped out. Seeing Clebius in distress, running and leading Tarkan away, she thought to herself, fighting Tarkan in the student hall, with no escape route? Dead? No way. He'll run. Meanwhile, Clebius was shouting in panic. "No, I'm sorry, help me. I'm sorry for saying I'd kill you. Please, save me, just this once." Remembering what Ed Rothstaler had said earlier, Clebius screamed, "Run! Now that we have a moment, we can figure out how to deal with him." She thought about the menacing appearance of the creature. Its thick, armored shell made it impervious to attacks. Didn't you see it during training? I lost to it once. Besides, no one on the team came out unscathed when facing that monster head-on. Ed Rothstaler pulled out a small pouch and said, "This is what we need. Focus your magic, and get ready." Lortel, a little confused, asked, "What is that?" Ed Rothstaler hurried up the stairs, carrying the pouch. As he ran, he couldn't help but worry. Lortel's right. Without elemental cutting magic, there's no one on the team who can break through Tarkan's shell. Meanwhile, Lortel was still helping Phonia's team. She used her ice magic to support them. Just as the dragon broke through the ice wall she had created, Ed Rothstaler burst through the door, out of breath. The solution was clear, overwhelming firepower. In front of him, Lucy Merrill was peacefully asleep. Almost no one had completed the extra task. I've tried countless times. Ed Rothstaler was carrying Lucy Merrill on his back as she mumbled in her sleep. Huh, what? Oh, I'm shaking. I'm asleep. Ed Rothstaler's face darkened with anger. He was furious, thinking, how can she fall asleep at a time like this? And it's not even daytime, it's nighttime. Lucy, having nowhere to sleep since her hiding spot had been destroyed, made her way to the rooftop and dozed off for a bit. Jenica was in a bad mood, which made Belle Maya sensitive to it. So, Lucy ran away, using all her magical strength to escape, and eventually passed out from exhaustion. This could have been a twist in the scenario to remove this unstable human from a dangerous situation where her help had been needed right from the start. Lucy Merrill was surprised when she noticed the smell coming from the pouch. It smells like dried beef. Ed Rothstaler pulled out some delicious-smelling jerky from the pouch. But suddenly, while Lucy wasn't paying attention, he shoved the jerky into her mouth. Eat a lot, come on, now's not the time to be picky. Ed Rothstaler ran toward the balcony with her. He jumped, using one hand to grab the railing and the other to hold onto Lucy, whose mouth was stuffed with jerky, leaving her no chance to protest. Their enemy was a fire lizard, and they needed to throw her toward it at a distance to make sure she landed where the creature could reach. He gritted his teeth, putting everything he had into the gamble, but there was nothing to worry about. He had done this many times before. He quickly threw Lucy aside with incredible force, sending her flying in a blur. Lucy was left stunned, unable to process what was happening. At the same time, he yelled out, "Everyone, get down!" At that moment, Tarkan was about to unleash a fire attack on Team Phonia. Lucy flew toward them, crying out, "Oh my god, this is awful, this is horrible." The fiery blast from Tarkan was about to hit them, but Lucy managed to reach them just in time, shielding everyone. The advanced lightning spell, Heavenly Punishment, released a blinding, searing flash of light. The fire struck Lortel and Clebius, but thankfully, thanks to the protective orb created by Lortel's magic, both of them were shielded. Due to the massive explosion, it was impossible for Ed Rothstaler to avoid being affected. He was on the railing, gripping the metal bars tightly to keep himself from being swept away. In some ways, this was the most crucial moment. Tarkan was a high-level fire spirit, nearly impossible to defeat. Even if everyone attacked it, its protective shield was too strong. But now, after Lucy used her advanced magic, even its tough shell had cracked. Now, it would take damage from our attacks. Ed Rothstaler dropped down from the railing at breakneck speed. Of course, when I kill it, I'll earn a massive amount of experience points. At this point, I also need to think about what I really need. The final blow that finishes off that monster has to be mine. He charged toward Tarkan, his body radiating with determination, ready to defeat him. Next, there was a touching scene where a mother and daughter shared a warm embrace. The mother softly said, "I'm so proud of you, my dear daughter, Jenica." But then came the cold, detached emotions. One person after another expressed goodwill, but it all felt insincere. "I'm really happy to be friends with you, Jenica. You're the pride of the second-year students. You're the only one who demonstrated top-tier skills in this joint combat training course. If it's Jenica, I can trust her. Without you, the second-year students would be the most clueless generation." A dark aura radiated from the figure of the girl, destroying every fragment of the fake memories. Her blood-soaked feet stepped on the broken pieces of the past. Then, an unknown voice echoed, "I'm so glad you're here, Jenica." Suddenly, a massive explosion went off. The students quickly shifted into high alert. Jenica watched them gather in one spot, secretly pleased. Everyone's here, she thought. Chains wrapped around her neck and arms, and purple veins appeared on her face. She forced a smile, telling herself, "I have to greet them with my usual smile." She said, "Welcome." A dark aura covered her body, and behind her, there was a horned monster with the face of a wolf, its eyes glowing red. At that moment, she was suspended in the air, striking an elegant pose with the monster, while the students below could only stare in awe. Then, Ed, his clothes stained with fresh blood, quickly rushed past. He thought, Nail Hall. Has the battle already started on Janica's side? This fight will end when dawn breaks. He paused and silently thought, thankfully, I'm almost done. Unfortunately, one of the students was attacked by a monster. Its mouth spewed fire dangerously close, while the student could only run for his life, shouting in panic, "Ah, ah."
Ed appeared behind Lortel, though he didn't know exactly when, and asked, "Lucy, how is she?"
Lortel responded coldly, "Go somewhere else." Ed didn't seem bothered by her attitude and continued, "If she can handle it, that's good."
Lortel replied, "I don't think she has enough energy left to cast any spells."
Ed looked a bit helpless and said, "All right, we'll have to deal with it ourselves."
She agreed, "That's what I was thinking." Lortel was right.
Lucy was curled up inside a protective ball, calmly falling asleep while the battle raged outside. Her peers were being relentlessly chased by monsters, but she remained unfazed.
Then Lortel added, "But it's still resisting. Even after I hit it with 2 ice spears, how is it holding up so well?"
Ed rolled up his sleeves, preparing for battle.
"We need to decapitate it. Your ice magic isn't sharp enough, so leave it to me."
Lortel was shocked when she heard this.
"You're a mage like me, senior. Shouldn't this be something for a swordsman to handle?
Someone like Clebius, for example."
Speaking of Clebius, as a swordsman, he's terrified of the enemy.
His hands and feet are shaking, and Ed can tell he's not going to get anything done.
"Do you really think he can handle this?" Lortel had to admit, "Yeah, he's definitely not up to it.
He's just sitting there, scared out of his mind."
Ed, however, spoke with determination. "I'll take responsibility for ending this. So, please, try to hold it off for me a little longer. I'm ready to risk everything for everyone."
"So, you have to do your part and make sure it's done right."
Lortel was stunned by Ed's words. She paused before responding. "You talk about things like responsibility and risking your life like it's so simple.
It seems so casual, especially with a dragon breathing fire and people running for their lives, and yet you two are still standing around chatting."
"But when I think about it, it's like you're betting your own life, isn't it?"
She ignored the situation and kept trying to stop him, but Ed remained confident.
"It's not a gamble. A life is worth more than that."
He turned his head and glanced coldly at Lortel, speaking seriously, "This is an investment." It was like finding a teammate who shared the same goal.
Lortel smiled and said, "An investment? That's right up my alley."
As she spoke, she began to use magic. "Maybe I am a princess who holds everything in her hands, and because of my royal blood, I let myself be influenced by the flow of life. But because you, my senior, are willing to bet your life for me." Sharp blocks of ice began to appear around her. With the resolve to unleash her power, her voice rang out confidently, "Then I will also risk my life and gamble everything." He finished making his preparations and rushed forward.
"I'm going."
As he charged in, that was when Clebius was knocked out of the way by the monster, shouting in panic. He panted heavily, "I'm not sure if I'm going to make it."
The monster opened its mouth, ready to strike. He muttered to himself, "I'm at my limit now. And so is this thing."
Seeing the monster gathering a terrifying amount of power, he understood, "Even so, I can understand why Clebius is so terrified." On both sides, it's one person and one beast, pushing towards each other.
The monster let out a horrifying roar.
At such close range, its scream made his head spin. It was hard to stay focused.
"Even though the power isn't fully gathered yet, we need to get closer."
Suddenly, a scream echoed, distracting him for a moment. A giant arm shot out from the magic circle and flew straight in front of Clebius, making him tremble where he sat.
"What's that?" he thought. Ed glanced over and immediately recognized it. It was Glaskin's right arm. So that means Taylor and his team have pushed it to its final stage, right?
This meant the story was unfolding just as expected, though not at the best time.
Anyone would be distracted by something like this.
The monster opened its massive mouth and shot a blast of power toward him.
However, he realized the ice blocks Lortel had conjured earlier were working.
They helped him block the attack. Luckily, when she cast her spell in time, she shouted out. At that moment, his thoughts continued. Even in the middle of such a disaster, Lortel made no mistakes. The creature struggled against the sudden cold attack, and just when it opened its mouth wide, he seized the opportunity. With the creature distracted, he closed in quickly and focused his strength. He told himself, and I'm doing the same. Then, he strained to channel a sphere of energy in his hands, a spell he'd probably used thousands of times before. It was Wind Blade. A burst of incredible green light shot out, landing a devastating blow. The creature's head was instantly severed. It was clear it was dead, no question about it. The huge head dropped heavily to the ground with a loud thud, echoing for a few moments. At that moment, a system notification appeared: you have defeated the high fire elemental Tarkan. Then, a series of rewards followed. Increased connection range for spirit magic. Increased understanding of spirits. Unlocking a contract with a spirit. Spirit contract is now available. He didn't really pay attention to the system's messages. What grabbed his interest was something off in the distance. Oh, that's Taylor. Following his gaze, a figure shot out from beneath the tower, charging straight toward the massive metal structure, which looked like a glowing red hand reaching for the sky. In an instant, the figure vanished, and from within the pile of metal, a blinding light exploded. Before anyone could figure out what happened, that heavy mass of metal was effortlessly subdued, with several cracks appearing across its surface for reasons no one could understand. What was bound to happen, happened. A huge explosion went off, and heavy metal debris rained down. Taylor was also strongly affected by the blast, losing consciousness and falling freely from the sky. He slipped into a coma, his hair turned white, and he hit the ground. Ed sighed, truly, what a strong main character. When the monster was finally defeated, the battle came to an end. Cracks like broken glass began to appear above. After a while, it shattered into a large piece, revealing a blinding light that drew the attention of the students below, who looked up in awe. It's over. After the battle, the sky cleared, and everyone took a moment to rest. Underneath an ancient tree, one of them said, I've heard so many people talk about risking their lives for something, but so many never follow through. They're all just a bunch of cowardly idiots. Hearing this, he simply responded with a quiet Noticing his lack of reaction, Lortel turned to tease him. What's up, senior? We just went through a terrifying ordeal, almost died, and yet you're still so calm. She extended her hand, signaling a reintroduction. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Lortel Ketchum. Ed politely shook her hand in return, aha. But suddenly, he realized Lortel was offering him something. It was 3 gold coins lying in her palm, which left him confused. Huh? This time, you win. She stuck her tongue out playfully. You let your guard down, right? Now, you owe me a favor. So, what should we do now? Lortel smiled mischievously. We'll figure it out, senior. Hearing her, he understood a little of her intention. You mean you want to stay in touch? Truth be told, he wasn't eager to get involved with her. But then, he shifted his attention to Taylor, who had now woken up and was standing up irritably. Really annoying, you probably know why I'm upset. Ed silently observed and quietly assessed Taylor's appearance. It was clear he had mastered the elemental sword, looking just like he did in the game. Impressive. Taylor walked up to Ed and said, which left him a bit stunned. Then, unexpectedly, Taylor bowed respectfully before him. I owe you this time. Thank you. Clebius shouted at that moment. Taylor, you don't need to show respect to this type. One day, he'll stab you in the back. It's because of him that I almost died. Before Taylor could speak up, Phonia, Zix, and Lortel shot him glares full of disdain. Shut up, Clebius, you're talking too much. Clebius, you're so noisy. He shrank back, bullied by the group, and sat there crying. No matter how much he whined, Phonia ignored him. She turned to Ed and said, Ed Rothstaler, you contributed a lot in the last fight. If I send a letter of recommendation to the student council. Before she could finish, Ed interrupted. No. Ed struggled to get up from under the tree and said, anyway, Lucy was the one who contributed the most to defeating Tarkan, and Taylor was the one who took down Bilofer and Glaskin.
So, please focus on them.
Suddenly, Elvira popped her head out and grinned mischievously.
That's right, don't change the subject.
Sure, everyone knows Lucy and Taylor worked hard, but we're talking about something else here.
Are you embarrassed or something?
After hearing that, Zix felt the need to speak up and set things straight.
He's a senior, you know.
Speak respectfully, Elvira. Zix's words made her furious, her temper flaring up like a cat's for standing on end.
Why are you taking his side? She shot back.
Zix repeated, speak properly.
Watching them, Zix couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth in his heart.
He thought to himself, to avoid affecting the original story, I've kept my distance from the main characters.
But now that I'm seeing them up close, I feel so moved.
Seeing them fulfill their roles in this world, solving problems time and time again, it brings a strange sense of comfort. Taylor grew stronger through every challenge. Isla became stronger too, all because of Taylor. Phonia gradually matured, accepting her fate as the ruler of the kingdom. Zix had found his own path, gaining wisdom and understanding of various civilizations. Clebius grew more confident in himself, and Elvira realized that joy and attention aren't everything in life.
Lortel, on the other hand, began to wonder, can life really be controlled by gold coins?
Each main character, with their different roles, reached the same conclusion, the trophy of victory.
Understanding this truth, I've returned.
Finally, he appeared at the site where the battle had just taken place, holding a weight testing stone. It seemed pretty ordinary, so he tossed it aside.
Ed was in the middle of the debris, in a place you couldn't find during an active game.
After the story ended, at the reserve podium, there was a wooden cabinet, the same one Lucy had used to sleep in during the joint combat training sessions.
He approached it and opened the door. No matter how many times he thought about it, he still didn't see it as a good option.
However, the person had no other choice but this place. He knew that for the main characters to shine, someone had to stay behind the scenes. The door opened, and Janica, covered in wounds, appeared before him, but she smiled.
It seemed like she was happy because it was him. To explain this, let me rewind time to 2 days ago. On a clear morning that day, an incident broke out at the Ophilis Hall.
The system screen flashed, detailing the combat abilities: trainee fighter type, specialized weapon, BAL, proficiency level 6, key firepower level 3, emergency fire level 2, retreating missile level 1, targeting vision level 2, overall observation level 1.
Ed looked at the footprints still imprinted on the ground. He could sense the prey was nearby, following these tracks. He held his bow and arrow, hiding behind a tree.
Ed Rothstaler really has no fighting skills at all, he thought.
That's why I'm always forced to use the bow when I go hunting. The opportunity came.
In front of him was a large deer, carefully grazing. He quickly drew his bow, taking aim. But he felt powerless. The entire semester had passed, and the vacation was already half over. Yet his skills with the bow were still completely hopeless. More importantly, he had recently noticed something strange in the hunting grounds. More and more people were showing up, like the high-ranking maid Belmaya. Zix was running toward him, working out.
How should I put it?
It felt like I was living in the northern forest. Every golden-haired figure would hide behind the grass, watching him shoot his bow. It seemed that word had spread to a lot of people. Among the regular visitors, a strong magical energy appeared in the sky. 3 people stood out in particular. Guest A, a rare magical genius, was none other than Lucy, who would often drop by on a whim.
Lucy approached the window and said, "Oh wow, there's a door here. Should we make another door at the back? Are you planning to build a chimney too?" He didn't answer her. Instead, he kicked Lucy out of the window. Lucy didn't mind at all. She kept offering her suggestions, not sure if they were needed. "Can't you make a glass door? It won't break, right? We can't use magic here, after all. Or maybe we should add another window on the roof?"
In his mind, he thought, this guest. She's always asking questions and suggesting things. She always wants you to follow her ideas.
As for guest B, honestly, it's kind of nice to have her visit. She was Janica. Janica was in a great mood during the visit, excitedly carrying a basket of eggs. I brought the eggs. Belmaya said she wanted to give you these. She was the best student in the last 200 years and throughout the history of the elven sorcerers. Janica took the initiative to help with the laundry. If you wash them with hot water, add salt, and stomp on them like this, they'll get super clean. Right? My parents used to do this with the dirty clothes on the farm. Even though she visited often, I didn't find it bothersome at all. Ed felt like she came by to chat with him almost every day, always cheerful and ready to help him with little tasks. He was incredibly grateful to her. He looked at her and, without thinking, complimented her. Janica, you're amazing. How do you know everything? Hearing his words made Janica shyly turn away, leaving him staring, eyes wide and mouth open, completely confused. It was just a compliment. Janica replied, well, actually, she may seem easy to figure out. Then she turned back to face him with a slightly intimidating smile. Lucy comes by here a few times a week. Though, honestly, sometimes I can't make sense of her. But still, she's the guest be the main reason I need to explain all of this to you guys. One late night, with a clear sky and a gentle breeze, though the person hadn't even shown up yet, her voice could already be heard. Oh, Ed Rothstaler, it seems like you're really busy, aren't you? 2 feet step over arrows stuck in the ground. The guest, C, has arrived. The owner of the voice earlier was Lortel. I've been waiting for you. Behind her was a woman with white hair, someone known to the world as the Golden Woman. Lortel smiled and said, I need your help. Lortel is the hidden villain of Act 2. He turned around with an unwelcoming expression. It's likely that she's trying to gather useful people to take control of the Awfulest Hall. But this time, I don't want to get involved. I'll simply refuse all her sweet talking offers. Ed was about to leave but was stopped by Lortel's words. You see, at first, I wasn't planning on asking for your help. He thought to himself that as long as he didn't intervene, everything would follow the original plot. But then she said, if only Toad hadn't passed out. At this, Ed's eyes widened. Why did it go off track? He quickly turned back, stunned, and shouted at Loam, making her freeze in surprise. Why did he faint? Tell me, now. That's right, according to the original story, Toad had fought with Taylor, but that day, Toad stood in the middle of the hall, surrounded by a crowd of people who were mocking him. This is ridiculous. This useless guy actually beat Glaskin? Everyone here saw you get knocked out by Lucy with just one punch, they sneered. Taylor had intended to just hit him lightly, but after that, this guy started spitting out insulting words. He angrily yelled, you're even dumber than that worm Ed Rothstaler. And just like that, his mouth got him into trouble. He got punched right in the face and collapsed, unconscious on the floor. Lortel said she wasn't sure whether it was because of Taylor or something else, but Elvira mentioned that this was the first time she had ever seen Zix this angry. She added, that's why I can never trust sentimental people. What I asked him for wasn't even that difficult. Taking Alice's key, he walked into the Awfulest Hall. When the weaker students arrived, all he had to do was open the door. He made one thing clear, I'm sure there are plenty of others who are capable, just like me. Lortel agreed, true, but no matter how much they're paid, there's no guarantee they won't report you to the academy. Lortel explained, if they say that I'm the one behind all of this, what would happen to me? I can't trust anyone. That's why she came to me, because I'm not trusted at the academy. She smiled slyly and repeated, Ed, you were kicked out of the Awfulest Hall, right? Don't you want to make the academy pay for that? He answered honestly, I really don't want to do that. This surprised Lortel a bit. But even though he said that, Ed still went on, but would you agree to my terms? I just need to do a little bit of work. Hearing the request, Lortel grinned mischievously. 20 gold coins.
before this situation gets out of hand.
Ed nodded. Agreed.
I'll make sure everything goes back to how it was. It was pouring rain, and the incident broke out at Offalis Hall. The takeover of Offalis Hall started just before the fight over the sacred teacher's secret book began. Ed sat under the eaves, flipping through the pages of a book. Lortel had orchestrated a scheme that brought the Academy's finances to the brink of disaster. It felt like a scene bridging two different events. According to the plan, Lortel's plot was incredibly successful and created a shining opportunity. A group of students worked for the Academy's profit, building a new world, directly challenging the student council of Princess Fionia. The ideal student council and the real stars. The important thing here is who Taylor will choose, and whichever side that is will win in the end. All I need to do is play my role as the audience and then follow the team that looks most likely to come out on top. He sat next to the fire, reading a book. I need to exist too. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Oh no, I need to go back to the dorm. As she spoke, she wrung out her clothes, silently hoping, I bet the rain will stop soon. Janica sat down on the wooden bench beside him, warming herself. She quietly shared. Ed, you're really hardworking. If I feel like it, I'll come and go just for the experience, like I've been camping. But you have to stay here. With the heavy rain pouring down and the sky overcast, he responded calmly. Everything will get better. The rain continued to fall in sheets, the atmosphere heavy and damp. The two of them carried on their conversation. Janica suddenly remembered, speaking of which, it's time for me to move out of Offalis Hall. Ed replied, probably. The vacation is almost over anyway. Janica sighed, I still have to throw away a ton of stuff because this place is more cramped than I thought. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and cheerfully said, and if you need anything, just let me know, Ed. You're probably missing a lot of things here, right? Ed was a bit surprised. Huh? Oh, yeah. Janica continued, I want to help you out a bit. I have extra pillows, blankets, clocks, and even lanterns. Ed thoughtfully watched her ramble on. Also, I have a lot of other everyday things. He smiled, touched by Janica's kindness. It'd be a waste to just throw them all away, right? Don't you think? Even though I can't take the furniture with me since it all belongs to the Offalis Hall. Ed looked interested. That sounds good. Janica stretched happily. Great, I'll leave once the new semester starts, so I'll bring those things over after that. At that moment, Janica turned her attention to Lucy, who was up on the roof. What about Lucy? Does she do that often? He answered gently, sometimes. Watching Lucy standing alone in the rain, it's easy to understand what she's feeling. Her extraordinary powers don't come without a price. She's been avoiding life, using laziness as an excuse. For years, she's been trying to run away from the fate that was set for her. Lucy stands by herself on the rooftop, staring off into the distance. Rain like this always makes her feel down, and she ends up reflecting on the ups and downs of her life. Ed says, Lucy, this always happens when it rains. Just warm your hands up and don't worry about it too much. Honestly, I don't think about it that much either. Hearing that, Janica seems happy. Got it. So, you're just acting normal around Lucy, right? Ed adds, oh, and Janica, I just realized she's still in the Offalis lobby. When the lobby gets taken over, the ancient defense spell activates on a large scale, trapping the students in their rooms. But Janica can easily get out of there. Still, Ed doesn't seem entirely reassured. I need to ask you for a favor. Janica responds, sure. What's up? Ed said seriously, tomorrow, around 9:00 p.m., his eyes shifted to Janica beside him as he suggested, could you meet me at the Rose Garden in front of the Offalis Hall? Janica was taken aback. Huh? She quickly covered her mouth with both hands, her face turning bright red. The Rose Garden. Ed didn't notice the surprised and embarrassed expression on Janica's face.
He continued calmly, I'll explain everything tomorrow.
Ed knew this was hard to explain.
Right now, I don't even know how to say it.
I should get her out of here, make sure nothing bad happens.
Find somewhere nearby where we can take cover from the rain. Janica stood up quickly, stammering, It's fine.
Then, with a blush in her cheeks, she ran off into the rain, her mood clearly lighter.
I'll go now. Goodbye. He sighed as he watched Janica leave.
When the new semester begins, the rain will stop too. On that day, I'll enjoy the clear sky and the sunshine, after such a long period of gloom. The rain still poured, as if a few drops were left to fall. After that, even the forests around here will give off the distinct scent of autumn. Ed sat alone by the fire, lost in thought.
The long break is finally coming to an end.
The incident broke out in the Office D0 hall at 9 p.m. Inside the hall, a voice echoed.
A young man, his muscles bulging, was practicing a handstand.
He was Zix, a mage, and he was blaming himself. He told himself that it was best to avoid acting on impulse.
He hadn't expected Elka to be this angry.
After practicing for what felt like enough time, he stopped and lowered his feet to the ground. Zix approached the window to check the situation outside, only to notice something unexpected. A figure in a black cloak, completely covered, was sneaking toward the Office hall. It was Ed Rothstaler, braving the rain to do something shady. When Ed arrived, he was assisted by a maid. He asked, What about the other maids? The maid answered coldly, Except for the key staff, most of them are in the meeting room. The head maid asked them to gather to discuss something important. Zix quickly pieced it together they were planning to block the way into the hall after gathering the maids. The leader had been bribed, so everything was running smoothly. The maid led Ed inside and said, I've also prepared the items they requested earlier. Receiving the item, a bucket filled with liquid, he didn't forget to express his gratitude.
Oh, thanks.
The maid replied, I'll just stand in the corner and observe.
With that, everything was in place. The preparations were complete.
He stood alone in the darkness, the bucket beside him.
Outside, the sky was just as gloomy.
The event taking over the Office hall had begun. Below, a deafening chorus of shouts filled the air. A crowd had gathered at the entrance, each person holding a burning torch.
They roared, We can't take this anymore. This is supposed to be a land of knowledge.
At the very least, you should ensure fair competition.
The representatives of the weaker faction, fired up with determination, shouted back in response.
Their numbers outside kept growing, yet they had no way to get in. But when there seemed to be no way forward, the doors swung wide. Those outside could hardly believe their eyes.
Oh? What? But they didn't stop to question it. Without hesitation, they surged forward.
The Office hall doors are open.
Let's go.
And Ed rushed outside. When Ed came face to face with the leader, Willane, he said, Thank you.
Willane asked Ed Rothstaler, So, you're the one Lortel mentioned? Your face is clear beneath the rainwater.
A few minutes earlier, Ed had set the maid down on the ground, hesitating.
Ahem. I.
Now back in the present, Willane showed an expression of deep disdain and said, I always agree with everything you say. Of course, I used to live in luxury in the Office hall, but it wasn't until I was thrown out that I truly understood how privileged I had been. Suddenly, Willane shuddered. His eyes reddened a little, and tears welled up.
I was a fool.
I judged you based on stupid rumors. No one knows how good a person you really are.
You've just been through a lot.
Ed wasn't interested in listening to his rambling anymore, so he pushed him upstairs. You're the one who made all this happen.
Come on, hurry up and get upstairs.
He said one thing, but his thoughts were different. You're the one responsible for this mess.
Stop talking nonsense and get lost. Willane didn't reject Ed's gesture.
Agreed. I leave this place to you. Will Lane was determined to keep pushing forward, while Ed, on the other hand, bowed his head in regret.
Will Lane will take responsibility for this situation. I'm sorry, little one. Hang in there, Will Lane. After some struggling, the maid managed to escape.
It wasn't really necessary, though after all, her superior was in the meeting room. Alice, the head maid, who was trying to check the protective magic, was on Lortel's side. The hallway was filled with chaotic footprints. The system activated, triggering the protective magic, which was supposed to protect the students. Those inside the room started to notice that something unusual was happening.
What the heck is going on out there? If we wait, everything should return to normal, right?
These things blocked their way, but everything followed the script. Ed was working hard to strengthen the protective magic in every room and stayed alert. He had prepared for everything. Turning toward the source of the sound, he said, "Wow, your opening act was even more impressive than I thought."
The rain-soaked feet walked on, as expected. Ed Rothstaler, his smooth black hair tucked under a hood, stood proudly, pleased with his choice. "I gave this task to you, it was a smart decision."
Lortel stepped onto the stage, her small shoes soaked through, complaining, "My socks are all wet. That's why I hate rainy days."
Ed didn't seem to care about her complaint. He coldly responded, "So, you've been following me?"
He stared directly into her eyes, accusing. She smiled when caught, then softly replied,
"The Academy's people will handle them as soon as they arrive, so we need to finish before that." He casually responded, "Yeah, good luck."
Suddenly, Lortel stopped.
She turned around, her gaze icy, and said something unexpected. "Have you ever killed anyone?"
Ed was silent for a moment, then answered,
"No."
Lortel smiled, but it wasn't a genuine smile.
She began to speak. "I haven't either." "Ha ha."
She continued, "But you know, the hunger, having to steal just to eat, getting chased away.
I've done something like that, just to survive."
Lortel paused, her eyes growing deeper.
"To survive, I destroyed other people's lives. And to avoid being betrayed, I struck first."
She admitted, her voice heavy with sadness. "I've lived a life, forgiving my own sins, believing I had no choice.
Because life needs money, but honestly, I'm just avoiding the things I'm really doing."
Standing on the path to wealth by stepping on people's hearts, that's how Lortel earned the title Golden Daughter. She knows better than anyone that she doesn't deserve sympathy, so she seeks it from others.
After a pause, in a position of conflicting goals, Lortel stood on the stairs and asked, "Can you sympathize with someone like me?"
As if haunted, no matter good or bad, people are always approached by loneliness. Through the window, the rain continued, and to escape it, people had no choice but to look for others like themselves, those who struggle in the dirt and filth. He looked at Lortel with disgust, knowing that only when they find someone to sink into this mess with them would they feel any kind of salvation.
And then, he answered firmly, "No." She heard the answer without showing any emotion.
Ed's eyes flashed as he spoke in a low voice, "You have to take responsibility for your own decisions, Lortel."
"But of course, that person isn't me." The two of them stood in the darkness, silent as a shadow.
Lortel smiled, breaking the stillness.
"That was a pointless thing to say, not like you at all." She gave him a knowing smile. "I have things to do here, things that need to be done. There isn't much time left, anyway."
With that, Lortel turned and walked away, carrying out the mission she believed in.
Ed sat down with a sigh. Phew.
His eyes turned sharp.
Now, Lortel will tell Alice about their upcoming plan.
Ed was certain that once they disrupted the ancient defensive script of the Awfulous Hall and transferred control of the script to the representative of the weaker faction, the course of events would only escalate further. After that, Winlane, who was tightly protected by the Hall's ancient defenses, would rise into the air.
The immense power unleashed from the ancient script, shrouding him in a dense, ominous aura, would transform him into the fourth stage boss. The objective of this segment was clear: defeat Winlane, who would lose all rationality amidst the chaos of the unraveling defensive script. Ed stretched tiredly and said, "Now I just have to sit back and wait for Taylor to wreak havoc here." He waited calmly in the silence, though he idly stretched to shake off his boredom. From his position, he silently guessed, I might take a few hits in the middle of this battle. But outside, in the dark of night, the rain kept falling without pause. He found it rather interesting. Well, it's a necessary sacrifice. Scene shift. It was still raining, but somewhere else. In the rose garden, a carriage steadily made its way down an empty road. Why would a carriage be out at this hour? Janica wondered as she sat under a pavilion, watching it pass. Then she thought, it must be someone important. Am I even supposed to be here right now? She recalled the letter Ed had sent her. I have something to take care of, so I might be a little late. I'll get there as soon as I can. Would you mind waiting for me a bit? I'm really sorry. Then she asked herself, does Ed even know? I mean, he left this note for me, but he's going to leave right after this. Her face grew warm with anticipation. Is he planning something special? The golden carriage meant nothing to her at all. Janica sat there, lost in the pink haze of her own thoughts. Ed had guessed right, no matter what happened, she wouldn't leave the rose garden. What Ed didn't know was that for the past 3 days, she had been thinking non-stop about what Ed wanted to say to her. She couldn't sleep at night. She had communicated with the spirits, and although she felt guilty, she had always known about the things happening through Marilda. She found out that not only did Lucy visit Ed's tent, but there were also several others, including Princess Phonia, Belma Maiha, and even Lortel. The spirits shook their heads in disappointment, and coincidentally, most of them were women, which made Janica even sadder. That was why Janica could sit there so patiently, all by herself. She would wait for him, no matter how long it took. But loneliness always crept up in ways she couldn't expect. She touched the hairpin on her head and started to feel like it didn't quite fit. This yellow rose hairpin feels off. A flower imitation would probably look better. Janica suddenly went silent, as if she was deciding something, and she chose to leave the rose garden. If I walk quickly, it should be fine. She'll still be waiting after I come back with the new hairpin. But fate had other plans. Janica had let Ed down. She headed toward the Awfulus Hall, running through the rain. In front of the Awfulus Hall, 3 familiar figures stood, hesitating about whether they should go in. Taylor, not understanding how important the herbs were to Elvira, asked, "Are you sure walking in there is the right decision?" Elvira immediately replied, "Do you have any idea how valuable the herbs in my room are? But it's better to wait for the academy staff to handle it." Even after that explanation, Taylor still didn't get it, which made Elvira snap, shouting, "The herbs will lose their potency if I don't preserve them with magic at the right time. Do you realize how that tiny detail will affect the final product? Do you understand how important this is, Taylor?" Suddenly getting yelled at, Taylor awkwardly turned to Isla for help, saying, "Isla, stop her. She's trying to rush in alone." But basically, Isla had to give up. Can you just ignore it? Elvira is one of the top students in the alchemy program. I'm sure she can take care of herself. Anyone who knows Elvira understands how passionate she is about alchemy. She's obsessed with it. It's not her who's in danger, it's those students. They're the ones who should be worried. If she loses control, she'll attack them with any chemicals she can get her hands on. Taylor was panicking. "Elvira, stop. I'm telling you, stop." But Elvira couldn't keep her cool and snapped, "Enough with the nonsense. I need to get to my room on the 4th floor." Isla asked again, just to be sure. "So, you just need to get into your room, right? Once you're in, you won't do anything else, will you?" Elvira confirmed. "Of course, as long as my herbs are safe." Then, Elvira, clearly frustrated, kicked the door open. "If anyone tries to stop me, I'll have to use force." Got it? As soon as the door opened, Elvira froze. The grand hall was now a pile of rubble, and Ed was sitting in the middle, waiting. The other 3 walked in, shocked by the scene before them. Elvira snapped, "You, Ed Rothstaler." He looked up, a faint but chilling aura of hostility radiating from him. Taylor sensed the danger and quickly stepped in front of Isla, raising his arms as a shield. "Why are you here?" At this moment, Elvira stood silent, her sharp gaze scanning the scene. She looked down at the floor, noticing the footprints of the students who had gathered here, then turned her attention upwards. The display cabinet had been shattered, broken into pieces. She then shifted her focus forward, where Ed sat with his back to the staircase. Elvira smiled, causing the two people behind her to look on in confusion. "Well, this is interesting. I didn't expect this. You." She stood confidently, hands on her hips, facing him. "Are you going to stop us?" He stood up, coldly replying, "Sorry, but you can't go in there." Hearing the challenge in Ed's voice made Elvira chuckle with satisfaction. "Ha, this is getting fun. What if I want to go in? Do you really think you can stop me? I heard from Zix that your magic skills are pretty advanced, but so what?" Elvira dismissed him with a sneer. "You're just a rookie, barely able to handle basic spells. A second-year student, how cute." He remained seated, unmoving. The three of them took their fighting stances, with Elvira leading the group. She was very confident in the group's current strength. On our side, we had a swordsman capable of fighting on his own, a mage skilled in first-year intermediate magic, and me, an alchemist with top-tier abilities among my fellow students. The power gap was overwhelming. Taylor unsheathed his sword and demanded, "Why are you doing this?" "Ed Rothstaler, tell me what's going on up there." Ed didn't respond, his silence angering Taylor even more. Seeing that Ed wasn't answering, Taylor charged forward. "I have no choice but to force it out of you," he yelled as he attacked. Ed reacted quickly, throwing the chair he was sitting on at Taylor. Taylor sliced through the chair with a swift strike. Elvira stood quietly, watching. She studied him, gathered her strength, and assessed that magic. "It seems like a basic spell. He's a mage, so he's probably targeting Taylor, since Taylor is most skilled in close combat, right?" Elvira's eyes widened in shock. He raised his hands high, gathering a massive surge of blinding green energy, then unleashed an attack called Windblade. The strike cut through the chandelier's suspension cables on the ceiling, sending it plummeting straight toward Taylor. His eyes widened in alarm. However, Taylor had quick reflexes and dodged just in time. The chandelier crashed to the floor right after and exploded, causing a brief commotion. Out in the hallway, every room was shielded by protective enchantments. People stirred in confusion. What was that noise? Clevius sat curled up in a corner, his face filled with fear. "What's happening out there?" Amid the lingering dust, Taylor called out, "Isla, are you okay?" Isla reassured him, "I'm fine, Taylor. I just fell because of the impact." Taylor didn't forget to check on someone else. "Elvira, are you all right?" Annoyed, she snapped back, "Don't bother with me." A flash of blue light flickered in front of Elvira's irritated face. A sharp slash cut clean through the strap of her bag along with a lock of her hair. Elvira was too shocked to speak. She turned and stared at her bag. The bag, filled with chemicals, had fallen, and one by one, the vials tumbled out onto the floor. She spun around to face Ed, furious beyond words. "So, you're really serious about this? That means something's actually happening upstairs, doesn't it?" He didn't answer. In front of her was nothing but destruction. Elvira glanced at the scattered vials of chemicals spread across the floor. She dropped to her knees, reaching for one of the vials when suddenly, she heard Ed's cold voice utter two words. "Ignition." At once, flames erupted, blocking her from grabbing the nearby vial. Ed stood to the side, watching as Elvira knelt on the floor. Everything was happening so fast. The battlefield was set, unfolding as smoothly as flowing water. Sitting amidst the rising flames, Elvira's voice trembled with worry. "This is bad. Ed Rothstaler's judgment was swift and precise.
He strode fearlessly through the fire, speaking as he moved.
Zix, you can't just go around leaking information like that, can you?
Then, he flexed his sinewy arm and rolled up his sleeve. His expression held both danger and authority, standing amidst the roaring flames. He spoke not just because of his mastery of magic, but because.
Ed Rothstaler's figure flickered in the flames, while Elvira Aniston collapsed onto the floor.
Clutching her injured arm, she glared at Ed, frustration burning in her eyes. I'm the top student of the alchemy division, the team's main source of power. But the biggest weakness of an alchemist is that the fewer enchanted artifacts and potions we have, the weaker we become.
Just then, bottles of magic-infused potions appeared. She thought to herself, without them, our combat abilities drop even further.
Sweat beaded on her forehead as she turned her gaze back to Ed. Normally, alchemists carry enchanted accessories like rings or pendants as a precaution.
But I never thought someone as gifted as me would actually need them. This is infuriating.
Ed remained still, unmoving.
A sudden realization struck Elvira. Don't tell me he planned for this from the start? She pieced it together.
Breaking the chandelier and using the flames to create a wall of fire, it was all to cut me off from my supply bag. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked down at her side, the spot where she kept her items.
Elvira frowned, angry. No.
Then he should have aimed for the bag, not the strap.
That doesn't make any sense.
She continued, watching S, who was gathering energy into a glowing sphere in his palm.
She was quite surprised by Ed Rothstaler's power.
Without hesitation, she reached into her coat pocket and pulled out a small magic stone. Frustrated, she threw it to the ground, and in an instant, it transformed into a spirit, a winged rabbit.
I still have a few tricks up my sleeve.
Determined not to lose, she infused more power into the spirit, forming a magical pattern beneath it. I'll grant it fire resistance and berserk combat abilities.
Then, I'll strengthen it even further.
Immediately, the small rabbit spirit transformed into a massive beast. Meanwhile, Isla was panicking, unsure which spell to use.
Which one can put out the fire?
In her panic, she hastily fired a spell at the flames. But instead of extinguishing them, it caused an explosion.
Terrified, Isla stumbled backward, screaming.
Out of nowhere, a golden sword slash cut through the air. It was Taylor who swiftly struck down, suppressing the explosion.
He shouted, "Get a grip, Isla!" Isla narrowly escaped, gasping for breath in shock.
She was quite confident in her knowledge of magic, but her combat skills were only average compared to other first-year students, who had just started learning basic spells. At that moment, Taylor was still swinging his sword, protecting her. The enemy was blatantly targeting them. Aya is making me defend her, and I can't get close to him. No, just moving through these flames is already tough enough. Elvira's voice rang out as she called, "Taylor." Taylor turned to look at her.
If you can corner him, I can take him down, right?
Before Taylor could respond, she immediately took a stance, preparing to attack. Then watch this, she shouted, summoning a fierce spirit rabbit that lunged forward. The spirit rabbit shot through the air, letting out a mighty roar that made the surrounding flames flicker. Seeing this, Taylor gripped his sword tightly, ready to charge. There's no time to hesitate, I have to rush in now, Elvira said, pulling her cloak around her.
Yes, good idea. She ran quickly, throwing herself into the flames without hesitation. Seeing this, Isla gasped and called out her name. Elira! Elira found her things and immediately tossed aside her cloak.
It turned out to be bottles of magic potions.
Elira gently caressed them. My dear ones, do you remember me?
Though we must be apart for a moment, I miss you all so much. Turning toward Ed, he had a cold expression, his hand still holding the energy sphere, aimed at the rabbit spirit. But in the blink of an eye, Ed changed direction and threw it toward Isla.
Elvira, still holding a bottle of potion, thought to herself. He's also preparing to seal the deal. But now, I can use the potions.
Without hesitation, she threw the potion bottle toward S, and Isla shouted loudly,
"You've made a mistake."
In that instant, just as the sword's strike was about to reach Isla, the potion bottle intercepted it. The bottle shattered into pieces, releasing a special potion made from walnut flowers, small brown sand mushrooms, and a spell to unleash magic.
In an instant, the vial of magical elixir exploded with a powerful blast.
Its effect was immediate. The explosion restored Isla, granting her control over limitless magic. A chilling gust of ice swept through, extinguishing the flames and reducing them to ashes, temporarily halting the magical derivatives in their tracks. However, in stark contrast to these favorable outcomes, the spirit rabbit was pierced through the heart by Ed's sword. Seizing the opportunity, he used the lifeless body of the spirit rabbit as a shield against the incoming icy wind.
Elvira's thoughts raced. "Do you know what this means?" Ed tossed the rabbit's body to the ground.
Though there was no light, his aura alone illuminated his face, revealing a deadly expression and piercing blue eyes fixed on them.
What happens when a great mage suddenly loses the ability to use magic? Elvira and Taylor shouted in unison, "What are you talking about? We have a warrior on our side." Realizing the situation, Taylor immediately turned and fled.
The others chased after him, but he quickly changed direction. Ed clawed at the wall and, with a swift motion, brought it crashing down to block their pursuit. High above, a barrel of oil, knocked loose by the impact, tumbled downward. Then, the oil from the barrel spilled out, creeping closer to the fire. Finally, the oil reached the flames. Of course, oil meeting fire was like a fish meeting water. It triggered a massive explosion, sending everything flying and forcing them to stop.
Taylor, his hands slick with sweat, wondered, "This smell, is it oil?" Seeing Taylor frozen in place, Elvira shouted, "Are you insane? This is the awfulest hall. If the fire spreads to the hallway, someone is bound to get hurt."
Taylor, gripping his sword and ready to draw it, responded, "Whether it's magic fire or oil fire, I can cut through both with an elemental slash."
Potions have their limits, they only last a few minutes at most.
With that, he took a stance, preparing to lunge forward. Then he shouted, "Before anyone gets hurt, I have to put an end to this." Suddenly, Elvira stopped him.
"Wait."
She started scanning the surroundings, piecing things together. The window was open just wide enough for the smoke to escape. Even the carpets and other flammable objects had disappeared. She turned to look at Taylor, who was swinging his sword fiercely to put out the fire. Continuing her thoughts, he had planned for this step. Elira, terrified, tried to stop him. "No, Taylor," she called out, but it was already too late. At that moment, Ed had drawn his bow and aimed it at Taylor. Holding his sword, Taylor dashed toward Ed. "He didn't expect me to know how to use a bow," Taylor thought.
"He knows how to use a bow, but can I stop this arrow?"
Suddenly, Taylor's eyes widened with suspicion. Ed had already released the arrow.
The arrow didn't target Taylor.
It flew past his shoulder, heading for the person behind him.
Wasn't he aiming for me? Taylor wondered. But to his surprise, Ed's target was Isla.
She gasped and raised her hand to shield herself, but it was too late. Green electric currents surrounded her hands.
Isla couldn't cast her basic defensive spell in time.
Isla was stunned, frightened, her eyes wide in terror.
They yelled her name, Isla.
But fortunately, someone had cast a spell just in time to stop the arrow, enveloping it before it could reach her. Isla still had her hand raised to protect herself. The user was still drawing energy from the sphere, letting out a relieved sigh.
That was close. It turned out to be Elvira. She collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily in relief.
That sphere is the claw hand, a magical tool that creates force to hold small objects from a distance, as long as they're within the caster's control, she thought, still surprised.
But that arrow.
Elvira wiped the sweat off her forehead, staring at the arrow's tip, which had been wrapped in thick cloth, forming a round shape.
This is just a stick with cloth wrapped around the tip. What kind of crazy trick is this?
She turned to Taylor, panicked. Wait, Taylor, be careful.
He's definitely hiding something. Before she could finish, Ed and Taylor rushed into battle. Ed used his bow to block Taylor's sword, giving him a sharp glare. A loud noise came from somewhere, probably from the second floor. Elvira's voice rang out again. Run! Or we're all going to die. Act 2, Final Chapter, The Awfulest Hall. At this moment, Clavius was holding his head in pain. The gloomy Clavius had escaped. Back with Ed, he was breathing a sigh of relief. Phew. Finally. While Ed was distracted, Taylor struck, sending Ed crashing into the wall, dust and smoke filling the air. Avrila, witnessing this, was shocked and exclaimed, "What? How the heck?" At that very moment, Ed was slumped on the ground, covered in wounds from the impact, with a large crack forming on his body. In the chaotic, broken room, the fire still burned. Taylor spoke up, "Are you crazy?" He grabbed Ed by the collar in anger. "There must be a reason you did that." Illyra gritted her teeth, feeling extremely frustrated. It was as if he was completely outplaying them. If he really wanted to defeat us, he shouldn't have shown himself and destroyed the chandelier to cause a distraction. But he appeared right in front of us to block our way. Even during the fight that followed, he stayed unnervingly calm. There's definitely something strange going on. Despite being grabbed by the collar, Illyra remained unfazed, her face emotionless as she asked, "Are you done?" As soon as she finished speaking, Taylor threw him to the floor. Ed said, "Now go upstairs, stop messing around." The group stared at each other, confused. "What are you talking about? You've been blocking our way this whole time, and now you're saying crazy things?" Outside, the rain was pouring down in sheets. Ed glanced at them with half an eye and said, "Why are you holding back your strength like this?" At Elvira's question, the group was shocked. "Isla, what are you saying? Hold him back? To fight us?" Elvira stepped forward, her eyes locking onto Ed's as she demanded, "Yes, I can't let this go. Answer me quickly, why aren't you using all your power?" Their gazes locked, filled with hatred and anger. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a faint light filtered through. The girl had taken a flower on her own and pinned it into her hair. She appeared, removing her cloak. After staying up all night thinking, who could blame the innocent girl? She walked away, leaving droplets on the floor. Even if it was just an illusion, anyone could imagine a perfect future for themselves. But illusions and reality are brutally different. Elvira grabbed Ed by the collar, even though Isla tried desperately to stop her. Taylor, furious, slammed his fist into the wall. The young man, who seemed poised to walk into a garden of roses with a charming appearance, was ambushed by a group of people. He sat helplessly on the floor, his face covered in blood. At that moment, some kind of miracle caused his face to be stained with blood as well. A voice called out. He turned to look, and the voice continued. "What are you people doing?" A girl glared at them, her eyes full of murderous intent. "What do you think you're doing?" As night fell, a voice echoed from within the awfulest hall. "If it goes on like this, I'll be there soon." The group had made it to the second floor. Clavius was grimacing. Taylor McClure, holding a rope, stepped down hard on Clavius, causing him to wince in pain. They had caught Clavius, who had been trying to flee on the second floor, defeated him, forced him to join their group, and then moved on to the third floor. Maid Kelly had tried to stop them, but they quickly overpowered her, defeating the boss of the third floor, the washing machine, Kelly. Facing the group, Kelly, covered in wounds, spoke weakly through the pain, "I'm so sorry, Miss Alice. I couldn't fulfill the task you entrusted to me." Without her twin sister, she was no match for Taylor's group. Of course, Taylor and his team hadn't realized that one of the twin maids was acting alone. Because of that, they had managed to reach their target Awfulest Hall, 4th floor. Leading the way, Taylor McClure and his team advanced to the next floor far more easily than expected. First, flames roared fiercely around Ed Rothstaler. He clenched his wrist tightly, his gaze growing colder strangely. The first floor had been far more difficult than anticipated.
Lordle's eyes were vacant, filled with fear as a loud scream rang out.
Then, a surge of red flames suddenly erupted. A voice echoed again, "Run!"
And in an instant, the group scattered in all directions.
In the chaos, a scream suddenly rang out, "Ah, help me! I can't control it, help me!"
Lane was trapped in a glowing red magic circle, shouting endlessly. He was the boss of the fourth floor. Lane was being controlled by a defensive spell. This was all part of Alice and Lordle's plan. They had left behind a crystal orb to activate the magic circle management system in the control room. The defensive spells were etched all over the Awfulest Hall. The crystal orb emitted bright golden sparks through small holes placed across the surfaces. It had originally been designed to protect the students from external threats. But in the current situation, the sparks seemed like they were sealing the crystal orb, merely a child who had lost control due to magic that the Academy's spells were too powerful for him to manage. Taylor McClure's group kept fighting against the powerful sparks. The building seemed to be sinking deeper and deeper.
Ilatrice was startled and shouted, "What's going on outside?" Clebius Nortondale urgently replied, "If this keeps up, the building is going to collapse." "Ah, where are the maids, and what the heck are they doing?" By now, the students of Awfulest, who had been trying to stay calm, were calling out to each other, "We need to get out of here now." Next, they began using their abilities to find a way to escape. As the situation reached its breaking point, the group didn't hesitate and jumped out of the window. From the outside, the building was steadily sinking, with powerful explosions shattering all the windows on the fourth floor. Things quickly got worse and spiraled out of control. The explosions grew louder and stronger. Taylor McClure raised his sword and loudly asked his companion beside him, "Alvira, do you have any more night butterfly flower reagent?"
Alvira, looking tense, explained, "The night butterfly flower reagent only distorts the user's magical power.
It won't work on a magical circle like in this case." With that, she pulled out a vial of blue liquid and continued, "In an enclosed space, this will definitely be useful.
This is anglerweed reagent, a mixture of anglerweed seeds and emperor clam shells." After speaking, Alvira clenched one hand and, with her other hand, poured the anglerweed reagent in response to Taylor McClure's urgency. After a series of quick movements, she said, "This should be enough to block all the basic magic down the hallway. They're all support spells."
"There's a lot of them, but I can still handle it." Clebius Nortondale was left speechless, listening in shock.
Anvia gritted her teeth and continued, "So, you don't need to worry about this side.
You two go ahead and defeat Lane." With that, she kicked Clebius Nortondale out of the way. Tears welling up in his eyes, he quickly ran off, followed closely by Taylor McClure, who was holding his sword and chasing after him. As they ran, Clebius shouted loudly, "Why me? Why does it have to be me?"
At the same time, Lane, surrounded by magical barriers, was shouting, trying to push all his power to its limit. From a distance, he appeared to be floating in the center, where the red light of a crystal sphere gathered. Dark winds surrounded him on all sides. As he noticed someone approaching, sparks of red energy shot out violently.
Lane's tears suddenly began to flow.
One side of his glasses had shattered, but it didn't take away the joy on his face. His eyes were wide open, tears streaming down both sides of his cheeks. He joyfully spoke, "Ah, finally."
At the same time, a loud explosion went off. A massive fire engulfed the entire fourth floor.
The building was burning fiercely from the outside, while the rain continued to pour down.
Ed Rothstaler and Janica were standing not far from there. Janica looked at Ed Rothstaler with concern and said, "Ed, what are you doing?
If you don't stay still, your wounds will tear open again." The two of them were standing behind a tree. Even though Ed Rothstaler was covered in injuries, he remained focused on the building.
He then replied indifferently, "It's not that bad. Most of this blood isn't even mine." Janica sighed in frustration, "You're unbelievable."
Taylor let out a deep breath and muttered under his breath, "Damn it." Through the rain, a group of people dressed in black coats stood respectfully by a wooden carriage. The scene looked simple and unassuming, without any exaggeration. From the outside, the carriage seemed to belong to someone noble, someone of high status. But when you considered the person sitting inside, even the carriage itself appeared low-class and cheap. When the man stepped out, it was Golden King Elt. He wore an expensive cloak, was covered in pricey jewelry, and held a piece of paper in his hand, his face twisted into a menacing scowl. Normally, he would be accompanied by more than a dozen carriages and followed by a whole entourage. But today, he arrived alone, signaling that he wanted to act quickly and secretly. Elt is Lortel's godfather. After being betrayed by Lortel, he became a powerful figure, a key player. However, he can't appear at the academy right now. The paper in his hand was slowly burning away. No one could guess what he was planning to do. At the same time, under the rain, a maid holding an umbrella walked past Taylor in Phonia. It seems like the carriage has been stopped there for a while now. Why is he only getting out now? Is he waiting for the Awfulest Hall to be completely destroyed? When Ed saw the maid, he stared at her in surprise and thought, who is that? The maid, escorted by a group of people in black, had a cold expression. It was none other than Shinny, the twin maid to the boss of the third floor, in charge of dishes. Shinny was one of the orphans raised by the head maid, Alice. Alice had been fully won over by Lortel, and she was supposed to be the boss of the third floor. Shinny held a sword, with mysterious red light radiating from her body. However, the strange thing was that she was with Lortel's enemy. Shinny couldn't betray Alice, but Alice had been bribed by Lortel. But as he thought about this, the image of Lortel being controlled by Alice's sword suddenly appeared in his mind. What if Alice joins Elt's side? Ed Rothstaler continued his analysis. And what if she betrays Lortel? If that happens, there's only one possible future. The image of Lortel lying motionless flashed in his mind, silently signaling Lortel's defeat. You'll have a political conflict with Phonia in Chapter 3, and you'll be a major supporting force in the battle against the Rayer family in Chapter 4. It's still Lortel, but now it's hard for her to play the role of a mid-tier boss. While he was deep in thought, Golden King Elt stepped into the Awfulest Hall. The situation had completely changed, but what about Lortel's role now? I can't predict anything anymore. Thinking about this, Ed Rothstaler suddenly spoke up, Janica. She heard him and, confused, replied, huh? Rothstaler continued, I need your help with something. It's urgent, and I can't handle it alone. After speaking, he fell silent, thinking, how should I explain this to her? Janica Failover quickly responded, okay, I'll help. Her words surprised him. Then, she clenched her fists, her face determined, and asked, what do I need to do? In the dark space, a familiar image of the letter being burned appeared once again. The contents of the letter gradually became visible. Dear President of the Elt Trading Association, Golden King Elt Ketchuln. I am writing to inform you that, contrary to her obedient and respectful appearance, your adopted daughter, Lortel Ketchuln. Though the letter is nearly burned to ashes, the text is still legible, and it continues, revealing that she is actually plotting to betray you and take control of the Elt Trading Association. The young lady knows that you were the one who killed her biological parents. The image of Lortel shaking hands with another person suddenly appeared. Then, the letter writer continued to expose Lortel's plot, using this information in an attempt to manipulate and overthrow him. Additionally, the negotiation to purchase the sage's sealed grimoire was a trap to lure him to the Sylvania Academy. Golden King Elt and a few of his subordinates had already entered the building. The contents of the letter kept running through his mind, preventing him from responding in time to the ongoing situation at the Elt Trading Guild headquarters. I'm revealing this information to you for certain reasons. Golden King Elt's expression grew colder as the writer continued to expose more details. I have a secret document that can prove Lortel's scheme. But you know, nothing comes for free. Miss Lortel had promised me a large sum of money. At the same time, no one knew that Lortel was being threatened by Alice's sword. The letter kept going. So, if I don't receive even more money, I may switch sides and join Lortel. I'm about to go blind, and I've nearly lost all my hearing after an accident.
This may be my last year as a maid.
At this point, Alice's gaze grew colder.
I was the only one backed into a corner, and I was the only one who knew the whole truth. It all depended on the decision I made. Alice's anger continued to grow.
The green flames around her spread without stopping.
The letter continued, revealing how things could either get more complicated or simpler.
The contents were detailed in the attached document. What was revealed was nothing less than the names of the organizations I secretly managed: the CERN region, Crook's Orphanage, Coelton Orphanage, Athens Crozel Orphanage in the Odell region, Alton Orphanage in the Temel region, and the Community Orphanage. The amount of gold sent to these facilities would determine my next move. I hope you will show mercy and make a wise decision. Outside, the rain grew heavier.
The letter was coming to an end.
With kind regards, Alice, head maid of Ophelis Hall.
Suddenly, a sharp sword was pressed against someone's neck. A voice then rang out, commanding, "Don't move."
The voice continued, "Lord Elt will be arriving at the hall soon."
The person holding the sword was none other than Alice.
Seeing her opponent remain silent, she continued, "I didn't expect you to be someone with a cool head." The two of them stood in the middle of the wide hallway, the sword still pressed against Lortel's neck. Alice kept talking, "Miss Lortel, you said you would get revenge on Golden King Elt." Suddenly, she paused for a moment before adding, "However, if you don't mind me saying, I don't think there's much difference between the two of you.
And honestly, between all of us."
Before she could finish, a loud explosion sent both of them flying. A voice echoed through the air, "Someone like Winlane would never be able to reach the defense magic system." There was Winlane, tied up tightly in a thick rope, and the voice continued, "As expected, the real culprit behind this is." The group led by Taylor Marlor stood at the door. Alvira, leading the charge, shouted, "Head maid Alice, she's holding someone hostage.
Everyone, be careful." Seeing the newcomers, Lortel quickly crouched down, leaving Alice standing frozen in confusion.
Clebius Nortondale saw her scrambling to the ground and urgently asked, "Lortel, are you all right?"
"I'm fine," Lortel replied.
"Look over there, that's the one who started all of this," she added, pointing toward the culprit.
Then, she bit her lip tightly and said with a strained voice, "Do we need to defeat her quickly?" After speaking, she thought to herself that she had to say this and blame Alice right away.
Alvira was shocked, her eyes widening. She raised her voice and called out to Lortel, then asked, "What's with your expression?"
Upon hearing this, Lortel sneered and said in a low voice, "What's wrong with my expression?"
After that, Lortel covered her face with her hand and quickly ran off, ignoring the others calling her name, Lortel. As she ran, Lortel thought, "The Golden King is coming.
He doesn't trust his subordinates, so he's coming here himself."
She quickly ran down the stairs, her thoughts racing. The plan to bring him down and take control of my Elt Trade Association is almost complete. All the blame for manipulating public opinion and the damage caused will fall on him, forcing him to resign from the Elt Trade Association. The calculations continued to echo in Lortel's mind.
Fortunately, Elt Ketcheln hadn't arrived yet.
I need to contact the operators at headquarters, send them the secret letter hidden in my room, and then I can just run off somewhere.
Lortel was trying to run as fast as she could out of the hall. She quietly concluded that the key to her plan was simply not getting caught.
Her steps gradually slowed down. She comforted herself, thinking, "That's enough, I can't let myself fall apart.
I need to try harder."
Memories began to flood her mind. The cold image of Ed Rothstaler appeared, making Lortel sigh, "No one understands me." She remembered the moment Alice had threatened her with the rusty sword, and felt a mix of worry and frustration.
If I were to betray them, I would have been prepared for this. And honestly, I've been through this kind of thing too many times.
Suddenly, she stopped, her hand resting on the wall. The thoughts in her head kept echoing. "And so, my heart breaks right here, right now." With that thought, Lortel covered her mouth with her hand, her body trembling. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably.
She sadly thought, "It's not mine, but I become stronger." Lortel slowly kept walking.
At this point, it seemed that Lortel had made up her mind. She slowly accelerated, thinking that she needed to do everything she could, that she had to keep running. Tears kept streaming down her face. Lortel gritted her teeth, running and thinking, I need to get to that room before Ketchum does. Outside, the rain continued to pour. Alice confidently thought that everything would be resolved as long as she could send the letter. Meanwhile, in the main hall on the first floor, things were a mess. Golden King Ketchum, along with his servants dressed in black cloaks, entered one after another. He frowned and then spoke in a demanding voice, What did you just say? Student, evacuate immediately. Suddenly, a pair of legs appeared. Then the person spoke, due to the risk of the hall collapsing. The one who had arrived was none other than Ed Rothstaler. He continued, No one is allowed into this room for safety reasons until the professors arrive. Although he was alone facing a group of people, Ed Rothstaler stood firm, continuing, I cannot let anyone pass. Hearing this, Golden King Ketchum asked, Did you receive orders from the Academy office? Ed Rothstaler didn't even look at him as he bluntly replied, No, we act based on our own will. Sylvania has a reward system for situations like this. He then opened his eyes and silently considered the situation. There are 3 people controlling the flow of this story, Lortel, who intends to overthrow Ketchum. Ed Rothstaler seemed to fully understand her goal, to avenge her childhood and take the position of president of the trade association. The second person, Ketchum, wants to stop Lortel's plan. What was surprising, though, was that someone had successfully bought the sage's sealed grimoire. And that mysterious woman, who was difficult to grasp. Thinking about it, the image of the young lady in waiting, Alice, stood between the powerful father-son duo, locked in a deadlock. The turning point of the story why she betrayed them, Ed wasn't sure, but she was currently on the 5th floor with Lortel. The image of Alice threatening Lortel with a sword appeared once more. Ed Rothstaler hesitated, so what now? Should I go up to the 5th floor to stop her? But then, he quickly made up his mind, no. The scene of the Taylor group standing at the door of the 5th floor was also recounted. Then, he thought to himself, even if I don't get involved, she'll still run into Taylor's group just as I expect, and I'll leave that task to them. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, the intense battle between Alice and Taylor's group was ongoing. No one was backing down. Ed Rothstaler was absolutely confident, thinking to himself, they're very reliable. Recalling the battles with each member of the group, the fights had been intense, making Ed Rothstaler even more certain about his decision. Without hesitation, he explained, I've personally verified their abilities. Back to Ketchum, Ed Rothstaler made up his mind, I'll handle this and make sure Ketchum doesn't make it into the Ophilus Hall. At that thought, he let out a quiet laugh and continued planning. It doesn't matter what he's plotting, the events at the Ophilus Hall will go on as usual. Then, Ed Rothstaler suddenly exclaimed, No way, could you be Ketchum, the president of the Trade Association? He then extended his hand in front of his chest and performed a formal gesture, continuing, If a noble as distinguished as you, Lord has come all the way here, it must be for a very good reason. Ketchum listened seriously, and Ed Rothstaler went on, But you should speak with the Academy first, so that you can be welcomed properly, according to your status. Upon hearing this, Ketchum spoke in a low voice, I see, so you. Ed Rothstaler lowered his head, pressing his lips tightly together. Soon, Ketchum's expression grew colder, and an intense, green aura of killing intent surrounded him. He then said, You're with the Lortel faction. 10 minutes before Ed Rothstaler was cornered, the large ship, its red lights flashing, was floating on the ocean. Ed Rothstaler and Janica Failover stood before a large hole in the wall caused by an explosion, peering inside. He looked at the people in the room and said, That's the situation outside. He then asked Zix, who was planting banana trees with one hand, So why haven't you left yet? Zix stubbornly replied, Well, I can't act impulsively. Even if this whole building crashes down, I'm not going to die. He quietly mocked, So you think just because you're strong, you can do whatever you want? Elsa, also known as Frozen, is a fictional character from Disney's 53 RD animated feature film. Zix flipped over and got up.
His whole body was covered in sweat. And why did you put such a huge hole in the wall of my room? It's freezing in here. Are you trying to turn me into Elsa, sleeping on the bed? Ed Rothstaler looked at him and silently thought, who would have guessed this guy is a magician? Zix scratched his head and bent down politely, saying, Senior Jenica, I should have greeted you properly earlier. Although their relationship wasn't great because of the Glaskin incident, Janica Failover pretended to be polite and replied, Yeah, I'm really sorry about that. Ed Rothstaler comforted her, Don't be upset, Janica. You've already completed the disciplinary action. Jenica Failover pretended to be grateful, saying, Yeah, that's true. Thanks. Ed looked at the two of them and casually asked, By the way, are you two a couple? Jenny Failover flustered and waved her hands, No, definitely not. She blushed and jumped slightly, nervously glancing at Ed Rothstaler. Hesitantly, she asked, Ed, did I make you uncomfortable? He lowered his eyes and replied, No, it's fine. It's just that he was rude first. Hearing this, Zix felt embarrassed and said, Oh, I see. He bowed 90 degrees and apologized to me. Zix looked up at the two of them before turning back to the main issue. So, what exactly made you two break through the wall and barge in here? Ed Rothstaler affirmed. That's right. I need to ask you for a favor. I'll pay you later. He politely bowed to Golden King. Your Excellency. If a noble as distinguished as Lord Elt has come all the way here, it must be for an important reason. But you should speak with the Academy first to ensure you're welcomed appropriately for your status. His voice grew more serious as he spoke. I see. The man glared at Ed Rothstaler with a sharp, icy gaze. His voice dripped with menace as he emphasized each word. You. A powerful aura radiated from him, overpowering Ed Rothstaler, who was from the Lortel faction. He lowered his head, leaning in close to whisper in his ear, Has her beauty sparked something in you? Instead of staying loyal to the gold coins you might never receive, you should seize the immediate benefits in front of you. His amber eyes showed no sign of emotion when he spoke about his own flesh and blood. That girl was born with the blood of a fox. She's the kind of person who'll stab you in the back the moment she gets the chance. I, her father, the one who raised her from childhood, understand her better than anyone else. He tried to convince Ed Rothstaler. I'll give you double what she promised. Now, get out of my way. Ed kept his head down and spoke quietly, I appreciate your offer, but... His deep ocean blue eyes met the man's, unwavering. I haven't received a single gold coin. So, what does it matter if it's double or triple? The man's face darkened. Fine. The soldiers drew their swords and, following his command, surrounded the two of them. Looks like we're not on the same page. Ed shot a glance at the soldiers as the man ordered. Take care of this quickly. Ed Rothstaler quickly fled from the soldiers wielding swords. Immediately, two soldiers stepped forward to block his path. Where do you think you're going? One of them demanded. A surge of green magic sent the two soldiers flying away from Ed Rothstaler. Zix extended his hand, casting a spell, with Jenica following closely behind him. Are you okay, Senior? She asked. Ed Rothstaler turned to look at them, speaking urgently. Once I assess the situation, I'll be back. Please buy me some time. I'll repay this debt later. Jenica activated her magic. Got it. Zix agreed readily. Didn't you owe me something from before? He frowned, showing clear impatience. Despite still being a student, they were still formidable opponents. Charge! He ordered. Zix and Jenica rushed into battle with the soldiers in cloaks, wielding swords. Ed Rothstaler took advantage of the chaos to escape. He quickly formed a plan in his mind. Right now, he needed to find Lortel and update her on the situation outside. As he was running, he stopped short when he spotted Lortel Ketchuln. He approached her and asked, "Why can't you go outside?" Lortel Ketchum hesitated before answering, "Well." He extended the invitation to her, "We should go around the window and sneak out first. Do you still have the strength to run? Follow me."
Kindness and trust often go hand in hand for a reason. This was why Cheryl, the receptionist at the Elt Trading Company, treated Lortel so kindly. The elderly servant smiled warmly and bowed, hoping Lortel might accidentally reveal some confidential information. This was also the reason Cadden, another employee at the trading company, seemed especially happy around Lortel. The big, bearded man laughed cheerfully because Lortel had given him advice. The little green bird perched on his index finger. The reason Teeny, the pet bird who was always around Lortel, stuck close to her was because she fed it premium food. Every gesture of kindness, like the coin engraved with a sailing ship, had its reason. Just like the value of money, at least in Lortel's world, everything had a cause. Ed Rothstaler didn't seem to have time for me to explain everything in detail, but Alice betrayed you, right? Lortel Ketchum gritted her teeth, remained silent, and blamed herself quietly. "It's my fault. A stupid mistake." Lortel thought back to her childhood, growing up in a home filled with love and care. She treated the world with that same love and attention. The image of Janica Faylover smiling while holding a basket of eggs came to Lortel's mind. Janica Faylover was very different from her. She remembered the day she made a proposal to Ed Rothstaler, a moment Lortel would never forget. Lortel recalled the way Janica Faylover looked at Ed Rothstaler. Her gaze passed over him, full of longing, as if she didn't expect anything in return. The girl with white hair lowered her eyes, standing behind her. Lortel wondered if she could ever have a relationship like that. The girl with white hair held a sword close to Lortel Ketchum's neck and said, "So, you told Alice the whole plan?" Lortel took a step forward, knowing she would never forget that dark, ugly side of herself. The cracked glass reflected her grim face. Lortel didn't fool herself into thinking she could ever be some romantic version of herself. She thought about the things she had done, the 5 people she had bribed to take control of the Awfulest Hall, including the head maid Alice, the twin maids Shinny and Kelly, the representative of the weaker faction Willane, and the fallen noble Ed Rothstaler. And then, Lortel finally understood. Alice, Shinny, and Ken are already with Elt. Willane will probably take his side too. She glanced at the young man in front of her and mocked herself. And him as well. In the end, Lortel spoke up. "I'm sorry, Ed. Honestly, I don't even know what I want." Why did I say that? Why did I? Her face seemed to have lost all hope. She continued, "I'm not sure if I can give you the 20 gold coins I promised. As you can see, things aren't exactly stable on my side. Given the situation, I don't think you should stay with me." But Ed Rothstaler's response caught her completely off guard. He asked, "Who even asked about your situation?" Then, he grabbed her hand. "Why are you stopping when we're in a hurry? If Elt catches you, your life is over right then and there." The light shone on their backs. "If you want to accomplish anything in the future, you have to escape first." Lortel stared at him in confusion, his kindness, his trust. She looked at him, standing in the brilliant light. "Now, explain everything to me. Why did you do it?" She pursed her lips in silence, often accompanied by a deep thought for a reason. If the reason is unclear, then trust should be withheld. Of course, that was the truth of her life. Lortel finally explained everything. "The central office of the Merchant Guild planned to manipulate prices, and it's likely that your father is behind it." She described his weapon storage. "You know, the prices of equipment have dropped since the monster attack in the eastern mountain range. By buying up all the remaining gear and holding a monopoly, he can trade internally without stopping and manipulate prices on everything." Ed Rothstaler understood perfectly this was his illegal operation. She had already summarized the rest. She quickly went on to explain something she had discovered. "What?" "Oh, yes, my father needs money to carry out his plan. He said he found someone willing to pay a high price for the sage's sealed grimoire.
That's why he sent me to Slovenia to steal the book. At this point, Taylor interrupted. Alright, no need for more details. By now, he had gathered all the information he needed. Money laundering transactions were a classic tactic for artificially inflating market prices through three traders A, B, and C. These individuals would monopolize cheap goods in the market and trade them amongst themselves. He mentally sketched out an up and down diagram in his mind. However, money laundering transactions relied on mutual trust. If B and C secretly unloaded goods onto the market, the prices would drop immediately. So, A, who had endured to monopolize the goods and taken out loans to buy equipment, would be affected. Ed Rothstaler seemed to foresee how quickly wealth could rise and fall. Elt would bear all the losses alone and be pushed out of his current position. Later, he had bought dozens of other companies, corresponding to B and C, over the years to set up for this plan. But then he saw that, despite this, Elt would have to leave the central office so that the 6 shareholder traders could gain the right to sell, and among them was Lortler. As he ran, he said, "You raised the scale of the Office Hall takeover to pressure the finance office and to make the deal for the purchase of the sage's sealed grimoire happen. Your plan was to use that to kick L, who's desperate for money, out of the central office, and sell off the equipment there. Am I right?" Ed Rothstaler's understanding left Lortel stunned. She thought to herself, how the heck does he? Ed Rothstaler glanced at her and quietly said, "Then you just need to do one thing." She was skeptical, hardly believing it. He had grasped the situation so easily, and then suddenly asked, "You're trying to find a way to send that secret letter to the central office of the Trade Guild and tell them they need to sell the equipment immediately, right?" Lortel understood now. Her room had a messenger pigeon. She remembered it was directly connected to their internal communications at the Trade Guild's central office. If she sent the pigeon and kept it hidden until the equipment sale plan succeeded, she would win. Still, she wasn't entirely sure. But surely her father had guessed part of it. He probably planned to make her reveal everything, the full plan, and all the people close to her. Ed Rothstaler suddenly fell silent. He turned away, then spoke sharply, "Listen carefully." He became serious and said, "From now on, you must stay hidden and avoid being seen at all costs. If I were Elt, I'd send people to block both bridges leading to the island. They would definitely catch you there." The heavy rain outside blurred the view. "Tell the coachman waiting outside to take the empty carriage to the island. Tell him to leave the carriage somewhere safe and then go somewhere else. That way, they'll think you've left Arkan Island." Lortel couldn't believe it. "Then what about me?" He looked at her and continued, "I built a small shelter in the northern woods. You just need to stay there for 3 days." He asked again, "I'll go to your room and leave the letter with the messenger. As long as the message says something like 'sell immediately,' everything will be settled, right?" She hesitated before answering, "Yes, that's right." Suddenly, his eyes widened. Ed Rothstaler quickly grabbed her by the shoulders. He whispered, "Someone's at the back door. I'll handle him and then run to your room. In the meantime, keep a close eye on everything around you. If you don't see anyone, head straight to Quarters District." Lortel stood frozen for a moment, acting like a seasoned businesswoman with no unnecessary movements or gestures. In fact, she began to believe she could trust him completely with everything. Ed Rothstaler frowned and asked, "Are you really okay? Why do you look so lost? This isn't like you at all." She snapped out of it and replied, "Yes, I understand." Unable to hold back, she whispered to herself, "Senior Ed, this time it should be fine." Lortel asked, "Why are you helping me so much?" Ed Rothstaler didn't know how to answer. Why was she asking that? He turned to leave, saying, "Because I want to help you, I guess." The door closed in front of Lortel. The silence of the night settled in. Exhausted, Lortel collapsed into a seat, her face flushed and her breath coming in short, quick gasps. She heard a loud noise, the final battle between the Taylor group and Alice. Then she shook her head. No, It's actually more like the fight on the first floor, right? She clenched her fists and thought. It's not just close, I can't believe it, but. Her face was soaked with tears, though she didn't remember when it started. This was the beating of her heart. Outside, the rain fell cold and relentless. A cold voice echoed. I don't think Ed here is the one who came out of that. The person who arrived was the dishwashing maid, Shinny. Ed Rothstaler wiped the blood off his lip, making one last effort. Well, I guess there's a little truth to that. His eyes were icy as he added, pitiful. Now, the tragic story was finally nearing its end. She had connected with the magical defense system of the Awfulest Hall. The finely crafted metal box emitted light from its core. It was surrounded by a magical seal that wrapped around Alice's hands and the box. With swordsmanship that rivaled the close combat students, Alice held a sword in one hand, blocking Taylor's attacks. With the other hand, she used magic to unlock the box. Despite this, she still firmly blocked every strike from Taylor. Streams of light shot out as their magical forces collided. She even mastered intermediate-level magic. Alice's gaze was sharp. She was the head maid, Alice. However, Taylor suddenly jumped up, dodging Alice's magic. He channeled his magic into his sword and leaped down from above Alice. She didn't stand a chance against Taylor, because he was the main character in this story. The two swords clashed, and a blinding surge of magic shot out in all directions. Taylor pushed down hard on his sword, forcing it toward Alice, but her expression remained cold and composed as she calmly withstood the force. Chapter 2, Part 3, The Final Battle Against the Head Maid, Alice. The magic light from the two of them lit up the entire room, spilling out through the windows. Outside the building, the sounds of violent clashes echoed. As raindrops fell onto his sword, SNY, with his sharp gaze, held the sword in one hand, pointing it at Ed. Ed Rothstaler was badly injured, but he still had to face Shinny. Under the heavy rain, the water washed away the blood from the wound on Ed's head. He focused, trying to assess the situation. Ed was cornered. I'm running out of mana. I only have enough strength left for 2 or 3 basic spells. Shinny suddenly dashed forward with lightning speed. Moving in a zigzag pattern, she leaped, leaving behind trails of light and purple magic, closing in on Ed. But as she reached the final step of her jump, she arced her body, swinging her sword closer to him. The cold, sharp blade rushed toward Ed, but he quickly dodged the first strike. She was taken aback that he could avoid her blow. What's aiming for the area between my lower stomach and thigh? Ed lifted his foot and stomped on the blade of her sword. I know this trick already. The issue isn't how fast your reflexes are. Her face twisted with frustration as she lifted her skirt, revealing a series of daggers wrapped around her thigh. Ed swiftly grabbed Shanice's wrist, stopping her from pulling out the daggers. It's that I've already seen it coming. Ed Rothstaler forcefully knocked the daggers away. Shani, now under control, looked irritated. Ugh! Her eyes suddenly widened, her purple pupils shrinking. It was the special ability of the twin sisters, those born with the blessings of the stars. The skill-sharing system allowed the twins to exchange abilities with each other once a day. Suddenly, the daggers covered in purple magic shot up and flew toward Ed. It was Kelly's low-level weapon control spell. The daggers closed in on Ed Rothstaler, but he smoothly dodged, avoiding the sharp blades with ease. Shani smiled confidently, but she started sweating, as if trying to hold something back. Her eyes flashed with bright purple light. Then, all of a sudden, her pupils returned to their natural golden color, and her face showed disbelief, her mouth falling silent. Though Ed had avoided most of the daggers, 2 still embedded themselves in his right shoulder inside. His cold gaze locked on Shani, who was kneeling on the ground, her arms twisted behind her as he held them in place. SH's magic wasn't as elaborate as Kelly's. He pulled the dagger from his body, blood splattering from the open wound. The only damage he took was a little blood. He tossed the daggers away, their light clatter echoing softly. Then, he slammed her down into the ground. He kicked as if to strike Shani directly,
but instead, he knocked her sword out of her hand with his foot.
He bent down to look at Shinny and said, "Right."
Pinned to the ground by Ed, Shinny screamed in anger. What a fool! It didn't even take a minute to control her. Even so, Shinny still struggled to break free from Ed's grip. She was injured, but her determination for Ali burned bright. Now that it's come to this, I can't let Alice be disappointed.
Move out of the way."
Ed calmly wiped the rainwater off his face, which mixed with the blood that remained.
He said, "Alice will lose." Shinny shot him an angry look and shouted, "What do you know? What do you know about Alice?"
Blood dripped from Alice's lip, but she stood firm. Her hand continued to channel magic around the metal box.
"Do you know what Alice has been through?"
At that moment, multiple magical circles appeared in the air, releasing bursts of magic that shot directly toward Taylor. All the magical rays converged on one spot, creating a blinding magical explosion. The wind blew fiercely, stirring up a cloud of dust.
"Do you know how many orphan children she's taken care of?"
At that point, Ed Rothstaler fell silent.
"I am one of them," he said. He had no idea about the story of the failed swordsman in Sylvania, nor did he delve into Alice's personal history.
Alice was shocked, her eyes wide open, as the magical light from the explosion lit up her face.
"If it weren't for you, Alice."
Taylor suddenly charged out of the blast, her entire body glowing with the golden light of magic, moving so quickly that only an afterimage and streaks of light were left behind. Taylor pointed her sword at Alice and rushed forward.
"If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even have a job."
Alice, now without using any more magic, stood still, preparing to block Taylor's incoming strike.
"To make money."
Alice froze.
"Or maybe I wouldn't even be able to survive in this chaotic kingdom."
Startled by the overwhelming power rushing toward her, her eyes widened as Taylor's magical light shone through her pupils. Behind Ed, the room where Taylor and Alice were fighting suddenly exploded. Flames shot out from beneath the pouring rain, creating a blinding scene that lit up the sky.
"You don't know."
Even though he had heard everything, Ed said calmly, "Actually." As soon as he finished speaking, Ed tightened his grip on Shinny, forcing her down to the ground. He put all his strength into it, knocking her unconscious.
"It's not my job, but my feelings remain the same."
Shinny slowly stopped resisting, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. She gritted her teeth, unwilling to accept it.
"I won't forgive you. I can't trust you." On Lortel's side.
Ed Rothstaler.
Ugh.
Shinny passed out, but the tears kept falling, her face full of despair. Smoke rose from the room and the building. "It's a shame, but I don't know anything about the side stories of the plot."
Ed Rothstaler left Shinny, unconscious in the rain. What did she expect from me, anyway? From the very beginning.
Avoiding Shinny, the flashes from the explosion illuminated one side of his face, his eyes grew colder. There were so many stories in this world that weren't part of the game. Once again, the room was blown apart, weighing the damage from this incident. Compared to Alice's efforts, it doesn't really mean anything.
Ed dragged Shinny through the rain, the path he pulled her along leaving long streaks of water. Is it just about judging right and wrong?
The people who can make their own philosophy and decide their own lives. He leaned her against the wall in the building. They're living a comfortable, prosperous life.
After all, the choices and ultimate goals of his life since entering this body. Ed Rothstaler ran into the rain. Not once has it changed, not even once. Raindrops hit his hair, running down his chin, his face emotionless. It's simply about survival.
The notification appeared: "You have defeated Shinny, the dishwasher, and unlocked a new skill." A display with a flaming skull emblem showed the information for Resilient Heart, a skill that temporarily allows you to forget pain and stop draining health.
Ed smiled with joy. "Finally, I've learned this skill." Someone threw a stone, shattering the glass door. Fragments of glass scattered everywhere. Ed Rothstaler quickly jumped into the building through the broken door, crouched down, and carefully looked around.
The wooden interior here was luxurious, with many decorations. In front of him was a beautifully arranged bookshelf, neatly displaying clocks, mirrors, and candle holders.
At a glance, it all seemed a bit excessive.
Documents were scattered all over the desk, along with a pen holder, an ink bottle, and papers, with books perfectly organized on top.
After observing, he muttered, "That's definitely her personality."
Ed Rothstaler grabbed a pen and a sheet of paper from the desk and wrote a note. "Elt is in Sylvania. He won't be back at headquarters for at least 3 days.
Sell off all the equipment at the headquarters immediately."
The pigeon flew through the rain, heading toward the night sky.
It would return carrying Elt's severed head.
Drops of blood fell to the ground below. Ed Rothstaler pressed his wound, struggling with each step as he moved forward.
He gasped for breath.
The blood from his injury had soaked through the shirt he was wearing. From what I've learned, injuries like this will heal quickly. If it weren't for Janica and Zix, things would have gone exactly as planned.
Elt's magical crown burned with a fierce fire.
With a cruel gaze, Lortel had surely thrown himself into a disastrous end. But now, the carriage, following Lortel's instructions, sped through the rain. It had escaped from Arkan Island. Elt wouldn't sit idle, and even if he managed to capture the coachman and force him to reveal everything, by then. The bird shot through the night sky. The moonlight seemed to cover the entire sky, and feathers fell softly with each beat of its wings.
The letter I sent would reach the Elt Trading Guild and trigger the event that would overthrow Elt. If the plan goes smoothly, Lortel must be waiting at the cabin.
Seeing what was in front of him, Ed Rothstaler suddenly stopped.
Wow!
In front of him, a girl wearing a black hood slowly approached.
"Did you come all the way here to greet me? That's so kind of you."
But then he sensed something was off about the girl. He had to admit he'd been a bit too confident. The girl's face slowly became visible under the hood, revealing her red hair.
It was her Lortel. Ed Rothstaler thought back.
In this whole situation, only 5 people whom Lortel had bribed knew she was the mastermind. If Elt lost power, Alice would have no choice but to fall into Lortel's hands.
Shinny and Kelly were loyal maids to Alice. Just like last time, Lortel could use money to bribe Winland. But from Lortel's perspective, Ed Rothstaler.
As she turned her back, she fell silent.
Why was she a variable that couldn't be bought with money?
In a remote part of the forest, where no one could see. Ed Rothstaler was anxious, unsure if she would attack him, and if so, how it would unfold. If Lortel eliminated him, her perfect crime would succeed flawlessly. The true nature of Lortel Ketchum was darkness. Lortel's eyes appeared under the hood, staring at him with an unreadable expression. In her hand, she held a dagger, its blade gleaming under the reflective light. She would use anyone and then immediately discard them. She was a deceitful person. Ed Rothstaler thought, if I want to survive, I have to try my hardest. He gritted his teeth, struggling to assess the situation, but with this body. She had already moved so close, standing right before him. The knife still firmly in her grasp. Ed Rothstaler froze. She swung the knife in her hand.
Ed Rothstaler was caught off guard.
Lortel reached for the knife, cutting a piece of fabric from his shirt. She tied a piece of cloth around the wound to stop the bleeding for Ed Rothstaler. In the end, you're hurt again.
Ed Rothstaler couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the woman standing in front of him. Was she really bandaging him up like this?
Lortel helped support Ed Rothstaler, guiding him toward a wooden cabin deep in the forest. In front of the cabin, a fire crackled, lighting up the area.
"Let me help you."
The rain stopped, so I lit a campfire, Lortel said, blushing and holding back tears as she spoke to him.
"First, we should warm up."
In the darkness of the night, the light from the fire flickered and filled the space.
Ed asked, "So, did everything go according to plan?"
Lortel answered proudly, "Senior, of course.
I'm Lortel Ketchum."
She was relaxing, holding a steaming cup in her hands, and told Ed, who was sitting beside her, "The coachman promised me he would do his best to draw their attention and buy us more time."
He didn't even care about his own life. Ed, hearing this, asked with suspicion, "Is he really that loyal? What tricks did you use?" After asking this question, he felt a bit unsure and guessed. She wouldn't take their family hostage, would she? Lortel didn't answer the question right away. Instead, she steered the conversation in a different direction. She said, "Do you know what? Senior, if the plan works, I'll have a spot in the most powerful ranks of the Elt business group." She tilted her head, flashed a beautiful smile, and continued. "Honestly, I owe you a lot. How do you feel? Do you feel the weight on your shoulders? Don't you think I'm amazing?" Ed listened to her, but didn't say anything. He just looked as usual, poking at the fire with a stick. Lortel sighed in frustration. "Wow, what a boring expression." She chuckled softly and said, "Thank you so much, Senior." Her clear voice rang out in the quiet air. "I'll never forget this favor." Taking the chance, Ed directly asked her for payment. "Then pay me the 20 gold coins you promised, just as we agreed." Lortel immediately laughed awkwardly. "Well, about that." Sparks flew up in the air. Lortel quickly changed the subject. "But there's something I want to ask you." Before she could ask, he cut her off. "Is there still something to worry about? Is it about Alice?" Lortel brought the steaming cup closer to her lips, her expression unclear as she spoke to deny it. "No, it's not like that. From now on, I'll handle my own problems." She paused for a moment before continuing, "I actually want to ask about Senior Janica." Lortel lowered her head slightly, hiding her expression, but her eyes were still probing. "You're really close to Senior Janica, right?" Ed answered calmly. "Yeah, that's right. She's a good person." Lortel agreed with his words and started praising Janica. "Exactly. And she's a senior I really respect. She's always so thoughtful, caring, and takes care of others." Ed glanced at Lortel, still not picking up on the odd tone in her voice. He asked, "Yeah, so what?" Her lips parted slightly, and she paused for a long while. Lortel then half closed her eyes, tilting her head back with a slightly flushed face. She still held the warm cup in her hands and said, "I'm not as kind as her." At the same time, in the office hall, there was a dent in the wall, with cracks spreading everywhere. Pieces of the ceiling were falling in small chunks of brick. Amid the battle, Elt suddenly received a report from his subordinate and quickly left. The man turned his back and walked out of the room. His cloak fluttered with each step, as if he had lost interest in the office hall. A few mercenaries appeared, putting Zix in a difficult position. The pressure from the powerful force ahead made him raise an arm to shield himself. Sweat was dripping down as Zix said, "I think you can stop now." The mercenaries were pushed back. Some immediately turned to run, while others shouted in panic, "Stop! Stop it!" However, for Zix, instead of dealing with the mercenaries, he had to stop his own ally. At first, Janica was a little worried. A terrifying force centered around her formed a massive red whirlwind, lifting the mercenaries into the air. Even the mercenaries couldn't handle it and called out her name, "Senior Janica." But as the battle dragged on, the spirit grew stronger. Zix had to stop Janica before anyone got hurt. Zix struggled to get closer to her and asked, "Is something wrong? Are you mad at me?" Janica stood with her back to him, and the little fairy on her shoulder chirped twice, but Janica didn't move. She just stayed silent, holding her position. Suddenly, she turned around and smiled. Her eyes gleamed red, sending a chill down your spine. Even the little fairy perched on her shoulder seemed scared. Janica slowly answered, "No, I'm not mad." Back in the present, under the clear blue sky, with the beautiful sunlight and the image of the house in Ed's mind, he sighed. Going to school was going to be tough now, especially since his uniform was covered in blood. Ed thought back to what had happened. Zix had lent him a new uniform and filled him in on the news after the night's events. Winland had taken the blame for the attack on the Awfulest Hall. In his mind, he saw Winland surrounded by a red light, screaming in agony. Next, the scene shows Alice bound and with a blank expression on her face. The head maid, Alice, is still being interrogated, but it seems she refuses to say anything. Meanwhile, Lortel, one of the key figures in this scene, is under house arrest. Considering that, up until now, Outside hasn't made any strong moves, it seems the operation has been somewhat successful. Drops of water slowly run down Ed's face, which now shows a thoughtful expression. We have no choice but to wait for time to bring us the news of victory. Because of this situation, I haven't had any time to train. He lifted his head, stretched his body, and sighed, ah. Then, Ed continued to worry, thinking that his own body was also not doing well. Pain here, pain there. I can't do anything that takes too much energy, but I still have to complete the mission. A display appeared: life skills details, level, intermediate craftsman, specialization, woodworking craft level 13, gathering skill level 11, design level 8, advanced crafting skill slot, empty. Advanced crafting skill slot, empty. He started thinking about his goals. Since there's still no advanced crafting technology available, his top priority would be to learn a new technique he could actually use. He had already decided on what skills to learn. At first, he planned to start by studying Spirit Fusion, a skill that could complement his elemental mage abilities. The symbols for both skills appeared in his mind. I'll also learn magical crafting techniques for making everyday items and other gear used in battle. Spirit Fusion will be automatically learned when I form a contract with a spirit and craft an item that contains elemental power. The complete designs for those items have already been planned out by Ed. One is a sphere containing elemental power, and the other is a dagger that also holds elemental energy. He silently calculated, on the other hand, magical crafting can be learned by successfully dismantling and reassembling an item created using magic at a certain level. I don't want to waste a spirit slot, but if I want to start practicing Spirit Fusion right away, it's probably best to form a contract with a low-level spirit first. Suddenly, Janica appeared from behind, waving her hand to interrupt his train of thought. She cheerfully called out, "Hey, Ed, the rain has stopped, so it's a bit chilly, huh?" He tilted his head and responded, "Oh, hey, Janica. Aren't you going to school today?" Janica sat down on a rock next to him and replied, "I have a headache. And I'm not feeling too well, so I'm just going to rest in the northern forest and enjoy the breeze for a bit." Ed, still exercising, asked with concern, "You're not hurt from trying to help me, are you?" Janica immediately shook her head. "No, not at all." Her face broke into a wide smile, but she quickly opened her eyes and glanced over hesitantly before asking, "By the way, how is Lortel? Is she okay?" Ed answered, "She's fine, just resting in the cabin." Janica quickly turned around and looked toward the cabin. Inside, Lortel was sitting comfortably, bathed in bright light from the window. She leaned her head against the wall, quietly thinking, even though the incident at the Awfulest Hall had ended, there was still so much left to do. In her mind, the image of Alice holding a sword and the image of a book appeared. First, she had to defeat the former Duchess Alice again. Second, she needed to prepare for the negotiation to buy the sage's sealed grimoire. Lortel placed her hand on the windowsill and gazed outside, continuing her deep thoughts. However, for the past 3 days, as she waited for a response from the Eld headquarters, she had been living in constant anxiety inside this wooden house. But in the end, it wasn't as bad as she thought. She opened her wide eyes and looked at the figure in front of her. Lortel felt a surge of happiness, thinking, because I'm here with Ed Rothstaler. At that moment, Ed was outside in the yard, sweating as he chopped wood. Lortel's inner emotions stirred, and her heart started pounding wildly. She blushed and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. His unconditional kindness and trust, which didn't need to be returned, made her feel as if she were curled up in a soft, cozy bed. Lortel's gaze toward Ed became increasingly filled with deep affection. For some, this feeling might be ordinary, but for Lortel, who had spent her life surrounded by indifference and emotional distance, this feeling was worth more than gold. She felt a bit possessive, thinking that she didn't want to share him with anyone else. Watching Janica smile and hand a towel to Ed only made it worse. Lortel emphasized more, especially that person, Janica Faye lover, whether they're friends or family, their relationship is already built on kindness and unconditional trust, and that's just so natural and normal for them. Lortel pouted, furrowing her brows in anger. If she already had so many people chasing after her, shouldn't she let go of a few? She sat down, starting to come up with a plan. If not, she'd have to resort to some dirty tricks. Lortel crossed her legs, sitting with her back to the light. She folded her arms, closed her eyes, and lowered her head to think this was her specialty. She raised her hand to her forehead, her eyes glowing with a hint of green. A sly smile spread across her face. 3 days together is such a huge advantage, such a perfect one. Lortel happily waved her hand. In her imagination, the wooden house was already filled with piles of gold coins. First, I'll just do things my way. If I fill this wooden house with gold coins, then. Lortel started thinking of this idea but immediately dropped her head, mumbling, No, that's not possible. I don't have any money left. I wonder if I could help him pay his tuition. I need to make it seem as natural as possible. Lortel started to imagine herself blushing. Her eyes also seemed to turn into hearts, but she still said proudly, Don't misunderstand me. I'm giving you money for your tuition not just because you're an upperclassman. Just as Lortel thought that, she became so embarrassed that she hit her head against the wall. She sighed to herself, that was so cheesy. Since the day she was born, her only accomplishment had been that Lortel Ketchel had never been in a relationship. Suddenly, another voice interrupted. Can you move? You're taking up my spot. Lortel, who had been banging her head against the wall, stopped immediately. She made a confused sound. Lucy walked into the wooden house, looking exhausted. She raised her hand to cover her mouth and yawned. Yawn. Lortel stood frozen, wide-eyed, and asked in surprise. Lucy, what are you doing here? Lucy entered the house, immediately lay down, pulled up a blanket, and mumbled in a satisfied tone. This place is the best. Anywhere the sunlight hits is perfect. Lortel thought to herself, what's wrong with this sister of mine? Suddenly, Ed came in and picked Lucy up. She was lifted so abruptly that she started screaming, "Whyy." He walked outside and threw Lucy onto the rug on the ground. Ed turned back to Lortel and said, Oh, sorry, you're awake? Lortel, I guess Lucy came to the cabin to find a place to hide. He added, I've kicked her out, so you can rest easy, just like you're at home. Lortel remained silent for a moment. After a while, she suddenly spoke up and asked, It seems like Lucy comes to this campsite pretty often, doesn't she, senpai? Ed was a bit unsure how to respond. How should I put it? Right now, I just see her as a natural disaster. Watching Lucy, who was still sound asleep after being thrown onto the ground, Lortel felt discouraged and thought to herself, another one. But I still have plenty of time. The darkness was slowly covering the sky above the cabin. Lortel made a firm decision, we'll see who wins in 3 days. The next morning, the sun had risen high in the sky. The sky was a clear blue with fluffy white clouds scattered across it. On the second morning of Lortel's life in the wooden house, she leaned her head out of the window, flashing a bright, beaming smile. Good morning, sir, she said. Even her words seemed to be carried away by the wind. Janica appeared, smiling, and greeting her. Good morning, Lortel. Ed turned around and called out to Janica, Oh, Janica, you're here. Seeing this, Lortel closed the window, turned her back, and sighed. Her eyes suddenly drifted to one side. When she saw Lucy, stretched out and peacefully sleeping, she sighed again. She doesn't even seem to care.
Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ed wiped the sweat from his face and let out a deep breath.
Haha, it's finally done.
The new product was handmade bricks. A brick was made by pouring mud into a mold to hold its shape. After the mud in the mold had completely dried, magic was used to fire it into a brick. The difficulty level of the process was rated 2 stars. A gray brick had been created, completing the crafting process. The production skill had improved, and a new skill had been mastered. Thanks to agility, proficiency immediately increased. New brick heater product, a heater made by stacking handmade bricks on top of each other. Since these bricks are connected by mud, it's not very sturdy. However, it seems to function like an oven. If used indoors, it might need a vent. The crafting difficulty is also considerable. Once the production was completed, the production skill had leveled up. A brand new stove was made and embedded into the wall of the wooden house. The heater can't be built yet because of the Awfulest Hall incident, but it has finally been finished. A little while later, beautiful, delicious dishes were laid out on the table. Lortel was so amazed that she exclaimed, "Wow, this smells so unique." "You added basil, right?" Ed replied, "Belle gave me some last time." "Can you tell just by the smell?" Lortel proudly responded, "I'm really confident in my sense of smell." Both Janica and Lortel were holding skewers, sitting on opposite sides. Lortel started the conversation. "I haven't noticed anything unusual since this morning. Everything must be going according to plan." He agreed with her, but still reminded her. "Right, that's good, but don't let your guard down." Lortel immediately responded. "Of course, senpai. There's still a lot left to do." She puffed her cheeks as she chewed her food, then continued. "There's still so much to clean up, and I also need to pay you back. Since I'm a businesswoman, no matter how small the amount is, I'll make sure to repay you properly." Lortel asked, "Would you prefer something other than cash?" He answered right away. "Right, I remember now, probably building materials, or..." He suddenly stopped, as if he had just figured something out. "No, I know what I want now." Janica, sitting beside them, remained silent, watching. He turned to Lortel and asked, "What about goods created through magic? Can the leftover ones be used?" Lortel repeated the question. "Goods created through magic?" Janica just kept staring at the two of them, who were deep in their discussion. Under Janica's sorrowful gaze, Ed continued, "You can check the warehouse and report back to me later." Lortel responded, No, let me think about it now. I've pretty much memorized everything already." It was then that Ed noticed Janica. "Speaking of which, Janica, I actually have something I need your help with." Janica blushed and immediately replied, "You need my help?" Their voices echoed in the wooden house, surrounded by lush trees. Ed explained to Janica, "Lately, I've been trying to learn advanced magic. I also want to try making a pact with a low-level spirit. Do you think you could help me with that?" Janica immediately agreed. "Of course." She placed her hands on her hips, playfully saying, "Well, if that's the case, I'll be your teacher. I'll teach you, so soon enough, you'll be able to make a pact with a mid-level spirit." Janica's eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, "Oh." At that moment, Janica started guiding Ed. First, she wanted to test how sensitive his spirit connection was. "Ed, can you see it, Karis? Are you going to try talking to him?" The small voice of the spirit echoed, but when it reached Ed's ears, it became choppy. "Ms. Janica, this guy, because..." Ed stared at the spirit in surprise. "Oh, I can barely hear what it's saying." Karis didn't care about Ed's surprise and instead spoke to Janica. "First, he'll need to raise his resonance level higher to hear what we're saying." Janica replied, "Really? But I thought Ed's progress has been pretty fast already." Karis, her wings fluttering angrily, responded, "Think about how this guy is living. How much time has he even spent practicing magic?" She knew that, too. During our weekly briefing at the window in the Dex lobby, there was a report saying his food stock was running low and he urgently needed to focus on building the Go house.
How is he supposed to have time to think about anything else?
Before it could finish speaking, Janica clasped her hands together and called back the spirit. The little bird let out a reluctant cry, "Whack." She stayed in the same position, sweat pouring down her face as she asked Ed, "Did you hear that?" He was also sweating, responding, "I heard it faintly, but what's the weekly report meeting about?" Janica's face darkened, and she avoided his gaze without saying anything. Lortel suddenly peeked out from behind Ed, still a little stunned.
"Hey, are you two done talking?"
Thinking about the storage shelves in her warehouse, Lortel added, "If you're finished, why don't we just talk about the magical items we've created? It seems like there's more surplus than I thought, so I can give you even more than enough." Ed started to haggle. "Oh, well, could you sell it to me for the lowest price possible? You could use the 20 gold coins you promised and just deduct it from that." Lortel smiled with narrowed eyes, but her voice didn't sound too happy.
"Sell it to you cheap? Hearing that from you is kind of upsetting. Anyway, there's not much money in it. And honestly, they're already dead assets. So even if it's free."
At this point, she suddenly paused for a moment, opening her eyes and looking at Ed deeply. Lortel continued, "It's not easy, but in return, you'd need to come to the warehouse every 3 days. That way, I can sell to you at the lowest price possible. While we're there, we can drink and chat." Her words surprised both of them.
Janica's face turned bright red with anger.
She stood up suddenly, holding a skewer of food and pointing it at Lortel.
"Is that really so hard to make it free? Ed's done a lot for you already."
Lortel calmly crossed her arms and responded, "What are you saying?
I'm still a businesswoman.
Giving something for free goes against my professional ethics."
Ed sat between them, listening to their argument while continuing to eat. Janica, fuming, said, "Lies.
You're just making up excuses."
Lortel feigned innocence. "Excuse? For what?"
Ed remained calm, chewing his food while thinking, "Looks like it's time for me to start learning magic techniques and spirit magic." Suddenly, at that moment, another voice rang out.
"Oh my, I didn't expect to run into you, Miss Lortel, here."
The three of them immediately turned to look at the newcomer.
Lortel gave a questioning sound. "Sister Belle?"
She stood against the light, slightly leaning forward, and politely said,
"It seems like things aren't exactly calm here.
I apologize for showing up so suddenly. This is Belle Maya, the new head maid."
She continued,
"I'm sorry, but I've come to deliver some unfortunate news, and this is a message from the new head maid." Belle's words made Lortel's expression turn a bit serious. The white cloths hanging in the sun fluttered gently in the breeze.
A voice spoke. "So, what is it you want to tell me?"
Clara, sweating, leaned in close to Belle's ear, appearing secretive, and said,
Don't be too shocked, okay? This is highly confidential. You can't let anyone else know."
"Ah, and try not to look too surprised."
Clara whispered into Belle's ear and continued, "It's about Janica." Clara said, "It seems like she likes Ed."
Upon hearing this, Belle Maya glanced at her.
Clara then clearly mentioned Ed's full name, Ed Rothstaler.
Belle Maya was a bit confused and wondered whether she should pretend to be surprised. Calmly, she picked up the towel, shook it out, and said, "I see, you must really care about her, Miss Clara." Clara covered her face, showing her frustration, and said, "I just don't understand why someone like Janica likes that jerk so much. Although, I have to admit, his reputation has improved a little lately.
As a friend, I want to support Janica."
Clara held her head in one hand, her expression shifting slightly. She hesitated before speaking again. "But that's not the main issue here. Lately, Janica had been mentioning her name a lot, Lortel Ketchum. On this side, Janica Failover sat with her head down, her whole body radiating hostility."
Clara continued,
On the first day of school, both of them were absent, and the same thing happened yesterday.
Belle Maya kept working while talking with Clara. Clara, still holding her head, stood next to Belle Maya and said,
In the end, a relationship between a man and a woman is just a game of push and pull, isn't it? If that's the case, then it looks like Janica doesn't have much of a chance.
Clara added, I don't even know much about Ed Rothstaler.
Actually, I find it kind of funny how she keeps staring at him like that. But he doesn't realize if he's just stubborn to the point of being ridiculous or if he's just a hard-to-like jerk from the start. Belle Maya, with a cold expression, was hanging clothes and said, instead of being stubborn or a jerk, I think the reason he's not interested in a relationship is because of his own personality. Clara, fuming beside her, shot back, that's impossible. I'm sure if he opened his mouth, he'd say something creepy and then feel all proud of himself because of his popularity. He's surrounded by so many girls. Just thinking about it gives me the chills. Belle Maya closed her eyes, holding the cloth in her hand, turned her back, and walked away, thinking, lucky you say. Lortel Ketchum crossed her arms and smiled, thinking, a hot-tempered stray cat just sitting in front of a fish shop. Janica Faylover looked up at Belle Maya in her hands, holding a piece of food as if to say, Sister Belle.
Belle looked down at Janica and thought of a helpless little kitten, trembling in front of a tiger. Lucy Merrill was comfortably asleep on the rooftop, basking in the gentle sunlight. Belle Maya thought of a simple cat, just knowing how to sleep.
Belle, dressed in a red dress, groaned while holding her head, saying, ugh.
Ed Rothstaler, standing beside her, asked, what's wrong?
Belle Maya replied, oh, nothing.
I'm sorry. Just seeing everyone here has given me a headache.
Lortel Ketchum turned around and said, aside from that, is there anything else you want to say? Belle Maya clasped her hands and bowed, saying, I want to pass on a message to Miss Lortel. This message is from Alice, the former head maid. On this side, the campfire flickered, pushing back the darkness of the night.
The flames lit up the area around them. It was getting dark, so Janica headed back to the dorm.
As she walked, she glanced around. Belle had also come to pick up Lucy and was heading back. She was carrying Lucy in her arms, moving forward. From Lortel's perspective, this was an uncomfortable situation. That's because her position had already been discovered by the soldiers of the Awfulest Hall. In the dark, Ed Rothstaler was putting on his jacket and said, the uniform has been fixed, but it still looks too worn out.
This should be fine.
The pigeon had returned with our victory announcement. Lortel Ketchum held the paper that read, the proposal to sell equipment has been completed, the review of the proposal to remove the leader has been finished, and Elt's power has been almost completely revoked.
He will definitely be eliminated, the plan is almost complete.
Please report your personal status, it's time to prepare for the academy as usual.
Lortel lowered her head and brought the paper close to the flame.
She said, if things have reached this point, your stepfather must have returned to the headquarters for one last fight. She continued, though, it will probably be a pointless struggle. Well, at least there's no longer any reason for him to focus on Sylvania. Ed Rothstaler threw on his cloak and turned around.
What are the chances Elt is still hiding something up his sleeve?
Lortel looked at the piece of paper burning slowly and said, yeah, he's just as sly as you, so there's a good chance of it.
But I have no choice but to trust Slog. He's aiming for the next leader of the guild, after all.
The paper burned down almost completely, and her voice echoed, our bigger concern right now is Alice. But it seemed like that issue was already settled.
Ed Rothstaler asked, Alice hasn't revealed that she's behind this, right? Lortel pulled out a second letter from the envelope and replied, of course she hasn't.
That's because I paid her in advance. Whether it's me or Elt who comes out on top, Alice, the head maid, will stick with the winner. Lortel held the paper in her hand, bringing it closer to the fire for better light. It was the scroll that Belle May had brought. Belle Maya bowed her head, holding a detailed list of the orphanages Alice had supported throughout her life, including the yearly maintenance costs and the methods she used to sponsor them. Alice had never stopped trying. Even though her health had been declining, the students had always followed her lead. Alice stood in the shadows, her head slightly lowered, her gaze tinged with sadness. In the end, she wouldn't be able to work anymore and wouldn't be able to take responsibility for the orphanages she had helped. She had gambled her entire life on that plan. Alice, radiating a fierce energy, held her sword close to Lortler's neck. She was blunt and showed no emotion. It seemed that no one realized how trapped she really was. One person was crying, their face smeared with dirt, biting their lip tightly to hold back sobs. At least the people following Alice understood her situation and the emotions driving her to do this. Lortel spoke, because you were so close to winning, she wants to join your side again. But once trust is lost, it's hard to regain. She read the letter and said, "This is what they sent," instead of a threat. Ed Rothstaler glanced at her. In the world of merchants, there's no such thing as sympathy. Lortel quietly stared at the letter. If you made a mistake like this, you'd be seen as a fool. She probably knew this better than anyone. Lortel spoke up, "Well, I think I don't want the fact that I was behind this occupation to come out." She smiled, folded the letter, and put it in her coat pocket, then said, "So let's keep things smooth between us. Because in this world, there are no eternal enemies or allies." Despite saying that, she seemed relieved. Lortel stood up and said, "I'm planning to leave here soon. Are you going to stop by the local branch of the guild to sign the contract?" Ed Rothstaler, holding a log, added it to the fire and replied, "Yeah." After speaking, he handed the torch to her. "Here, take this. It'll burn for quite a while." Lortel stayed silent, just watching Ed Rothstaler. He didn't know what she was thinking. He took the torch and asked, "What's on your mind?" Lortel answered, "Oh, it's just that you're taller than I thought." Taylor was curious about her words. "What made you say that all of a sudden?" Lortel Ketchum blushed, lowered her head shyly, and said, I think this is a bit rushed, but if I want to take the place of those other girls, maybe I should do something a little bolder." Suddenly, she called out to him, "Senpai." Ed Rothstaler tensed up, looking at her, and she continued, "Do you know? The nature of relationships between people is a game of give and take." With that, she reached out and adjusted his tie. Just like the tie, she noticed it was crooked. Ed Rothstaler looked down at her as she fixed his clothes, still holding the lit torch in his hand. "If no one's around to see it, why should I wear it uncomfortably like this?" Lortel smiled and said, "I think keeping yourself looking neat isn't a bad thing. After all, we're both students at Sylvania." Suddenly, Ed Rothstaler stammered, "What?" In the moment he wasn't paying attention, Lortel pulled the tie sharply toward herself. She stood on tiptoe and made a move that surprised everyone, even herself. She couldn't believe she had done it. Under the starry night sky, the fire reflected the shadows of the two people. Lortel gently pressed her lips against Taylor's, catching him off guard. After feeling what she wanted, she pulled back. Her face was slightly flushed, and she lightly touched her lips with her hand before saying, "Those raspberries we had for dinner were really good, weren't they? Now that I think about it, they were pretty tempting." Ed Rothstaler turned his face away, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "Don't cross the line." Lortel responded, "You're making me sad. If you push too much, it won't be good for either of us." She held the torch in her hand, her gaze full of affection. "Senpai, next time, I'll make you pull me closer. I need to practice more, so I can be more in sync with you." Ed Rothstaler watched her as she walked toward the forest. Suddenly, she started running, a bit shy. I had been trying to stay away from getting too involved with the main characters in the story. Ed Rothstaler was silent, unable to speak because of Lortel's sudden disappearance. But, just as I had predicted, he let out a soft laugh and then cupped his flushed face in his hands. Things hadn't gone the way I had hoped. The stars in the sky were still as beautiful as ever, and the moon shone brightly. In the night, the sound of insects echoed, and the crackling of the campfire remained unchanged. But I had a feeling that the story's direction would continue to intertwine and change. Ed Rothstaler thought to himself, looking up at the sky. No matter what his intentions were, he still felt uneasy. It was as if I had already started to get caught up in the heart of the story. My plan was to stay on the sidelines and watch the plot unfold smoothly.
He thought again, I'll only step in when necessary.
With that, he seriously opened the door and stepped inside.
I'm not someone with big ambitions.
I just want to graduate and improve my skills.
He sat down below the window.
At first glance, the plan seemed simple, but I was starting to realize how foolish and difficult it would be in the not-so-distant future. Outside the window, the sky was filled with stars in the dark night. Ed Rothstaler silently said to himself, "Summer is passing just like that." Outside the window, the leaves were turning yellow, and fall had arrived. Under the early spring sunlight, the leaves fell in the breeze. The tail of a large creature slammed onto the ground. A voice rang out, "That firefox just kissed the waiter Ed." Under the large tree, Janica sat quietly, deep in thought. Behind her, a fire dragon was lying asleep. In front of her was a blue tiger, and her reflection appeared in the water.
A blue bird flew over. She couldn't ignore this, Miss Janica.
Janica, startled, said, "Wait, what are you talking about?
Did they kiss?" The dragon lifted its head and added, "I saw it too."
That kiss was pretty intense.
Youth really is something, huh?
That girl who looks like a firefox knows how to toy with people's hearts.
Hearing this, Janica angrily said, "What exactly are you talking about?" How did he react?
The dragon nonchalantly replied, "Oh, you're asking the right question, miss." It continued, "When I observed him, it seemed like he was trying to keep his distance." The image of Ed Rothstaler that day, with his cold expression, as if he was avoiding something, was exactly as the dragon described. Even though the girl kissed him, his face didn't change at all. When he saw me, he looked genuinely surprised. The dragon glanced at me, as if it were proud of itself. His reaction was really cold. It made me feel awkward just watching it. The dragon speculated that he must either be a nobleman from Sa, who could be a eunuch, or he didn't see her as a woman at all.
Hearing this, Janica let out a relieved sigh and said, "Well, that's a relief."
Suddenly, the dragon shouted. Usually, people like him are good at attacking but terrible at defense. He yelled in Janica's ear, "From my experience, a girl who looks like a firefox will get even more aggressive the more she's rejected. If you don't do something, he'll be taken away, Miss Janica."
Janica covered her ears and said, "But even so, you just said that Ed's reaction was really cold, right?" The dragon got angry and shouted loudly, "Are you really going to let that firefox steal him from you?
I heard you agreed to teach him magic.
Don't waste this opportunity. When the two of you are alone, at least take the initiative and kiss him."
He was so angry that the other animals had to step in to stop him. The blue leopard helplessly said, "Don't listen to Tarkan, Janica, you're at your best when you're just being yourself." The dragon, rushing in from behind, added, "Oh, if you want to show off an innocent or fresh side, that wouldn't be bad." The blue leopard spoke again, "You've probably thought about doing something new and exciting with Ed.
Have you ever experienced a situation or seen something like that?"
Janica blushed, turned away, and hesitantly muttered, "Eating." She shyly fiddled with her braided hair, embarrassed, and added, "Feeding each other." The dragon and the leopard both awkwardly responded, "HAA." The scene shifted back to the wooden house, where Taylor was holding a spoon out to Lucy, saying, "Go on, say ah." She sat on the ground like a little child learning to eat, saying, "Ah."
Ed Rothstaler carefully fed Lucy Merrill.
Suddenly, her face darkened. She exclaimed, "Ugh, gross." Inside the wooden house, her voice echoed as she screamed. Ed Rothstaler calmly picked up his pen and began writing on the paper, saying, "Just as I thought, without a variety of spices, it's hard to really taste much." Lucy, standing behind him, kept punching him lightly and said, "Stop using other people as your taste testers." But Ed Rothstaler wondered if he should put off his training until he had more diverse ingredients. A notification appeared, showing his life skills details and his mid-level craftsperson status. Woodworking craft level 4, design level 9, gathering level 12, woodworking 13, hunting 10, fishing 7, cooking 6, writing 5, advanced crafting techniques, drums. Ed Rothstaler then mentioned his agility stat, which was also his highest, as it was closely related to how skilled he was in life skills. A circle appeared, with words around it listing everything he was proficient in.
If I only increase one stat, the overall efficiency will drop.
So I need to raise all of them evenly.
The problem is, I don't have the time.
Under the sunlight, the classic clock tower came into view. The new semester had begun.
Ed Rothstaler coldly held his book, with Janica happily following behind him.
He thought to himself, the time I can fully dedicate to survival activities.
Even if I cut it short, it's only about 5 seconds.
Suddenly, he glanced to the side. It's time I figured out how to manage my survival activities more efficiently because I need time to check if the storyline is progressing smoothly. On the training field, 2 people were practicing. He watched them and thought, after all, the most important characters in the story are the main protagonist and the 4 heroines.
Isla Triss stood nearby, cheering for Taylor Mplore.
Ed Rothstaler continued thinking, Taylor's in the combat department, so I don't see him very often.
But it seems like he's getting stronger.
His companion, Isla, was also supporting Taylor in her role.
Just then, Phonia and Claire walked by. The group of Ed Rothstaler lowered their heads in greeting. Another thought crossed his mind, Princess Phonia seems to be doing well without any problems.
It's almost time for her to have a conflict with Lortel.
I need to keep an eye on that.
Clar won't enroll until next year, so I don't have to worry about it yet.
The situation with Lortel, the Golden Daughter, is the most unstable. I don't know what changes else early elimination will cause.
He thought for a moment, then waved goodbye to Lortel.
Janica, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but feel jealous.
He thought again, also, it seems like her plan has changed.
She's still trying to control the current mystery. Recently, I need more time. With that thought, he walked away.
Standing with his back to the school's large door, he realized he still needed to check the professor's building. He glanced at the highest window of the building and thought, because the final boss of the second round is.
Professor Glass spoke up, well.
He held up a piece of paper and continued, there's someone behind the occupation of Awfulus Hall.
If you think so, then it's very likely to be true, because you have an unusually sharp intuition.
Claire Elfin placed both hands on the table and said, then, Assistant Professor Claire Elfin.
Glass took off his glasses with a mysterious look and said, but remember, don't overlook any important information.
He set his glasses down on the table, his whole body exuding an air of intimidation as he added, just like the research on theology I asked you to find for me.
Claire Elfin flinched and replied loudly, I'll find it by tomorrow morning.
In the Awfulus Hall, in the professor's section, there was a door with strange writing on it.
It was the office of Assistant Professor Claire.
Inside, a voice called out, we've gathered the information related to the Awfulus Hall occupation incident, Assistant Professor Claire. Claire Elfin was lying on a chair inside, letting out a tired sigh.
Ah, thanks, Annis.
She picked up a stack of papers and began reading, deep in thought. She looked through the student information sheets, pondering.
Honestly, do I really need to stress about reaching an exact conclusion? Oh my god, I'm so exhausted right now. Claire Elfin stared blankly at the pile of documents.
But no matter how I look at it, there's nothing suspicious here.
Suddenly, she mentioned a name.
She stopped in front of Ed's information board and said, Ed Rothstaler, when a voice echoed, yes, I'm really sorry, Senior Ed.
Ed Rothstaler stood silently as the voice continued, I'm so busy that I haven't prepared anything yet. Please come back next week.
On the street, inside the Elt Guild shop, Sylvania branch, a voice could be heard, I prepared tea and snacks as an apology. Lortel Ketchum, standing next to Ed Rothstaler, said, also, according to the records, there are still some magical items here. You can pick them up at the counter later. Ed Rothstaler sat seriously, placing both hands on the table, and hesitated before saying, is that okay, but? Lortel, adjusting her outfit and brushing her hair up, replied, "Today I have an important meeting, so I dressed up a little."
What do you think? Ed Rothstaler asked, an important meeting? Hearing this, Lortel awkwardly went silent.
She then half-jokingly said, something like that.
She stood near the edge of the table and asked, "Is the wooden cabin finished yet?" Ed Rothstaler looked at his teacup and answered, "Almost done." Lortel continued, "So, I guess you're almost done with the furniture too, right?"
Ed Rothstaler said coldly, "That's true, but the products from this branch are a bit too high-end and expensive for my budget. If you gave them to me for free, that would become a big problem." Lortel tightened her grip on the armrest and replied, "Because giving away merchandise for free goes against the ethics of a businessperson." With that, she used her strength to break one side of the chair and continued, "Your expertise is carpentry, right? This has become worthless, so I'll throw it away tomorrow." Seeing her actions, he was surprised and said, "That's a luxury item." He gently picked up his teacup and said, "Thank you."
Upon hearing that, Lortel Ketchelman fell silent. Ed Rothstaler glanced at her. Lortel asked, "How is it that you can always keep that expression?" Suddenly, Lortel sat on the table. She sat on the edge, blocking Taylor's path, and said, "What I did before was already a game-changing move against you." She recalled the moment that day when their lips met under the starry sky by the campfire. Then she continued, "At first, you didn't see me as a woman, did you?" Lortel Ketcheln gently pressed her finger against Ed Rothstaler's chest and said, "I see you as a gentleman, senior, just like you think." She gazed at him intensely, her every desire carrying a deep, unspoken meaning. Ed Rothstaler replied coldly, "I don't know what you want me to say, but..." Lortel interrupted. "Oh, I'm not expecting you to respond. You know, I'd never engage in a battle I can't win. Though you remain calm now, one day." Lortel Ketcheln sat facing Ed Rothstaler and said, "I won't be the only one sitting here, nervous and anxious, waiting for your reactions, right, senior?" Ed Rothstaler looked at Lortel. Her smile was still as charming as ever. Even though she wasn't sure if she'd win or be cornered, her resolve remained clear. Lortel gently brushed his trembling fingers, still resting against the other person's chest. Ed Rothstaler thought this was typical of a merchant people who never show their emotions outwardly. Outside, in the schoolyard, students were moving in groups. One person raised a staff high and said, "All right." Janica raised her staff and, smiling, said, "Should we start the lesson?" Ed Rothstaler replied, "Yeah, I'm ready." Janica conjured a flame in her hand. She looked at the fire in her palm and asked, "Do you want to try focusing your magic power to communicate with it?" Ed Rothstaler looked at the fire and said, "Definitely." The flame in Janica's hand blazed brightly. From within the fire, a creature appeared. It spoke, "Nice to meet you, master." It was Mug, a low-level fire elemental. Mug had a bright yellow body and raised its hand in a formal greeting. "It's an honor to form a contract with you, Master Ed." "I am Mug, the low-level fire elemental." It stood seriously and continued, "At last week's regular press conference, we held a selection to choose a spirit to form a pact with Master Ed. I passed the first screening round, the next 2 interview rounds, and finally, the 4th discussion round with other spirits. Since then, I've qualified to become the spirit bound by pact with Master Ed." Ed Rothstaler stared blankly at the creature before him. Mug kept speaking mechanically, "When it comes to controlling magical energy, no one in the northern forest can match me, and I possess the best communication skills among the lower-ranked spirits." Hearing Mug's robotic tone, Ed Rothstaler broke into a sweat. Mug, still perched on Janica's hand, kept introducing itself seriously. "My heart burns with passion." "Oh, but it's already burning, isn't it?" "Still, I promise I'll burn even hotter to support you with all my strength." Ed's thoughts drifted back to the time he failed as a swordsman in Sylvania. "I had a period of time where I leveled up my spirit skills. We laughed together, told each other jokes, and supported each other in battle. It was a warm time with a companion by my side.
Taylor McClure sat on the back of a beautiful swan.
Thoughts of Ed Rothstaler came to mind. He looked at Mug, unsure if the feeling he had now was the same as before. He stood there watching Mug and said, "What kind of hellish training did he go through to be acting like this now?" Janica laughed and replied, "Because you asked me to introduce you to a good spirit. So I picked one that had made a pact with me before. Its magic power is no joke. The process was quite long. I heard there was a selection competition. In another world, Mug was racing against other spirits." Ed Rothstaler asked, "Who organized this?" The dragon wearing sunglasses shouted, "Hurry up, you bunch of amateurs." Janica said, "It's Tarkan. Here, take it." She handed Mug to Taylor. Mug let out a sound, "Oh." Janica, standing beside him, asked, "Can you feel the heat?" As Taylor received Mug from Janica, his eyes lit up and he said, "It's so warm." Janica continued, "Once you've bonded with the fire spirit, even if you haven't fully summoned it yet, you can still feel its shape and magic taking form. If you're in perfect harmony, you'll start feeling hotter. So, make sure to control it properly." Ed Rothstaler hesitated and asked, "So, if I can control the resonance, will the fire energy change too?" Janica scratched her head, a bit embarrassed, and explained, "Calling it fire energy sounds a bit strange, like some kind of mechanical device." Ed Rothstaler's face turned red, his eyes sparkling, "This is." Mug stood seriously in the palm of his hand and said, "Please give me your orders." He thought to himself, looking at it, "It reminds me of a mobile kitchen." A display screen appeared. Fire spirit, lower rank, Mug. Resonance level, 2. Spirit effectiveness, good. Innate ability, blessing of fire. Temporarily immune to explosive fire, can trigger a small explosion. Enhances fire magic skills. New spirit position, empty. Another display appeared, showing detailed magic skill levels. Mage proficiency. Elemental specialization, can now learn intermediate level magic. Spirit resonance level, 12. Spirit mastery level, 12. Summon spirit level, 1. Empathy level, 1. Ed Rothstaler thought to himself, "This fire starter will definitely help me survive. It's super useful, and it doesn't even need wood to keep burning." Janica stood behind Ed Rothstaler, laughing as she said, "I'm so glad to see you excited, Ed. You've been looking so down lately, like you just went through some kind of major disaster." Janica held her staff and continued, "Just let me know if you need anything else, Ed. Before class, I'll teach you about resonance and empathy. After that, if you want to train with me, that's even better. Also, you could quickly make a pact with a mid-level spirit too." Ed Rothstaler was still lost in the presence of the Mug. Janica kept going, "We should also practice fighting alongside spirits. I'll set aside some free time and book a training room. And, there are a lot of accessories that can help boost resonance, but they're all in my room." She went on, "Next time we meet, well. Ha. Oh, right." Suddenly, she covered her mouth and hesitated, saying, Ed." Hearing someone call his name, Ed Rothstaler turned around and said, "Huh?" Janica awkwardly replied, "Actually, I'm really busy. I'm one of the top students in my course, you know? People are even lining up to have me teach them. So, I don't have much free time, Ichem." She hesitated, then thought about the conversation. The dragon said, "Don't overdo it." Clara said, "We need the salary." Janica, her voice trembling, said, "So you don't think it's a bit much to ask me to teach spirit magic for free?" Ed Rothstaler responded, "I get it. Well, yeah, you're right." At this point, Janica was startled. Ed Rothstaler continued, "I'm really sorry, Janica." He then pulled something out of his pocket and said, "I took your kindness for granted. I should have been paying you for your time and effort. Though, it seems like I can't offer you an amount that would feel right." Hearing this, Janica was startled. "Payment?" Janica hurried over to Ed Rothstaler. "Payment for what?" You're still struggling to get by. How could you even think about wasting money like that? You have to be very careful with your spending, don't waste it. I can't believe you're bringing up money. That's so cold. We're closer than that. Honestly, you're making me feel upset. Hearing Janika's words, Ed Rothstaler was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. Didn't you bring up the money issue first? What's going on with you all of a sudden?
Janika hesitated, blushing as she spoke.
Well, I'm so embarrassed, my fingers keep touching each other because Clara gave me some advice. No, it's not that. I think I'm just too kind, and I need to learn how to say no to people. Ed Rothstaler replied. She's right. She's a good friend. Janika reflected and said. Yeah, I think so too. But as I said. She picked up her stick and turned to walk away. Not everyone gets treated as well as you do. Anyway, next time I'll be more specific.
Under the sunlight, the streams of water flowed, sparkling cold beneath the sun.
Janika's voice rang out.
Next time, we'll meet at the combat training room.
I'll book the room first and let you know later. With that, Janika cheerfully waved goodbye to Ed Rothstaler. I'll also bring some good equipment.
If you need any resonance books for your practice, just call me.
I have a class in the morning, so I'll head out now. See you later.
Ed Rothstaler watched Janika's figure as she waved, responding, "Oh, okay."
A notification popped up. You have unlocked advanced magic crafting techniques. He had used an advanced technique icon, represented by two interlocking gears, symbolizing the skill. Ed Rothstaler picked up a device, surrounded by many other components on the table.
He thought about the magical technical item he had received from Lortel. It was much simpler than he had expected. Because of that, he was able to analyze it quickly. Thanks to this, he was finally able to learn a more advanced technique.
Ed Rothstaler said. Activate fire.
The heater inside the room flared up again. He thought to himself, when the firewood runs out, I'll have to ask Mug to start a fire. And whenever it gets cold, we have to rely on the heater. He sat down and fed each log into the stove.
Mug sat on his shoulder, watching his every move.
He thought about how, in order to warm the space, there needed to be peace. A strong, secure home had been built. He looked back at the room, lit by the soft glow of the stove.
It made him feel at ease.
He closed his eyes, as if the weight on his heart had been lifted.
Then, he glanced out the window. How long has it been? He wondered.
He needed to check the traps. By the time I get back, it'll probably be dark. Outside, the night had already swallowed up the sky.
Ed Rothstaler said, it'll probably be tomorrow.
Claire Elfin was walking alone in the forest, speaking aloud, but when I think about it, it seems like the Black Mage is behind the incident at Ophelis Hall.
Ed Rothstaler is one of my suspects. Ah, but he's been disowned by his family, so now he's just Ed, right? Alice appeared in Claire Elfin's mind.
She thought everyone at the scene is either a member of the Ophelis Hall or someone connected to it.
But Taylor and Ed are the only two who don't have any ties to Ophelis Hall.
Since Taylor was involved in handling the previous situation, Ed is the only one left. As she walked, she continued thinking, I've heard that Rot Taylor often shows up in the northern forest, so I came to check it out. But, unless he's eating or sleeping outdoors, there's no way he would be involved in a dark forest like this. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something terrifying. The head of an animal, covered in blood and lifeless, with eyes completely white. A tall figure was dragging the animal along the ground, and over his shoulder, he carried a person.
In the darkness, Claire Elfin was terrified and quickly hid behind a nearby tree. She peeked over, thinking, what is that? It was definitely a man, cold and powerful.
Claire Elfin thought of the one person even the mighty Abel leader, the great wizard Glock, and the wise Sylvania struggled to deal with. She looked toward the person on her shoulder and gasped, Lucy Merrill. Standing behind the tree, she observed everything, her mind racing with worry. It seems my instincts were right.
The culprit is behind the incident that took over the lobby.
The mysterious man turned his head. She saw his face clearly and felt a chill in her heart. Ed Rothstaler.
Claire Elfin clamped her mouth shut, not daring to speak.
She thought for a moment, and the other man was still walking forward.
Claire Elfin looked at the girl being carried away. Lucy, it's definitely Lucy.
She froze, gently turning to look again, and indeed, her earlier feeling had been spot on. She truly had a talent for detective work. In the dark of the night, smoke was coming out of the house's ventilation pipe.
Claire Elfin wondered, what happened? Why is Lucy being carried off like that? Standing behind the tree, she watched Ed Rothstaler's every move.
I can't figure out how he managed to take her down so easily. Suddenly, he dropped the reindeer to the ground. He set Lucy down and threw some kind of bag onto the ground as well.
With that, he turned and walked into the cabin.
Oh, now that I think about it, I have another appointment tomorrow morning, and there's still so much to do. It's already late, I should get some rest.
Claire Elfin carefully watched him.
She kept her eyes on Ed Rothstaler's back.
She quietly tiptoed toward Lucy.
Okay, I need to save Lucy first, but I have to move really slowly.
Claire Elfin reached out to touch Lucy's body, thinking to herself, I can't make any noise.
Suddenly, a bright light flashed from inside the tent.
Claire Elfin jumped, pulled her hand back, and said, what was that?
Lucy cautiously stepped out of the tent.
Claire Elfin, worried, asked, Lucy, are you awake? Lucy gave Claire Elfin a cold stare. Who are you, and how did you get in here?
Claire Elfin awkwardly smiled and replied, oh, I'm the professor's assistant. Then, she suddenly stopped.
Looking at Lucy's back as she turned away, Claire Elfin couldn't help but wonder, Is she just going back to sleep in the tent like that?
Suddenly, in the tent shrouded in darkness, only her purple eyes were visible. The dim light from the fire illuminated Lucy's emotionless face. Without warning, she flew up, carrying the bag from earlier, and an energy radiated around her.
Claire Elfin stood frozen below, staring in shock at Lucy.
She was sweating, speaking exactly what she had been thinking before.
Back at the academy, Claire Elfin threw the book onto the table and said loudly, Ed Rothstaler. Claire Elfin placed her hand on the table and began to speak about what she knew. Professor, are you aware that a student named Ed was expelled from the academy because of his actions? Professor Glast calmly held the book in his hands and said, what about the student being expelled? How would I know about that? Claire Elfin responded, it's true, your words always catch me off guard. Do you know a student named Lucy? She asked.
Lucy was taken down so quickly by him. I saw him carry her over his shoulder so easily, almost effortlessly.
On my way to visit Ed's tent, I witnessed the whole thing.
I believe he might be behind the reason the Ophilus Hall was invaded. Upon hearing this, the professor's expression shifted slightly.
All right, if there's something you need to clarify, go ahead, Assistant Claire.
Claire responded, when defending the Ohias Hall, I was quite successful in using my magic spells there.
But for some reason, the students were still able to take control of it. Someone inside must have helped them.
Janica was practicing her magic, creating a large golden sphere in the center.
She used her magic spells in there? Is that even allowed?
The other person answered, I hadn't thought of it either, but it was necessary to fight against the students who were planning to cause chaos. Professor Glast calmly kept reading his book and said, all right, I understand.
If there's anything else, make sure to let me know.
Claire Elfin began to explain, yes, basically, that's the situation, which is why I came to investigate student Ed. If you want more details, please take a look at this. All the images have been recorded here. Images of Ed Rothstaler appeared around them, exuding an ominous aura. Seeing him standing in the hall, he looked no different than a crime boss. His face was as cold as ice.
Claire Elfin's voice still echoed.
With that look, I was sure he was the mastermind behind the takeover of the lobby and the chaos at the academy that night.
Professor Glast casually said, "Is that all you have?" Claire Elfin leaned on the table, persistent. "Yes, and I also mentioned that the Lucy Magic Academy was taken down by him too." Professor Glast then said, "You're mistaken. Lucy, she's just someone who likes to sleep.
She must have fallen asleep in the forest, and he probably just carried her back to the tent." At this, Claire Elfin fell silent, unable to respond.
Professor Glast scolded her, "You really can't get anything right. Go rewrite your report for me."
Claire Elfin left the room, her face dark.
"Yes, sir."
Suddenly, Professor Glast shifted his gaze to the side. From within the purple orb, he could see the future. The images of the students' invasion were captured in the magic crystal. At first glance, it seemed like Ed was trying to stop some of the students, rather than having any other intention. However, the 3 students had managed to defeat him.
Taylor, Isla, and Elvira Anishjan were using offensive magic against Ed. Professor Glast thought for a moment.
Taylor is a student with a natural talent for swordsmanship.
Isla is known as a student with a talent for alchemy.
He pondered further. With that, Ed has almost no chance of defeating the 3 of them. Through the orb, he saw Ed trying to fight back with his own strength. Suddenly, his expression shifted, becoming strange. He stared into the orb, showing an expression of surprise. Suddenly, there was an explosion deep within the forest. Out of nowhere, a long sword shot down from the sky and struck the ground.
A message appeared, "Quest complete. Crafting skill has increased by 1 level. A new item has been successfully created. Ceremonial dagger."
The ceremonial dagger is an item embedded with ancient runes that trigger bursts of magic. When used in combat, it has a chance to cause an explosion within a certain range. With each strike, the chance of triggering an explosion increases.
Item crafting difficulty, 3 stars, spirit level.
The explosive elemental magic is inherited from the fire origin technique, storing magical energy with each use to power small blast zones.
Ed Rothstaler grasped the hilt, pulled out the sword, and said, "This is the dagger that's been with me since the very beginning. I couldn't have survived without it. I'm really lucky I engraved so many elemental runes on it. Now, it's become much stronger."
Mug, standing nearby, shouted, "Congratulations, Master!
You've successfully embedded explosive spirit runes into that dagger. From now on, it'll be even more useful to you. This really is something to celebrate. Not everyone can master the art of rune embedding like you, Master Ed."
He glanced behind him. Mug kept talking, "To celebrate my master's success, I'll sing a song of praise to make you happy."
Hearing that, he picked it up.
Mug struggled and said, "This is an ancient song about a shepherd who succeeded in raising his sheep.
It's been passed down through generations." "Oh dear, Master Ed, if you're not happy with it, just say so. I won't do it again.
I'll take this as a lesson for myself." It started crying and whimpered, "I know it was wrong of me to do that. Please forgive me and give me time to reflect on my mistakes, Master."
Ed spoke up, "Hey." Mug stopped crying, "Yes?"
Ed Rothstaler looked up at Mug and said, "If you have something to say, just say it."
Mug began, "The little spirits left the spirit world to become lower spirits who serve humans.
At that time, they choose powerful sorcerers so they can learn many things from them, and also be protected by them.
Many different spirits were gathering around Janica."
He continued, "To put it simply, it's like Janica, a high-ranking spirit mage. It's completely normal for small, powerless spirits to form contracts with someone like her.
But still." Ed Rothstaler interrupted, "I've been wondering about this. Why did you make a contract with me? Something about it doesn't feel right. I'm not exactly a spirit mage, and you haven't really learned much from me either. So did you promise someone something?" Mug stammered, "It's because
Ed crossed his arms against the cold and continued, I think we need to be honest about this. We've been together for a while now, we know each other well enough.
Mug stayed silent. Then suddenly, he burst into tears and cried out, Oh Master Ed, how could I ever hide anything from you? With all my loyalty to you, everything I say comes from the bottom of my heart. I follow you out of respect, nothing more. For a small creature like me, being by your side is already the greatest honor. Mug went on, thanks to the contract with you, I've been able to benefit from both you and Lady Janica. The things you know about ancient magic and language have helped me a lot too.
Mug happily continued, with those two benefits, I'll be able to grow much faster and finally fit in with the other little spirits.
Ed Rothstaler let out a sigh and asked, Alright, do you have anything else to say? Mug replied, Of course, there's still a lot more.
But what you did back at the academy, that's all changed now.
Before, everyone disliked you, didn't they? But now, people have started to respect you. Those bad habits are gone. And because of that, I've gained a lot too.
From the forest, Ed's voice echoed.
Seems like I'm starting to understand you better.
As they walked, Mug kept talking. My life ever since I came to the spirit realm has always been tough. The higher level spirits constantly pushed me around, making things miserable.
But now, being with you makes me really happy. Still, I can't really blame anyone for it. That spirit hierarchy has been around forever. Everyone just wants more power, that's all. So, no matter what, I just hope that one day I'll be strong enough not to be pushed around anymore.
Ed Rothstaler said, Alright, it looks like you and I are in the same boat now. We'll rely on each other and push forward together. Mug replied with excitement, Thank you so much, Master Ed.
No matter what, I'll follow your lead.
I'll do my best to learn. I can't just depend on your strength anymore.
Ed answered, Alright then, just do what you feel is right. Ed Rothstaler paused to think. The combat skills I've gained so far are still too limited.
He swung down hard on the log with all his strength. It wasn't clear how much time had passed, but behind him, only a few pieces of firewood had been split. He kept thinking, still, with all this training, my body has gotten a lot stronger.
I've even built up some muscle now. The storage in the house is better stocked too.
We've got meat, vegetables, and fruits, just about everything we need.
The food supplies in the warehouse are full, well organized, and clean. He continued reflecting.
I guess I've managed to secure a place to live, so at least I don't have to worry about that for now.
I've been studying harder too.
Even though the lessons are still tough to grasp, I've learned the basics and understand much more than I used to. He sat down at the table under the dim light. He was holding a pen, writing something.
I need to make more time to study effectively.
If I keep studying like this, the knowledge will stay in my mind. I won't need to rely on natural talent or an exceptional memory if I keep working hard and training like this.
He wrote with full concentration, completely focused on what he was doing. Day by day, I need to keep trying.
Only by doing that can I achieve better results in my studies, and make sure I can survive the way I want to. As time passes, things will get better.
Tomorrow will be better than yesterday, that's what I'm aiming for.
Suddenly, he closed his eyes. A voice echoed in his mind, Ed, Ed. The voice woke him up. He opened his eyes and saw Janica in front of him, looking very worried.
Wake up, are you okay, Ed? She asked.
He sat there holding the piece of paper and said, Oh, sorry Janica. I was just thinking about everything that happened earlier, so I got a little distracted.
Janica comforted him, It's okay. You've already done a great job.
Just don't push yourself too hard, take care of your health.
Ed Rothstaler glanced off to the side.
I should probably just focus on the 3 letters I received today, he said, turning his attention to the envelopes in his hand.
One was from the Academy. The second was from the Elter Trading Guild.
He looked at both and figured there was nothing particularly unusual about them. It was the 3rd letter that caught his attention. As he read it, he realized things had gone far beyond what he understood.
This wasn't something he could take lightly.
A vivid image flashed in his mind: Janica and Lortel standing face to face in confrontation. He thought to himself, with the first two letters, this all seemed like a simple rivalry between two groups of students, each trying to get their hands on the sage-sealed grimoire. But now, this has turned into a three-way war at the academy.
And now, the Merchant Guild and the Rothstaler family are involved too.
A thick book filled with strange and unique markings came to mind.
Ed Rothstaler continued thinking. Crapen Rothtaler is planning to steal the sage-sealed grimoire for his research into immortality. Of course, pulling that off wasn't going to be easy.
That's why he decided to try negotiating for it instead. Crapen Rothtaler was a major antagonist, one who only shows up in the 4th chapter of the game.
The Academy's image gradually turned dark.
A shadowy figure appeared. He had already arrived by that point.
Now, his power was nearly unmatched. Who could possibly stand against him? This was the hardest problem to solve.
Unless the game's storyline changed, there was almost no way to keep the sage-sealed grimoire if he decided to take it.
A faint blur nearly wiped out the entire academy.
He thought to himself, of course, if he gets the sage-sealed grimoire, he'll become even stronger.
He was already the final boss of Stage 4. But now it was only Stage 2 who could possibly stop him.
Ed Rothstaler was afraid, but no matter what, whether that figure got the sage-sealed grimoire or not, just his presence alone meant everything was already set in motion. The letter only gave a brief mention of Crapen Rothtaler and predicted his actions at the academy. So, there was still a lot he didn't know.
He sat silently on a log, staring at the letter.
Still, it included a message. He had to stay alert and follow it carefully. A voice came from the academy. I went to the northern forest to deliver the letter to him, just as the lady requested.
Theonia, holding a teacup, spoke.
All right. She sat in a chair, teacup in hand, with a servant by her side.
She continued, Claire. Claire was kneeling on the floor.
Theonia thought to herself, based on what our insider reported, I've figured out that Sylvania Academy is facing serious financial trouble. The book had fallen into someone else's hands. She continued thinking, even though I can't directly support private educational institutions like Sylvania Academy, if this situation drags on, it's going to cause problems for everyone involved. What's even more concerning is that the Elter Merchant Guild might end up getting their hands on the sage-sealed grimoire. That grimoire can't just be sold off to keep patching things up. If that happens, it would be a disgrace to Sylvania Academy. That's why the headmaster came to me for help, she reflected. Still, a hint of worry crossed her mind.
Even so. She glanced at Claire and said, something doesn't feel right. How could Crapen Rothstaler even know about this negotiation, let alone show up to join it? Claire stood up and replied, seems like that kid Ed gave him a heads up.
He lives at the academy, so he probably heard the rumors. If I were a child of that family and had the chance to restore my family's honor, I wouldn't let that opportunity slip by either. Suddenly, a voice spoke up.
I don't think it's necessarily him. Lortel stepped forward and said, I'm just a commoner. Am I allowed to sit here and talk with a princess? Theonia looked at her with an unfriendly gaze.
She clearly hadn't expected to see Lortel again. Lortel sat down across from her and continued, I thought you hated me, Lortel? Lortel started to reason.
Why would the princess say that? Anyone can take part in trade, right? Whether you like someone or not doesn't really affect business.
King Elt of the Golden Kingdom held the paper in his hand as Lortel spoke up again. Regardless of everything else, Crapen Rothstaler's involvement in the seizure of the sage-sealed grimoire might have something to do with my stepfather.
Phonia was taken aback. What did she say?
Lortel replied confidently. From the start, he asked my father to cover the debts the company owed him. So this might be one of the conditions my stepfather had to agree to in order to get some breathing room, like with those other debts. Of course, my stepfather has already lost his position in the association, but that just made him even more determined to get his hands on the sage-sealed grimoire. If he gets it, he might be able to use it to gain some leverage with the Merchants Guild.
Phonia, seeming to understand a bit more, said, I still don't really get it. The Merchant Guild only works for profit, right? So if they get the Sage Sealed Grimoire, are they planning to sell it to the Rothstaler family? Are both sides fighting over it? Is the Elt Merchant Guild trying to compete with the Rothstaler family for it? Why don't they just make a deal?
Lortel took a sip of tea before replying.
Of course, it's because I don't want the Sage Sealed Grimoire to end up with the Rothstaler family. Given my background and position in the Merchant Guild, I see things a little differently.
Naturally, that means I have a very different view from my stepfather.
You understand that, don't you, princess? Phonia looked at her and said, All right, I'm done talking about my company's internal matters. The enemy of my enemy is a friend, after all. Lortel set her teacup down and said, Of course. If the princess invests in my trade guild instead of the Rothstaler family, both sides benefit.
We're already familiar with each other, after all. She smiled and added playfully, Naturally, that would make Ed happy too.
Isn't that right, princess? If there's anything you're unsure about, you can ask him directly. Phonia replied, So you're thinking of him too, huh? Lortel continued, Of course. He was expelled from the academy and now lives alone in the forest. But don't hold it against him just because you think he's still connected to the Rothstaler family. He was cast out from the family too. Phonia thought coldly to herself, She, a cold-blooded merchant, actually cares about someone else? I really didn't expect that.
Then she turned to Lortel and said, And what if he's doing all this for his own gain? I've seen him go from person to person asking for favors. If there's a good deal to be made, there's no way he'd pass it up, would he?
Phonia continued, He probably didn't tell you this, did he? At that, Lortel set her teacup down. She calmly responded, So he really didn't say anything, did he? Phonia looked at her and went on, If he didn't say a word, then I'll take that as my cue.
In that case, I'll do whatever benefits me, even if it means using him for my own goals. Lortel's hand froze midair, her whole body trembling.
She said, You mean you'd use him and lie to him? Is that it? Wiping away her tears, Lortel let out a bitter laugh. Do you even have the guts to do something like that? From behind, Claire shouted, How dare you speak so rudely in front of Princess Phonia? Lortel stood up and said, Princess Phonia. Phonia gave a command, Claire, that's enough. Lortel pulled her hood up and said, We're on the same side this time, aren't we? So I want to give you some honest advice.
She stepped closer, glanced down, and added, Don't even think about using him half-heartedly.
You might end up being the one who gets used in the end. Claire couldn't hold back and raised her voice, Should we teach her a lesson for her arrogance, Princess Phonia? Phonia shouted, That's enough, Claire.
Phonia lowered her gaze and began to think. It really was strange, first the mysterious Ed Rothstaler, and now Krapen Rothstaler also seemed connected to the purchase of the Sage-Sealed Grimoire. But maybe what was even more concerning was that proud and fearless girl. Someone who didn't even bow her head before a princess like Phonia herself. She watched Lortel's figure as she walked away and thought about her. Had that girl ever shown worry or concern for someone else like that before? Lortel stepped inside and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, What is this? Janica greeted her warmly with a wave, Hi Lortel, long time no see. How have you been? Next to her was Ed Rothstaler, visibly tired, with dark circles under his eyes. Hello. At the Yelter Trading Company's Sylvania branch, Lortel returned the greeting, looking a bit flustered. Sorry, I didn't know Senior Janica would be coming, so I only prepared 2 cups of Pyalanson Mountain Rosemary tea. Would you like a cold drink instead? Outside, the sunlight was soft and gentle, shining through the glass windows. Inside, Janica said, All right then. Looks like this tea was stored by the Merchant Guild to stockpile it. But since it's meant for sale, I guess we can't really offer it to guests, huh? Lortel replied, That's right. Ed Rothtailor, picking up on the moment, said politely to Janica, "I'll drink water so you can have the tea."
Janica responded, "Okay." On the other side, Lortel overheard their conversation.
Her whole body trembled. She turned her head, forced a smile, and said, "Oh, right.
You should come pick up the magical tool."
Ed Rothtailor replied coldly, "All right." Once inside, standing before a cabinet full of valuable items, Ed Rothtailor couldn't help but look surprised.
Janica quickly grabbed a glowing orb and said loudly, "Look at this. They're so new there's not even a speck of dust on them. Giving away our products for free would go against everything a merchant stands for." Lortel, standing nearby, spoke in a smug tone, "Oh my, Janica, you really can't tell the difference in product quality at all, can you?"
Janica, holding the item in her hand, was startled by the comment. Lortel continued, "If you look closely, you'll see that these things have a lot of flaws."
Janica replied in surprise, "Really? This one?" Realizing she had been tricked, Janica's face turned red with anger. "You did this on purpose."
Lortel turned away, brushed off her hands, and said, "Yes, but the most important thing here isn't whether these products can sell, it's whether they're useful to Ed, isn't it?"
Hearing that, Janica looked down in embarrassment.
Seeing her reaction, Lortel added, "Right, thanks, but it feels a bit wrong to accept these for free. Besides, I haven't even paid for the previous purchases yet." "This is the 4th time already," Lortel said, hands on her hips. "You just need to remember our contract."
"It's not like it's a huge amount of money anyway."
Janica chimed in, "Actually, if he could just pay the full amount soon, that would end the contract with you, right?"
Lortel cut her off, "Isn't that something between me and him to discuss?" Janica suddenly remembered and said shyly, "Ah, you're right.
Those two really did talk about all sorts of things." He could still hear their voices echoing in his ears. At that moment, Ed Rothtailor was sitting with his head down, looking like something was bothering him. It was happening again, that same familiar feeling swept through his body. Ed felt like he was falling underwater, like he was floating with no control. There were so many things he needed to take care of, yet lately, this strange feeling kept coming back. Then his mind jumped to Crapen Rothtailor, the twisted man with his dark spellbook. Ed reminded himself to stay on guard around Crapen. The people involved in buying the sage-sealed grimoire wouldn't arrive for another 2 weeks, so for now, the most urgent matter was. He pictured a bed in his mind.
"I need to make a mattress.
Maybe I can lay down some fabric and stuff it with wool or other soft materials to make it more comfortable." In his mind, Ed Rothtailor laid out each task clearly, in order. The day after tomorrow, he'd need to take care of the young deer he just caught. It was also time to clean the inside of his tent again. His mind went quiet. He found himself thinking about Lucy's dried meat again. Underwater, Ed Rothtailor slowly opened his eyes to the sound of Lortel and Janica calling out to him. His whole body felt numb, as if he were sinking into the depths. Images of Janica and Laurette appeared, their faces filled with worry as they kept calling his name, Ed, Ed. Back where Lortel was, the buildings were carved with intricate detail. Fonia, holding a cup of tea in her hand, stared out the window. She thought, is it time to finally admit it? The way he fished so diligently at the campsite, and the calm, thoughtful answers he gave while fighting Glaskin. She remembered how Taylor's body had been covered in scratches that day. That memory stayed with her. The other students said he only cared about studying, but Lute had warned her not to underestimate him.
Fonia's eyes grew a little sad.
She lifted the teacup to her lips but couldn't bring herself to drink.
Maybe my warning wasn't strong enough, she thought. I'll check again to be sure.
She remembered the time she delivered the royal letter to Ed Rothtailor. Because of that, she had ordered him to come to the royal estate. With her eyes closed, still holding a teacup in her hand, she asked, "Claire, have you finalized tomorrow's schedule? When is Taylor supposed to arrive?" Claire knelt on the floor and said, "Princess Fonia, it seems he won't be able to come for now."
Fonia asked, "Why not? How could he ignore a royal order?"
Claire hesitantly replied, Ed Rothtailor has collapsed from exhaustion. Hearing this, Fonia immediately looked worried. Her face showed disbelief at Claire's words. A status report appeared, detailing Ed Rothtailor's health condition, including illness, fatigue, various symptoms, a high fever from overexertion, digestive issues, chronic exhaustion, dizziness, intermittent unconsciousness, difficulty breathing, impaired vision, and muscle aches and pains. His magic had also been negatively affected. He needed complete rest to recover from this abnormal condition. Ed Rothtailor winced and let out a soft groan, ugh. Slowly, he opened his eyes. He felt short of breath, his whole body heavy, and his stomach burning with heat. Lucy was curled up on top of him, making it impossible for him to move. She was fast asleep on Ed Rothtailor and muttered in her sleep. It's too salty. Just a little bit. Ed gently lifted his upper body and looked at Lucy. This girl. Even talking in her sleep, he said. Her body was much lighter than it looked. He remembered carrying her before she was so small that he could lift her easily with just one hand. It even made him wonder if she was really human. He turned his thoughts inward, but I can't move at all. Lucy seems fine. So is there something wrong with my body? Too exhausted to care, he lay back down and gave up on getting up. Staring at the ceiling, he thought, I'm completely drained. Suddenly, Lucy's voice broke the silence. He looked around carefully and realized he was in his own tent. But this new blanket. It probably belonged to the Elk Trading Guild. Lucy sat up groggily, rubbing her eyes. I'm starving, she mumbled. Ed Rothtailor added, Is there anything you actually do besides eat and sleep? Lucy grinned. Congrats, you're finally awake. Suddenly, she stretched out her hand, and a glowing blue orb of energy formed in her palm. Without another word, she pressed it directly into Ed Rothtailor's chest, letting the energy flow into him. Your magic is a complete mess, she said. You've been studying and practicing non-stop without giving your body a break. Months of that, and this is what you get. Ed looked at her and asked, You did all this while I was asleep? Lucy replied casually, It wasn't that hard, just really boring. I dozed off a few times. She seemed a little annoyed as she brought up Janica and Lortel. I think they caught me sleeping once or twice. What a hassle. But whatever, it had to be done, so they can't really complain. Just don't get sick again, okay? Hearing that, he looked at her with a sudden, surprised expression. Lucy kept her head down, and she seemed to be in a bad mood. Her energy was almost radiating off her. She said, Being sick is such a pain. Some people even die because of it. Ed Rothtailor looked at her and thought she must be remembering her grandfather, Glocked, who had died in his hospital bed. He couldn't bring himself to meet her eyes. Lucy was sitting on top of him, and although he couldn't move, he still managed to say, Thanks. I only got better because of you. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Ed Rothtailor turned to look. Oh, you're awake? Senior. Standing just outside the slightly open door was Jix, from the magic department. He called out, I wasn't sure if I was allowed to use the kitchen inside, so I started a fire out here instead. Both Ed Rothtailor and Lucy froze when they heard Jix. Lucy, flustered, quickly turned around and pulled a hat over her head. She escaped up through the chimney. Jix, stunned, asked, Senior, just how many girls are there? Holding a few pieces of firewood in his hands, he walked over to Ed's bed and said, Well, I guess it makes sense. Strong men often have lots of women around. It's not that unusual. Is this an open-minded take on community living? Maybe my idea of it has been too narrow all along. Ed Rothtailor asked, Why are you here? Jix glanced at him thoughtfully, then replied, Because Janica had to attend class, and Lortel went back. She couldn't leave her business unattended for too long. The pot was boiling over the fire as their conversation continued. Ed Rothtailor said, Your hair. It's already autumn. Jix carefully fed him spoonfuls of porridge. The taste was so bad it made Ed gag a little.
Ugh, I can usually eat anything, but not this.
Jix replied bluntly, "What do you expect me to do? Maybe it'd go down easier if someone sweet like Elka or Clara was feeding you." He added calmly, "But Lortel said no girl is allowed to feed you."
Through Jix's words, Lortel came across as fierce and unyielding.
Ed Rothstaler stayed quiet, forced the food down, and looked at Jix.
"Let's just check the storyline like we always do.
Wasn't there a part where you said the alchemy students secretly grew ginseng and caused a mess?" Jix replied to him, "Oh, Elvira, the one who always causes trouble." In the end, Taylor and Clebius took care of that quickly. They also successfully handled the monster. Hearing that, he thought to himself, "Good, Episode 2, Scene 5. The Academy exploration seems to have ended well." Jix continued, "I heard a rumor that Taylor's group defeated a monster. It had slipped into the Academy's underground water system, but they managed to take it down quickly."
Jix added, "Yeah, Taylor and I handled it. But that rumor is true." "Why do you ask?"
He thought Episode 2, Scene 7. The demon in the sewers was completed without any problems. That means the only big event left is negotiating to buy the wise master of secret scripture.
After that, he turned to Jix and asked, "How long have I been unconscious?"
Jix replied, "Today makes 10 days. Then Jix said, "Everyone's going to be shocked when they see you awake."
Hearing that, he was stunned.
He thought it had only been a few hours. He let out a surprised gasp. Jix continued, "But today, they can't be here with you. Right now, Senior Janica still has to stay at the academy, and Lortel is busy preparing for an important negotiation tomorrow, so she had to leave." Suddenly, he grabbed the bowl of porridge from Jix's hands and pulled himself together.
"I thought only a day or two had passed. I can't believe I've been asleep for 10 days.
Jix was surprised and called out to him, "Senior Ed?" Ed Rothstaler, sweating, said, "Hey, Jix."
Jix replied, "Yes?"
Ed Rothstaler, still in shock, said, "I need to send a message to Lortel right away.
There's no time to lose."
One day after Ed woke up, in Act 2, the scene was full of unexpected developments.
Rows of beautifully designed buildings came into view.
The negotiation to purchase the sage-sealed grimoire, Wise Master of Secret Scripture, had begun.
Among those involved was Princess Fionia Elias Kloll. On one side, Fionia sat upright behind Claire.
On the other side sat the vice president of the Elter Trade Association, a smug look on his face. And if everything went according to the original script, the sound of someone's footsteps would be heard. The head of the Rothstaler ducal family, Ed Rothstaler, a powerful and imposing figure, would appear. The final boss of Act 4 had arrived. Krapen Rothstaler was here, wearing a sly smile. Somewhere, sunlight slowly streamed through the red-tiled roof.
Inside, a voice echoed, "I'm really glad to see you're doing well."
At the dining table, Phonia sat in a daze. Staring down at her plate, the voice spoke again. "It's been a while, but I still haven't had the chance to properly apologize to you. I heard you went through a tough time because of a foolish and thoughtless member of our family." Outside, a piece of paper bore the name Ed Rothstaler. He had been expelled from the family. The voice continued, "As you wished, we've already cast him out. Still, I wanted to apologize to you once more." Phonia, still holding the knife she had been using to cut her food, replied coldly,
"It's fine.
You don't need to worry too much about it, Krapen." Sitting across from her was Krapen Rothstaler, smiling as he shared the meal with her.
Phonia looked at him and thought,
"Krapen Rothstaler. He shares the same blood as Ed Rothstaler." There were many attendants around him, but their practiced smiles couldn't hide who he really was. Phonia thought to herself, he used to be a dignified noble, kind-hearted, and a wise head of the ducal family. You could tell just by how respectfully the servants acted around him while attending to his needs. But then she insisted to herself, I know his true face. She saw through his outward appearance and understood the real Krapen Rothtaler. This man was clearly a monster.
At that moment, he looked at someone and said, "You are." Besides Crape and Rothtailor, Lortel was also at the dining table.
Responding to his question, the representative from Elter Trading Company stood up carefully, bowed, and said politely, "Sir, I'm Lortel Ketcheln."
"It's an honor to meet you."
Crape and Rothtailor replied, "So you're the beloved daughter of Elter Ketcheln. The Golden King. I've heard much about his sharp insight and courageous spirit."
Lortel gave him a charming look and said, "We go wherever the profits are. After all, the call of money is what guides us." Crape and Rothtailor looked at the other person with contempt in his eyes and said coldly, "I know."
An announcement was made to assemble the negotiation team.
During lunch, they checked the condition of the sage's sealed grimoire and confirmed the payment method. Secret codes were written on slips of paper. Each participant wrote down their bid, and the highest offer would win the item. The sage's sealed grimoire was a treasured artifact of Sylvania Academy.
Inside the academy, Crape and Rothtailor and Lortel sat facing each other. Phonia was deep in thought about the sage's sealed grimoire, which was considered the academy's most valuable treasure. It was kept inside a glass case, carefully preserved. The academy didn't want the public to know it was selling such a rare item due to financial difficulties.
Phonia sat next to the vice principal, unable to stop thinking.
That's why Principal Abel Forcius had come up with a clever plan.
"I'll oversee everything as a public observer and representative of the principal. Vice Principal Rachel will secretly manage the auction. And the method was simple right here, right now."
On the other side, Crape and Rothtailor and Lortel sat facing each other, visibly tense. Sitting at the highest position were Phonia and Vice Principal Rachel, the one who had offered the highest price to obtain the sage-sealed grimoire.
Phonia's face was serious as she pondered.
Earlier, she had read about the method of exchange and how to search for similar items in trade books, those containing distinct cosmic energy, command books filled with alchemists' spells.
There were legends about ancient currency Flen 8,100 coins.
Symbolic books, like the only one that analyzed the replication of biological magic, were stored in the Royal Library for 6,730 coins. Then there was the magical travelogue, written by a wizard exploring the mysterious southern continent, priced at 7,020 coins. On this side, Lortel was sneaking glances at her, but Phonia didn't pay any attention. She kept calculating intrinsic magical value, academic value. These are research subjects, but value itself is a luxury.
Lortel clearly knew.
Her face twisted with malice when she saw Crape and Rothtailor put pen to paper and sign.
Phonia thought, the price and the transaction invoice are much higher.
Crape and Rothtailor gently picked up the pen and signed without hesitation. Still, he kept a smile on his face as he signed the document.
Phonia believed the one who would take it home would be Crape and Rothtailor. Two attendants brought the agreements from Crape and Rothtailor and Lortel to the vice principal. The vice principal said, "I've received the auction payment. Thank you both for your valuable input."
Phonia glanced at the vice principal and thought to herself, this was just a basic auction with no price cap.
The key to this kind of setup is knowing your opponent's highest bid.
She recalled what Lortel had said earlier, "We'll go wherever we can make the most profit."
Phonia took that as Lortel revealing her true goal to make money. Phonia weighed the situation. If profit was her goal, then Lortel wouldn't make a higher offer.
The highest reasonable price for the book was 8,100 coins. Anything more would be hard to resell, and would likely lead to a loss.
Phonia thought to herself.
If Crapen had just bid a little more than Lortel's highest possible offer of 8,000 coins, the sage's sealed grimoire would have been his.
The vice principal held the paper and began to read. "I will now announce the bidding amounts."
Bidder Crape and Rothtailor offered 8,500 Flen gold coins. Looking at the result, Phonia thought, just as expected, and turned to look at Crape and Rothtailor again. Crape and Rothtailor wasn't the type to come to the academy just to make a small profit from a book translation.
The real question was, why was he willing to pay such a high price?
The vice principal continued. Bidder Lortel offered 9,400 coins. Fonia was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. She thought to herself, so it wasn't about profit for her.
The vice principal announced loudly, the sage's sealed grimoire will be traded to the L Trading Company. Lortel bowed slightly with a smile.
Fonia was still shocked.
So it really wasn't about profit for her. Crape and Rothtailor said angrily, let's go. The vice principal moved on to contract arrangements.
A representative from the L Trading Company invited Lortel to a private room.
Lortel replied, all right. As Crape and Rothtailor's group left, Fonia turned to Lortel. So, what was her real goal?
She asked, surprised as if something had just clicked.
Could it be, she thought, recalling Lortel's earlier words? Princess Fonia, we're allies in this matter. She considered it carefully. From the very beginning, was Lortel's true objective just? Lortel pulled her hood up and walked away. Fonia kept thinking, was she trying to stop the book from falling into the hands of someone dangerous like Crapen?
She watched Lortel's back as her thoughts deepened. No, she's not the type to act out of a sense of justice. Even so, someone as corrupt as Crapen and his questionable motives were only her own suspicions. She hadn't found any real proof, not even with her authority as a princess. Lortel headed toward the door. The image of Ed Rothtailor flashed through Fonia's mind. There had to be someone giving orders, someone behind all of this, someone who understood Crape and Rothtailor's dark nature and wanted to stop him. She recalled Lortel's past words and actions. I just want to confirm with you it was only a small deduction. My superior, Ked, is keeping a close eye on the Rothtailor family. Even after being kicked out of the house and thrown aside, he kept going with unwavering persistence, working himself to the point of illness. And even then, he kept fighting against the darkness surrounding the Rothtailor family until the very end.
Fonia suddenly realized that the person behind everything was Ed Rothtailor.
The weight of her thoughts drained her strength. She clutched her head, trembling, and collapsed to the ground.
Claire rushed over in panic, crying out, Princess! In a faint voice, Fonia said, What? What have I done? In a panic, she covered her face with her hands and thought, how could I push someone like that into such despair?
The princess was overwhelmed with guilt, but maybe this misunderstanding would lead to something good in the end. Outside the grand castle, the rooftops shimmered in the sunlight. A voice sighed softly,
A message appeared. Certificate of Contract Transaction. Buyer, Lutel Ketcheln. Elter Trading Company. Seller, Abel Forcius. Sylvania Academy. Transaction amount, 9,000 Flen gold coins. All signatures and seals have been completed. Payment due within 7 days from the signing date.
At the same time, in the same room, a quiet sigh echoed, HM.
Lortel stood in front of the mirror, unsure which accessory to choose.
She thought to herself, if I sell it back to Duke Crapen, I'll get at least 8,500 coins, right? Since I bought it for 9,400, that's a difference of 900 coins. Saying she wouldn't sell the book back to Crapen was just a merchant's bluff. Lortel's expression changed. She picked up the piece of paper and glanced over it. With this certificate confirming the sale of the Sage Sealed Grimoire, I can ask her to help me with anything.
How could he bring that up in front of a merchant?
Loren said, you've made a mistake that's really unlike you, Ed.
A favor from Ed for just 900 coins? That's a steal.
She hugged the paper and lay down on the bed, saying happily, anything at all. Looking up at the ceiling, her face lit with excitement, Lortel said, if the princess saw this look on her face, she'd probably cough up blood.
So in the end, Lortel wins.
Near the wooden house, Jix was talking to Ed Rothtailor. You should have seen Lortel's face when I handed over that letter.
Maybe Yelka really is just that innocent. Ed Rothtailor nervously held his bowl and said, I think she might be attracted to me.
He paused to think. And Crapen Rothtailor is also taking advantage of the inside information he has. A sense of unease crept in as he thought about what might happen next. Suddenly, a voice called out. Ed, you're awake? A strong gust of wind blew through from a distance. It was Janica. She was out of breath. Jix looked surprised and said, Janica? It's not even noon yet. Did you run all the way from the department office? Janica replied, I finished my morning shift. I'm free now and will do my assignments tonight. Ed Rothstaler said, Oh, I'm sorry for making you worry. Janica, I heard from Jix. He added, I heard I caused you a lot of trouble. Janica quickly shook her head. No. Jix added, but you were running all over the academy crying, and that started rumors about you being heartbroken and stuff. Last time, you even barged into the academy's conference room. Janica quickly covered Jix's mouth and shouted, Yuwa! Yuwa! Suddenly, a bear spirit came over and dragged Jix away. Janica cheerfully said, That was funny, Jix. But you know, it's really cold today, be careful not to catch a cold. Jix got pulled away, only managing to yell, UHP. Ed stood silently, at a loss for words. Then, from behind Janica's hair, Mug appeared with teary eyes and said, Just end me. Master Ed, please just end me. He jumped down, walked toward Ed, and said loudly, Ed, I've been such a fool. I had no idea you were pushing yourself so hard. Ed Rothstaler looked surprised and said, What? You were here? Mug burst into tears. I wanted to jump out and apologize right away. But I was afraid my presence would affect your mana, so I borrowed mana from Miss Janica instead. Ed, speechless, said, Why are you being so dramatic? On this side, Jix and the bear had been wrestling for a while. Jix said, Considering you've been unconscious for 10 days, he's not overreacting. Yeah, I can understand why he acted that way if I was out for 10 days. Ed suddenly realized something and said, Wait a second, 10 days. He thought about the deer from the other day. If he'd been unconscious for 10 days, the meat must have gone bad by now. Then he remembered the fishing net in the lake, it was probably torn since he hadn't been checking it. Ed Rothstaler let out a deep sigh and said, I've lost all my food supplies, which means I'll have to start over from scratch. Janica spoke up, You're planning to overwork yourself again, aren't you? Ed slowly opened his eyes. On this side, Janica stood with her arms crossed and said, It's okay, I'll help you. Jix chimed in too, I still have a bit of free time before my next exam. I can help you gather wood. Then Jix added, When it comes to work, just take it as it comes. Everything will work out in the end. He looked toward the makeshift tent and said, It suddenly hit me. Not long ago, that tent was just made of straight branches. I was living in a wooden shelter in the forest, barely held together. I had absolutely nothing. Not even a single coin. I slept alone in the dark, getting bitten by insects, with no one to rely on. A lot of dull, depressing things happened, but it's okay, I got through all of it, and I'm still alive today. Then he looked at Jan, Nick and Jix. His eyes softened. He's right, he said. Everything will be okay. His gaunt face caught Janica's attention. He looks really tired, Marilda said. Janica leaned against Marilda and asked, Do you think so, Marilda? Marilda replied, But this is your chance. That red fox is busy negotiating, so she won't be around as often right now. You should take advantage of this moment. Janica nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Marilda explained. That girl is actually pretty clever. You need to learn from her. Whether you like it or not, if you want to win a man's heart, you'll have to become a fox too. First, we need to change the way you dress. Right now, you look like a frumpy housewife from the countryside. Janica said shyly, I look a little messy. A moment later, Marilda's voice rang out. Perfect. Janica was surprised. HM? Marilda stood up, looked at Janica, tied her hair up high, and said, "Not like your usual self, full of life and energy. Guys often like that contrasting you when you're doing your everyday tasks, with a bit of a sly edge. Show him that side of you, it'll be great." Janica lit up. "Really?" Marilda replied. "When you do that," she rolled up her sleeves a little higher and tied her hair up, "you give off the vibe of someone who's working hard for him, like a devoted homemaker. That's a good look." Looking at her, Marilda continued, "You're seeing him today, right? Go build something with him." That was Marilda, a high-level spirit beast and a dating expert who had never actually dated. Janica blushed and repeated, "Build something?" Marilda reminded her, "Don't overthink that part. Just say it, Janica." Marilda suddenly raised her voice, startling her. "When you go help him today, what exactly are you planning to do? How are you thinking of getting closer to him?" Janica stammered, "I wasn't planning to do anything." Marilda's expression changed, and she fell silent. Suddenly, Marilda shouted, shaking the whole forest, "Oh, whoa, oh!" A bird flying overhead grew irritated. "What's going on down there?" Marilda let out a sorrowful howl. "Exactly." Then she spoke loudly, almost mockingly. "At this point, do you really think someone as tough as him would fall into the same situation again? Look at how far he's come. He's growing at an unbelievable pace. Do you really think an opportunity like this will come around a second time?" Janica panicked and quickly covered her ears. Marilda was like a wild beast, her whole body radiating fierce energy. There's no strategy more powerful than being by his side during these tough times. She had to use her position to support him during this phase, yes, even if there were personal motives involved, even if she had to be a little clever about it. Janica quickly responded, "You're right, but I have a plan. Just hear me out." Marilda, curious, stepped closer. "Ha?" Deep in the forest, Marilda agreed, "I understand. That's pretty good." Over at Ed's cabin, it was already quite late. A fire had been lit. The stew Janica made was delicious on a whole different level compared to Jick's. A pot of soup boiled over the open flames, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. Ed Rothtaylor thought, maybe I should learn how to cook from her. But more importantly, I need to focus on recovering. He cracked the door open, letting light spill into the room. After all the help he'd received, he couldn't afford to stay exhausted forever. Wrapping himself tightly in a blanket, he lay there thinking. I can't really say I'm doing great. The headache and slight fever are coming back. Suddenly, a noise made him open his eyes. Ha! Ha! A pair of legs in short socks and leather shoes appeared behind the door. Then came a voice, "Are you tired, Ed?" Janica was peeking in, her upper body visible just past the doorframe. Ed looked surprised. "You haven't gone home yet?" Janica's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she looked a little shy as she gazed at him, still wearing her pink apron. Her pink hair was tied up with a red ribbon, making her look absolutely adorable. He asked again, "So, what are you up to?" Janica leaned against the doorframe, squinting her eyes and smiling cheerfully. Then she walked in and sat down comfortably on the floor, leaning against the side of Ed's bed. He pushed himself up with both hands, lifting his upper body to look at her. Janica closed her eyes, placed her hands on the floor beside her, and bent one knee slightly. With a relaxed tone, she said, "I don't plan to do anything." Ed asked, a little unsure, "Nothing at all?" He still looked drained, dark circles under his eyes, and he was sweating in front of Janica. He said, "You don't have to pretend everything's okay." While Ed looked down, Janica stayed leaning against his bed. She looked at ease, but her body slowly shifted closer to the head of the bed, inching toward him. Eyes still closed, she said calmly, "Everyone goes through this. You're exhausted, both physically and mentally. I know you work harder and train more than anyone else." Janica remembered the time she collapsed in the arena square after a battle. She had curled up, hugging her knees. Khan stood nearby, watching her. As she recalled the moment, she shared it with Ed. A lot of people supported me and tried to cheer me up when I was struggling, but in the end, what helped the most wasn't their words, it was the person who just quietly stayed by my side.
Janica turned around.
She was sitting with the light behind her, her wide eyes fixed on Ed, who was half sitting on the bed.
She said, "You've been through a lot, haven't you?"
"You did great, Ed." Ed looked at her, then replied, "You don't have to do that," which made Janica respond, "Hey."
Janica's face showed frustration.
She rested her chin on her hands, which were placed on Ed's bed. She spoke directly, "Come on, you're not okay.
You need to rest. You know that, right? Just admit it, you're struggling, Ed." Ed didn't say anything.
He simply closed his eyes and let himself fall back onto the bed.
One hand rested on his stomach over the blanket.
Then, he finally spoke the truth to Janica, who was still sitting there watching him.
"Yeah, it's been a tough time."
His slightly long hair hid his eyes.
He let out a breath.
Ed paused, as if lost in thought, then finally relaxed, lay still with his eyes closed, and said, "Really tough." Janica closed her eyes and smiled as she heard him say it again.
"It really has."
The warm yellow light from the lamp in his house shone on the two of them, creating a cozy scene. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, filling the wooden cabin.
Ed sat up and let out a breath in the morning light. Phew! The blanket was still covering his legs.
His eyes shifted slightly, as if he noticed something.
It was Janica, fast asleep, still sitting by Ed's bed.
She had her head resting on her arm, tilted a bit to the side but still facing him. She must have slept really well, there was even a little drool at the corner of her mouth.
At first, Ed let out a small chuckle, then burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha!"
By now, he no longer looked tired, and the dark circles under his eyes were gone. He seemed to shine in the sunlight coming through the window. In that moment, he confirmed to himself that he was fully recovered. A detailed survival skill chart appeared.
Rank, Intermediate Craftsman.
Specialty, Skilled Carpenter, Level 14.
Design, Level 10.
Resource Management, Level 13.
Carpentry, Level 13. Stone Carving, Level 6. Hunting, Level 10. Fishing, Level 7. Cooking, Level 6.
Repair, Level 5. Advanced Crafting Skill Zone.
Soul Formula Solution. Magic Engineer.
In the Advanced Magic Engineering Crafting Skill Zone, Ed had doubled his skill proficiency, tripled his understanding of magical engineering items, and tripled his collection of crafting recipes. On the Extreme Type Spirit Windwave Generator board, the system showed Level 1 Automation Sensing, Level 1 Analysis, and again Level 1 Analysis. The rest of the analyses were still unclear. Ed had just finished washing his face. Standing under the sunlight, he wiped his head with a towel and let out a quiet breath, thinking to himself, "I haven't progressed as planned over the past 10 days, especially." His thoughts drifted to the Advanced Magic Engineering Crafting Zone and his research on magical engine items. Advanced crafting skills have a major impact on core statistics and offer far more variation than general skills.
Ed recalled the times he had studied magical items.
The issue was that there's a clear limit to how far someone can go through self-study and reassembling magical engineering items alone. A golden magical item was taken apart piece by piece, revealing a glowing core inside.
He reflected that most magical engineering items were rewards from main storyline quests.
So, for those who didn't want to get involved in those situations, it was hard to obtain these items directly. Ed remembered the moment he saw Taylor practicing swordsmanship with Isla nearby, but Taylor didn't seem very interested in magical crafting.
Ed thought about the scroll with the crafting formula. It's probably because having a formula doesn't mean you can create a magical item right away.
The necessary materials are missing materials that only appear in later stages of the main storyline.
But my situation is different. His eyes drifted off, lost in thought. Then someone's voice broke through his train of thought. "What are you thinking about?"
Ed was sitting on a large rock, still holding a towel in his hand. He glanced toward the source of the voice, then continued thinking.
Because here, I have someone who can find any material no matter if it's in this world or the next.
Lortel, her bright red hair glowing in the sunlight, was sitting on a fallen log.
She said, I feel better now that you're looking okay. I was really worried. Feet in black socks and leather shoes stood firmly on the ground. Lortel said, I'm glad you're still doing well. Do I look okay? I may seem fine, but I've got chronic fatigue.
Lortel closed her eyes wearily, leaned forward a little, one hand on her hip, the other brushing off her thigh. She complained to Ed, my hair's dry, my skin's rough, getting back to normal's not going to be easy. She walked over and sat down, almost right next to him.
Ed asked, even with everything going on, you still came all the way to the northern forest?
Lortel replied,
yeah, I needed a break too. And there's something I want to tell you.
She spoke seriously. It's kind of strange to keep calling it Elter Trading Company when the Elter family's already fallen apart, don't you think? So I'm going to rename it to just the Trading Company and restructure the business. I need someone to help manage the staff, oversee the assets, handle product sales, and take care of other outside affairs.
Ed's face and hair were still wet. His eyes glanced at Lortel, waiting for her to go on.
Basically, a co-director, Lortel told Ed. His eyes shifted toward her, but he stayed silent. Lortel's face slowly turned red.
She smiled, looked slightly away, and said, just imagine it.
Lortel described her daydream, where only a wall separated them. He was in one room, standing, and reading documents. Lortel was sitting at her desk, working. She explained in detail, you wake up in the morning and head to work at the headquarters of the trading company.
We're just one wall apart. You'd be making huge profits.
As the co-director of Elter Trading Company, I'd even give you a share of my personal assets.
It'd be almost like we were married.
As soon as she said that, Lortel covered her face with both hands, her cheeks flushed. She closed her eyes and turned away quickly, blurting out, oh my gosh, what am I even saying?
Ha ha.
Ed leaned slightly toward her, calling her name. With a puzzled look, he watched Lortel still covering her face.
He asked, suspiciously, isn't it a bit strange to go that far just for me?
Lortel stayed silent and turned to look at him. She lowered her head and pulled up the hood of her cloak. Her face sank into the shadow, making it hard to read her expression.
She said, you don't even know anything, which made Ed blurt out, what do you mean?
Lortel still kept her face hidden under the hat, though she seemed to be looking at him.
She lowered her head and said, I know what you're thinking. You're probably wondering, what's wrong with this girl?
Or maybe you're thinking, I can't make such an important decision based on the emotions of some young, childish girl. Lortel pointed it out directly, you want to keep your distance from me, in the end. Ed broke a slight sweat in front of her, but she was right. He admitted to himself that it was exactly what he wanted, but he couldn't say it out loud.
He just said, well, not necessarily.
Lortel stood alone on a mountain full of gold coins, a place where countless greedy people had struggled, now lost and desperate.
She interrupted him, but that's because you don't know.
After living a life in a world where gold coins come and go, and where you'd be betrayed if you don't betray others first, what do you think would become the most important thing?
Someone who never betrays?
Lortel slightly tilted her eyes and spoke to Ed. At that moment, she still wore the hat, but she had lifted her face towards the sunlight, giving her an aura of brilliance and confidence. Lortel placed her hand on top of Ed's, which was resting on his knee. She opened up her heart. She would always be by his side. Even if one day all the wealth disappeared, even if the whole world turned its back on him, she would still stay. Ed stayed silent and looked up at her, water still dripping from his hair. He thought, for some, that's family, for others, it's a lover, and for a few, it's a soulmate. Then he looked down at Lortel's hand resting on his. But for Lortel, who had seen countless rises and falls in business and wealth, she simply said, nothing more, nothing less. This time, she lifted her flushed face from under the hood of her cloak and looked straight at Ed. She gently said, can you stay with me?
Ed, a bit flustered, called out, "Lortel." He closed his eyes, lowered his head, and with a hint of frustration, said, "Say that without trying to hold back your laughter." Lortel laughed, leaning back with her hands resting on a rock. She laughed freely, then said to him, "You didn't fall for it?" "Ha! That's too bad, I almost had you." Ed replied with a hint of annoyance, "The way you suddenly changed your tone made it obvious, you dummy." Lortel said, "I'm human too, you know that. My back keeps aching, but so what? Don't you feel even a little bit like protecting me?" She turned to look at him with sparkling eyes and a slight blush on her face. Her fingers played with the ends of her hair in front of her shoulder. "Acting sweet," she said, "usually when I show my shy side, it touches people's hearts and makes them melt." The river was calm, with large and small rocks scattered around. Lortel went on, "Ugh, how boring." Still, she looked genuinely down. She leaned both hands on the rock, head lowered like she was trying to hide in the shadows, legs stretched out. She admitted it wasn't entirely a lie. Ed looked at her posture and listened to her words, still holding the towel in his hand as he watched her. His face was still wet, but he looked at her calmly and directly. Ed answered, "I plan to graduate from Sylvania. I'm not leaving until then." Lortel didn't say a word. Her face was hidden in the shadows, where no one could see her eyes. When Ed mentioned that if I didn't have any plans after graduation then, Lortel stayed in that same position and gave a faint smile. Then suddenly, Lortel stood up, walked forward, and turned her back to Ed, making it impossible for him to see her face clearly. She said, "Yeah, I can wait until you graduate, but you know you don't really have a choice. Right?" She held a letter between two fingers and added, "I'll be using this ticket soon." She turned her head, smiled at Ed, waved the letter in her hand, and cheerfully said, "It's really nice to see you again after so long." Ed closed his eyes and let out a sigh. "It feels like I just did something wrong just thinking about what's coming and feeling like I owe her something." As he sat there on the rock, staring at the ground in silence, Lortel had already walked a distance away. She held the letter to her chest and quietly let out a relieved breath. That was way too close. Lortel thought to herself, "What if I said, 'You belong to me now,' with total confidence?" She turned around, facing the sunlight, and held the letter out toward Ed. "That's what I planned to say to him at the end." But when she saw Ed, his expression was distant and troubled, as if his mind was full of heavy thoughts. His hair and face still held traces of water. She silently thought, "Seeing him like that completely threw off my plan. If she had come out just a little later, her true feelings would have shown." Lortel hid behind a large tree, pulled out a brown pouch, and took everything with her except for one gold coin. She stared blankly at the pouch, even noticing the small change from paying for magical equipment. It would be so awkward to see him now, she thought. She took the pouch and walked down the path lined with trees whose leaves had turned golden. She headed toward a wooden house with smoke rising from its chimney, and a small wooden shed beside it. She made up her mind, maybe I can just leave it in the shed. Suddenly, the wooden door swung open. Janica was still wearing her apron as she stepped out the door, hugging a pillow. Her slightly messy hair was loose and fluttered in the breeze. Her face still showed signs of sleepiness. When she yawned, tears welled up in her eyes. With her eyes still half closed, she said, "You already at the river? I should get some food ready for when he comes back." Lortel and Janica were both startled when they saw each other. Lortel's face darkened, still holding her coin pouch. Her eyes widened and her mouth dropped open when she saw Janica walking out of the wooden cabin. Lortel angrily asked, "Why are you coming out of there, Janica?" At the same time, Janica clutched the pillow to her chest and asked, "Why are you coming from the river?" That was the beginning of a new disaster for Ed. Lortel and Janica glared at each other with clenched teeth, sparks flying between them. A voice echoed in the clear blue sky, "If you only eat meat and vegetables today, you'll be seriously lacking in nutrients. Young Master Ed, you need to make up for it with dinner and drink plenty of water." Ed was chopping logs with an axe when he heard Mug rambling. He acted like he didn't care and replied, Yeah, I got it. Flying in front of him, Mug went on, if you collapse again, I won't survive. For my sake, please stay healthy. I want our contract to last a long time, Ed. When he saw a poor little bat with tears in its eyes perched on the axe handle, Ed stopped working and said to Mug, looks like Tarkan yelled at you. There are unreasonable people everywhere. No matter where you go, I'm sorry about that, Mug. Ed stood up straight, one hand in his pocket and the other holding 3 letters, and let out a sigh. He thought to himself, anyway, thanks to Jix and Janica, I've got enough wood and food. Looking at the 3 different letters in his hand, he added, and thanks to Lortel, I can now equip this place even better. The only thing on my mind right now is these 3 letters I received before collapsing from exhaustion. One letter from Lortel reminded him to stay cautious, warning that no one knows what the Elter family might do. Another was a personal letter from Princess Phonia, sealed with Krapen's crest. The next was slightly yellowed with a blue seal. Ed remembered that clearly. And the last one came from the academy, though the sender was unknown. A man dressed formally, almost hidden in shadow, with ear-length hair and glasses on his face. This man was none other than Professor Glast. He sent me a letter, saying he wanted to meet with me privately after the meeting. Ed remembered how he felt back then, like his whole body was sinking underwater. He recalled, unfortunately, I couldn't meet him because I lost consciousness. I don't know if he trained me, since I had already passed out from exhaustion. In Ed's mind, he pictured Glast casting a spell, with a magic circle glowing behind him. The wind picked up, blowing his large cloak and his hair. Professor Glast was the final boss of Phase 2, and the last scene of Phase 2 had already begun. Ed remembered most of that scene clearly. A man in a white cloak, holding a large staff, stood facing the Grand Academy. As Ed remembered it, Professor Glast always believed that a small number of gifted people could change the world. To revive Sylvania, the greatest and most talented saint in history, he studied the magical physique, a power that could break the laws of the world. To complete the magical physique, he needed the sage's sealed grimoire. But the Sylvania Academy had been deceived by Lortel and sold it. Vice Principal Rachel stood there with 2 maids beside her, raising the bid between the 2 buyers. Behind her was the sage's sealed grimoire. In a moment of desperation, he stole Sage's sealed grimoire and tried to transfer Sylvania's soul into Isla's body. Isla, who possessed a magical physique, said to mark the beginning of a new era of advancement. At that moment, Glast was surrounded by dark mist, with lightning sparking from the staff in his hand. He stood atop a magic circle, with Isla lying unconscious at his feet. Glast's gaunt face looked down, and a violet light flickered across his glasses. Ed remarked, that's exactly the kind of plot a madman would come up with. But then Taylor arrived to save Isla. He broke through the trap and the hidden laboratory. Beneath the underground reservoir, where the soul library was hidden, Taylor swung his sword in fiery red arcs, destroying everything at incredible speed. After his entire plan was ruined, Professor Glast made a sudden declaration just before falling from the towering magic spire. The towering spire blazed with light at its peak, glowing with his magical aura, shades of pink and violet interwoven like lightning bolts. As he leaned back and began falling from the top of the tower, Ed remembered, even though he only dreamed of the Academy's rise and discovering new talent, his final words were. While Glast was falling, his glasses flashed, hiding his eyes. His hair lifted in the air, and he seemed to be mouthing something. Ed tried to recall, what were his last words again? The book Sage's sealed grimoire glowed red under any circumstance, marking the final battle of Phase 2. It was the beginning of Glast's invasion war, the moment when the Sage's sealed grimoire changed hands. That was the turning point. It all started when Professor Glast kidnapped Taylor's friend, Isla. While Isla clutched herself in fear, her legs slightly pulled up behind the iron bars, a voice echoed, "Awake now, Isla Triss?" Terrified, she said, "Don't come near me." In front of the bars stood a massive demon, its body seemingly ablaze. It was enormous, with a long scar across its chest. On its back were what looked like either wings or deformed limbs. It grinned, baring its teeth, and the voice spoke again. "Understandable. The demon of the underground lake is pretty frightening, isn't it?
Isla trembled and said, "It's your fault," staring at the silhouette of a man who stood at barely half the demon's height, right in front of her. Isla held both arms in front of her, her blue eyes slightly teary. She cried out, "Why? Why? I hate you, Heek." The man turned his head. Isla shouted, "Ed Rothstaler." Ed looked at her calmly. "Aren't you being a little selfish?" Isla still looked terrified, stepping backward. Her arms stayed in front of her chest, legs slightly bent. Ed stood there, unmoving, his head turned away from her. His eyes were hidden behind his long hair, making it hard to read his expression. Then Ed said, "What I mean is we were both kidnapped." He thought to himself, "I was taken too." He seemed calm, but sweat ran down his face as he let out a sigh. Act 2, final scene. The Glassed Invasion War begins. Ed turned his head again, his face emotionless. "What I mean is we were both kidnapped." He confirmed silently, "I was taken too." His long hair covered his eyes as sweat dripped down. He sighed and thought to himself, this wasn't part of the original plan. Act 2, final scene. The Glassed Conquest War, the finale begins now. 3 days ago, in a fully equipped wooden cabin with windows and a chimney under a clear blue sky, his hands split the golden magical artifact into two semicircular halves, revealing its complex inner components. Ed thought, even though I managed to do everything that seemed impossible 10 days ago, unfortunately, I couldn't train at all during that time. He stood there, holding one half of the magical artifact, studying it closely. He reflected, Professor Glass's expedition must have already begun by now. But sadly, he still couldn't improve his magic skill level. To train in magical techniques, he needed blueprints and materials. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and widened. He realized, wait a second, I remember now. The golden magical components shimmered. He recalled a way to significantly boost his magic skill. Ed remembered that the final phase of the Glassed expedition involved 4 locations. First, a spiral stone staircase. Second, an underground sewer. Third, a mysterious room. And fourth, a magical tower. To him, the most challenging among them was, the third trial, the secret laboratory. In the laboratory room, bookshelves lined the walls, with objects floating in midair. A gloomy blue light blanketed the entire final boss chamber of this level. Reina, the librarian of the Soul Library, was incredibly powerful. She appeared like a spirit, fierce and glowing with a brilliant blue light. Her long hair flowed wildly, and she wore a floor-length dress. Her 10 fingers were razor-sharp and terrifying to look at. As Ed recalled, she's so strong that without using the sacred sword, there's no way to defeat her. Behind Reina, books and even bookshelves floated in the air. Ed reflected, but that's Taylor's problem to deal with. What really interests me is the knowledge inside the Soul Library. All kinds of scrolls in different colors hovered in the air. Ed thought to himself, this place holds countless valuable magic tech formulas. I remember there were at least 20 of them, including 2 legendary level magic tech crafting formulas. His eyes filled with contemplation. He glanced sideways. It's a risky move, but as long as I don't go there alone, things should be fine. Right? He fell into thought, pressing his lips together and tilting his head slightly toward Janica, who was standing behind him in a pink apron, pouring 2 cups of tea. She was happily chatting with a little green spirit bird.